obviously everybody needs to be in training today with my user account. And then I should get this message that this is the training base. Are you sure you want to use this connection? And I'll say yes. So if you're not comfortable keyboarding as we're talking about these things, you don't have to try to keyboard and keep up. We'll have a chance to try some of this later. So don't let me get too far ahead of you and feel like, oh no, I have to catch up, I have to catch up. It's not like that at all. I don't think it matters, does it, Matt, which terminal server I pick?
I would pick home head office. That one doesn't print anywhere.
I'm not, like, is it an issue which one I pick?
Head office
is the best one?
Yeah,
okay.
All these, everybody's in head office.
Okay.
Right there in the middle, right?
Is it at the top or the?
Right below green.
Oh, right there, okay. No.
Now keep going down. Right
Oh, there it is. Just that much too far from the screen. And I'll work in the Greenberg branch. You can work in your own branches if you like. So does everybody's screen look kind of like mine? I don't think I even have a dashboard here. Oh, that's the one I wanted. So everybody's screen look kind of like mine in that we have the ribbon at the top, the views at the sides, the main screen, which shows probably a dashboard or maybe a find documents. And then what's really important, especially this morning, what's really, really important is that down at the bottom of the screen, because I know you guys are all familiar with BizTrack, and I know that you've logged in many, 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 many times. It's important that down here it says BizTrack training. And it should say the branch that you logged into and the terminal server that you logged into and your login. But the really important piece is that it says BizTrack training, because we just copied training over from our production files, and if it doesn't say training, then we're messing around on our real data. We have to be careful that we don't do that. Everybody in training? Okay, good. Have you been poking around very much in the grid views and things like that in 4.5? Have you found some things that were different from 4.0? When did you move to 4.0?
4.0, probably about a year ago.
A year ago. Okay, so you're used to this ribbon and the grid view, the views along the side and things like that. And the favorites, sorry?
So we have not been on 4.5 for very long.
Right, okay. But you're used to this overall view of the
Maybe everybody but Gary.
favorites on the side.
Are you used to this view?
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember I had to change like 2 weeks ago?
Oh, I know. It's only been 2 weeks. We've done it for a year.
Okay. So how are you finding it, Gary?
Huh? Fine.
You're okay with it? It's more, it looks like more like Outlook or Excel now, doesn't it? That was
It's a little quicker 'cause
the whole
you can go
reason.
straight to some stuff quicker than
Yep, good point. And one of the things that I really like is this favorites up at the top here, where if I'm searching for documents, for example, I can expand my Find Documents view, and I can find all the different documents that I can look for, sales orders and purchase orders and stock receipts and adjustments and so on. And if I find that I'm looking for one over and over and over, I don't want to leaf through that big long list. So I can grab any one that I like to use fairly often and drag it up on top of the word favorites and drop it there. And then I can shortcut right into that document. Instead of going to the views and expanding Find Documents and leafing through there, or instead of using the drop down under the Look For. So if I want to pop to looking for a purchase order, I can just click up there, and now I'm looking for purchase orders. Has everybody designed some views, some favorites for themselves?
Yeah.
Yep, we're good with favorites. Did you discover that trick, Gary, when you went on to 4.5?
Actually, somebody had most of those loaded in, and we added one or two that they were already
Oh, did you?
there.
Okay.
Yep.
But you know you just have to drag it up on
Yep.
top of the word favorites. And then, do you know how to get rid of it? Because sometimes they get annoying, right? You've got too many up there. If I want to get rid of one, I can right-click on it and just remove the item from my favorites. And that's all I need to do, is just right-click on it and remove it from my favorites.
I thought, Lynn, instead of dragging it too, can't you just go there and right-click and add items to favorite instead of dragging it?
Yes, you can. Yep.
That might be easier for some of the guys to be able to not have to drag it.
Yep,
up
good
there.
point. So what she said, Gary, was you can right-click on it and just choose Add Item to Favorites. And that'll put it right up into your favorites for you.
And then you can drag them around up to the top and rearrange them if they're not in the right order you want them in. If they're in a different order, there you go.
Like this, you mean?
No, you can just rearrange them. Just move it up. Just drag the purchase order between sales order and average cost. And
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
if they're in a different order when you put it in there.
Well, see, there you go. He's moving his favorites around by dragging them, clicking on them and dragging them. I'm just going to make out an order here. I'm in training, thank goodness. And I'll just do an order to a cash customer. In here, when I'm looking for my products, and I'll use my Product Explorer. Do you use a Product Explorer looking for products? Yes, no? Anybody who doesn't use? We're kind of iffy about that one. Okay.
I do every now and then, but not very often.
Do you have an item that you sell a lot of that you know the code off here?
622-9777.
622.
9777.
That guy there?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what product group that belongs to?
Sundries.
Okay. Are you sure of that?
Nope.
Okay. Good. You worked right into my example. This is perfect. In 4.5, one of the things that you can do when you have Product Explorer open is to right-click on a product and go to the product group. And when you click on go to the product group, it flips through all of your product groups and finds what product group that belongs to. And what did it end up being in?
Paint sundries.
There you go.
Well, coffee.
Okay. So that was a good guess. You get a pass on the hot seat for now. So that's new in 4.5, is to be able to call up an item in the search, right-click on it, go to the product group, take you right to the product group. When you're searching for products, can I have that number again? 61.
622-9777.
I think it's my favorite product now, too. So, too. When you're searching for products, I assume that everybody knows in Product Explorer that they can expand the Product Explorer and they can search for example, everything in, I just want to expand this a little bit. Make this bigger. I could search for everything in studs, I think that says, 15%. I didn't find anything. How come I didn't find anything in your studs product group?
Wrong product group.
Sorry?
You still got 622 up there.
Perfect, yes, exactly. It's because when the system is trying to find a product, it will look in this product group and this search combination. So if I take this product out and then search in studs, there I find my products. It's also only loading up the first few items that it's found. Down the bottom left corner, you can see how many items you've found. It won't load up all of the items in any product group or any grid, any search at all. It won't load them all up because that would just use up way too many resources of the computer. So we'll just show you the first 25 or 50 or 100 or whatever you have loaded into your, however you have your system set up. When I'm adding items, I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger so we can see it. When I'm adding items to a sales order, do you use quantity and price? Do you use quantity only or quick entry? Or did you know those were there? Anybody? Myron, what do you use?
Whatever's said, I couldn't tell you.
Oh, okay. So does that mean you didn't know they were there?
I've seen them before, but, I guess, yeah.
Okay.
I'm hardly ever in counter sales, so it's.
Okay. It works in counter sales as well. Works exactly the same way in counter sales. And by default, I think everything's on quick entry. Oops. And if you're on quick entry, when you put in a product code, then this big screen opens up that will show you the sell price and the cost price if you have authorization, and you need to put in the quantity that you're selling to the customer, and change your price if you need to, and F12 or click OK to add it to the order. If instead of quick entry, you change this to be quantity and price, and you put in this code, the grid changes up here. So when you put in your code, it takes you to the quantity here, and with an enter key you can get to the price, and you can change the sell price if you need to, and it adds it to your order. If you wanted to use quantity only because, hey, my prices are always set exactly the way I want to use them, you can change to quantity only. And then you only access the quantity field and not the price at all. Yep.
When we use quantity only at the counter, and we notice on some products, and we have a little scanner that we just do the barcode.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it'll drop the product down,
Mm-hmm.
and it messes us all up because
Okay.
we sell like 6,000 or something, because it should stop in the quantity only.
Okay.
line, to input however many, and then it'll drop it.
Yep, that's a really good question.
Enters it in.
That's a really good question.
Yeah.
It's because the product itself is set to default to a quantity of 1. So it doesn't even ask you for the quantity of it. It just adds it to the item and puts it on the order.
But not all products are like that.
That's right. No, it's each product can be set individually to default.
So it's the way the product's set up.
Yes, it
So
is.
I wonder why we would have a product
So it's
set up
Matt's
as
fault?
one.
Yep.
I don't know, but
I'm not working on that.
I don't know. Do you have an example? Do you happen to know a product off the top of your head?
I really do not, but we run into that constantly, because if we're not looking and paying attention, trust me,
Right.
we have sold $8 million.
Yeah, it'll scan the barcode.
Well, it scans
Yeah, it
barcode.
scans the
I've seen that,
barcode,
yes.
yeah,
Okay.
instead of the quantity, so
Okay.
I guess we'll just have to be a little,
So you scan the barcode, it puts it on the order and drops it down. Doesn't ask you about quantity, doesn't ask you about anything.
Right.
Does it sell one of each though?
I'm sorry,
It sells one of each?
no, it actually, the barcode goes in as a quantity.
Sometimes it'll
Okay,
stay
okay,
in your-
okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you
It
said
does
there.
both. Sometimes
Okay,
it won't let you.
okay.
It won't let you put the quantity in, it
Okay.
automatically does one, and sometimes the barcode will scan as quantity. and
Okay.
That's when we sell. the
Okay,
facility.
so the first situation where it doesn't ask you for quantity, but the product goes on okay, the product's set to default to a quantity of 1. And that's in the product setup. So if it's not set up well that way, then I don't know who's in charge of changing the products.
So the items that are one,
So-
it goes.
So is there something he could run to make them all default to 1?
Yes.
So it does all of our products? Because I run into that too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a pain.
But do you want it to default to
I don't
one?
know.
Because you don't,
Because what I do is if it defaults to 1 and I scan it and it automatically puts it in and I've got 2 or 3 of that, I just scan them again.
exactly.
And
makes
then it rolls
quicker.
into the same.
Yeah, it
It's
rolls
just
into
quicker
the
that
same.
way.
Yeah.
I mean.
So you could import. You could do an import and just do, or a SQL script and update just that field if you wanted to. So the second problem, Robin, where it's reading the barcode is a problem with the barcode. It's not understanding there's something goofy in the barcode if it's thinking the barcode is the quantity of the price
The computer
or
is
something.
stalled in the quantity, and and then you're ready to scan the next one, like you're moving fast, and then the barcode goes in to the,
Okay.
because it's waiting
To the
for
quantity.
quantity. That's
Okay.
what's
Because
happening.
Maybe that's
because
what
the
it is,
quantity
yeah.
field is still open.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
And then
think
you
that's-
scan, and then you scan your next item, and it's not the same one,
Okay.
and it puts that quantity
Okay,
in.
so the first item you scan is not set to default to 1, so it's waiting for a quantity when you
That's right.
scan the
And there you
second
go.
one. Oh,
Like
that's
you're
what's
trying to
happening
move
then.
Quick and.
Okay.
If they all default to one, you got to scan every one, it's gonna roll into the order anyway. I
So-
think it's quicker that,
Everything to be quantity one.
I think it's quicker that way,
and then-
myself.
Which makes you scan every item.
Right.
So
You don't miss
it-
it.
Right.
If you sell 20 of an item, do you scan it 20 times?
That's what we were just saying. That way you don't forget to scan anything. If you got a pile of pipe fittings
Okay.
there, you're not gonna miss any if you just count them and then you,
Okay.
oh, throw them all in there, I got 10, and then you actually got 12.
Okay.
You know, you give them two.
So you prefer to scan them one at a time?
I mean, I do.
Okay.
That's the way I kinda do it,
That's true.
just to make sure that they all get scanned.
Well, especially PVC fittings and stuff like that.
That's the
It
big
takes
one.
more time to kind of sort them and go, oh, we got 5 of this one, 8 of this one.
Right.
And so,
I would sort ours and scan them once.
and scan them once, enter your quantity.
So if you're scanning an item here, so when in your, was it you who said you scan it once? Was it you who said you scan it once? So if you're selling 12 of these, do you stop at quantity and put in 12? Do you ever have an item that doesn't stop at quantity, but you wanted to sell 12 of it?
Yeah.
Because if you did, as soon as you put it in and it's on your order, it's highlighted in blue. So you could at that point hit F8 and edit it and put your 12 in and F12. So that's easy enough to do rather than 12 scans. Well, yeah, because as soon as you put it on, 229777. As soon as you put it on the item, oh, that wasn't a very good example, was it? Oh, when we're merging, it's just adding the same item. See, it's okay. So let me just delete this and show you what I meant, Robin. I'm going to delete that. So up here, if I'm scanning, and particularly if it defaults to a quantity of 1, so it goes down on the order for me, and what I really wanted to sell was 6 of these, because that's in blue highlighted, and my F8 key to edit down at the bottom, I can click on edit or I can hit F8, and that will open the item, lands at the quantity. I can put in the 9 I want to sell. I can F12 to complete it. And now I've got 12 on my, or 9 on my order. So there's just a little shortcut key for you if you find it easier than scanning it 9 times. So it sounds like people are using counter sales a fair bit. Do you ever use BizTrack operations to sell items?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things that you can do in BizTrack operations, we saw that you can change this quantity only, quick entry, quantity and price. You can do exactly the same in counter sales. Right now, my screen is showing double height rows. There's a little button up here that I think I can, there we go. That changes it to single height rows. And the reason I really like this is because with single height rows, I've got this little edit button up here that says edit the quantity and the price in the grid. And with that edit button, it pops me right to the quantity of my first item so I can change it and hit the enter key and go to the price of that first item. And hit the enter key. Oh, I got a message that I have other lines on the order. Do you want to change the price on them as well? I'm going to say no. just for purposes of the example. I'm just showing it goes through the grid, one item at a time. So I accomplished that by using my double height row. I just clicked that, and it's showing it in single height now. It's taken out all those extra spaces and made it single height. Once I've got it down to single height, then I can edit it in grid. And it's easy to pop through it that way, change the cost and the quantity on them.
It's got to be single.
It does have yeah, it does have to be
So
single height row
when
to
you-
do that, yeah.
So when you print an invoice, does it get rid of that, the 12 at 8 and 16 at 10? Does that come off the invoice then too?
What do you mean, the 12, 8, 16?
See more items on your sheet on one screen.
I don't know what I just said.
Are you talking about tally lengths?
Yeah.
Oh, no, the tally lengths will still show. This is just for the view.
Up here.
This is just for the view in your grid. Yep. So that's handy sometimes to be able to do that. Can everybody in here, is everybody in here allowed to see costs on sales orders? Yes, okay. Do you know how to hide them if you want to?
Somewhere.
Do you know how to hide your costs on your sales orders? How about you, Janet? Do you know how to hide costs on, first of all, do you usually see costs on sales orders? Do you know how to hide them?
You can go to quantity only, don't you?
Okay. There's a button up here. What you could do, right now I can see my margin, I can see my costs. There's a button up here that hides costs and costs and margins. It's a red X up at the top of the screen there. I just saw an aha moment happen. That's what we're here for, right? There's a red button up there, and when I click that, my screen changes, my costs and margins are gone. And even if I open an item by double clicking on it, my costs are gone. And if it's not you, I promise somebody in your store, maybe somebody you're training new, is going to get caught at some point in time, and they're going to say, my computer's broken, I can't see any costs or margins anymore, I don't know what happened to them, they're all gone. And it's that button at the top that hides the costs and margin. So that's handy if you have a customer in front of you. You don't want them to see your costs and your margins, obviously. That works well to take those off because it hides them right from the product properties, and it hides them from the order, and it hides them down at the bottom. So it's that margin percent. With the red X, costs are not hidden. If you click that red X, costs are hidden. And it stays hidden or exposed for you, for your user account, until you change it again. When you're searching for items, I'm going to take my Product Explorer off. When you're searching for items in BizTrack, there's a new option called Add to Selection Cart. And when you turn the Add to Selection Cart on, when you're searching for items, and this you can't use in counter sales, unfortunately. It's just in BizTrack operations. But when you're searching for items with your selection cart on, top half of your screen becomes the search, and the bottom half of the screen becomes your selection cart. So if I looked, for example, up here for a paintbrush, and found the one, oh gosh, you know what? I want some maple putty. Notice the quantity screen is purple. That means I can put quantities in it. So I'm going to have 6 of the maple putty, and I'll use my Enter key to go down, and I'll have 4 of the Teflon brushes, and 2 of the paint, whatever that, pourer. And when I've selected my quantities, I can add selections, and it puts them in my shopping cart. So it's like a shopping cart for if you're like you have on online shopping. And the top half of the screen remains your search functions. So instead of paintbrush, I'll look for trowels. Don't happen to have any trowels. How about if I look for some plywood? Oh, there's some plywood. I want 8 of these and 2 of these. And I can add those to my shopping cart. So I can build my whole order in the product search. The top half of my screen is my search, the bottom half's my cart. When I'm all done, when I click OK, it's thinking, 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 and it populates my screen with those items. Why are some of those lines in red? Does anybody know?
No stock, or not enough stock.
Oh, somebody's hit that many times before. For those no stock lines, those ones that are not in stock, I can go through them one at a time and open up the lines and verify, yes, I know I don't have stock, but yes, I still want these items. Or I could highlight those lines by selecting them, holding my control key, and then I can go down to other options, and I should have a stock options, and proceed with my order, because something is off here. I have got this product, the customer's got it in his hand. Yes, I know I don't have product. I do have product. The system just doesn't think it does. So the point of that exercise was to be able to multi-select, go to other options, stock options, and answer the question one time, instead of going through the order and answering it many, many, many times. And if we're going too fast, let us know, okay? Because I don't want you to miss something because you're still thinking about what you saw before. Everybody okay so far? Okay.
You can do that at any point in your sales order.
Yes, yes, as long as you, for those red lines, yep. Yep, at any point. Select them all, other options, stock options, and mark them the way that you want to. I can copy a line here. I think you already know about copying lines. And the other options menu comes up when you right-click. I can add a manual charge to my line. Just trying to find one. Does that say POS?
Click the drop down there, so like a delivery charge.
Just delivery. Okay. Let's just go up here and see if we can find delivery. I didn't find one. There, what POS? Shoot. No. It's just because it's hard to see here. Looking for one that's, how about rental? Okay, there's maybe a system option to be able to search for malts as a product. That was new in 4.5. I'll look that one up for you because I know we can do it.
So you can add it, so you're saying you can add a delivery charge or whatever just by looking up delivery?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you don't have to go to the other options.
How'd you do that?
Yeah, you don't have to go to the other options and
Really?
and call it up as a manual charge. You can search for it in the product field.
Instead of adding, like
Sir.
we do
I'm sorry?
now. Instead of adding it like you were
Yes.
trying.
You're saying you can have it set up like you'd say delivery?
No, it's not. It's not set up as a product. You can just search for manual order lines in the product search field now. I'm trying to. I'm trying to, and I'm not sure why it's not happening for me, but I'll figure it out and I'll get it. I'll figure it out, Robin.
She's got homework tonight.
She wants it.
Yes, that'll be my, okay, I'll take the hot seat now, okay?
Because it is a pain. I mean, it'd be kind of cool if you could. That'd be neat.
You can, you absolutely can. I just have to, there might be a system setting to do it, but absolutely you can.
And that would be also available in counter sales? Or would that just be an operation?
I am not sure, to be honest with you. I'll have to test that too. Here's something else that's new in 4.5. When I open up a line, I double click on the line properties, and as you know, I could change the sell price here. I could maybe give a discount if I was allowed to. And if I wanted to give a discount for line 2 and let's say line 4, I could click OK and close this line. Or there's a new scroll down button here, even when I've got the order line properties open, that I can scroll down to the next product, and you can see it happening in the background. See, now I've got line 3 highlighted, and I'll scroll down one more to line 4, and I can make my change on line 4.
But you have to do each one of them? You have to discount each one? I know, but it's not keeping that in there. You have to enter it in each time.
It's each per item.
Yes, that's right. You do have to enter it in each time.
That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
I didn't
Yep.
know if it carries something.
No, it doesn't. No. What the new function is to be able to use these down arrow keys, even from within the product properties, to go down and up through the lines on the order, so that you don't have to open each one, change it, and then click on the next one and open it and change it.
So what might else you change with that feature besides discount?
You could change anything at all. It's just opening the line properties for you. It's a shorter way to go and open the line properties on an order. I can now flip through all the lines on the order without closing each line and then moving down and opening the next one. Just being able to scroll from the order line properties, from the negotiation tab there.
To see what's on it.
And that's
See what's on
counter
it.
sales?
No, no, no. That's not in counter sales. I don't use counter sales very much.
That's okay.
Turn off the camera. I don't like counter
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, I forgot I have a mic. You'd have to test it, Robin. Maybe you can do that. We can do that for an exercise. Robin, you asked about discounting more than one line, doing them one at a time. Excuse me. If I'm authorized, I can choose the lines that I want to discount or reprice by highlighting one, holding down my control key, and highlighting the next one I want to change. Still holding my control key, highlight the next one I want to change, and then I can go to my other options and pricing options. Does everybody know about these? Okay. In my pricing options, I could do a few things. I could negotiate a total sum for lump sum. I could manually price lines. I could price these lines to a price profile or to a price rule. If I said I wanted to lump sum them, then I have an option of all the lines on the order or just the selected lines. So for just those 3 lines that I have selected, this is the total price, profit, and margin. And if I decided that my profit, instead of $73.31, should be $88.22, and click OK, it will reprice those 3 lines only. Excuse me, only the 3 lines that I had selected. So are you used to using that? Being able to select lines and going to pricing options and doing more than one line at a time?
Just the 3?
It did just the 3, yes.
Okay.
So if you're grouping items that were line by line, could you shift instead of control to grab?
Yes. To grab all of them?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you can. And even when you come into your pricing options, you have an option to apply to all the lines on the order as well. And one thing I really like about this, because sometimes I get confused, is to be able to come into the pricing options and say, I want to restore the calculated prices on all lines in the order and say OK. And when I do that, it goes back to the standard sell price. All the L's for lump sums, M for manuals disappear. All the little warnings disappear, and I'm right back to as if I just created this order from scratch and we're using standard sell prices.
I have a question.
Yep.
On these pricing options, we calculate cost, average cost with additional. If I type in an order 2 days ago, we're going to deliver it tomorrow, and let's just say it's for 7/16 OSB. And I receive a load today, and my average cost changes. When I know that happens, I always use that because it appears to me that the computer doesn't automatically update the cost on them orders that were keyed in before the inventory came in. Am I right or wrong?
You are right.
Okay.
It doesn't update the sales order, but what it does is it takes the average cost at the time the stock is issued from inventory and uses that for the cost. So even though it doesn't show on the sales order, it still uses average cost with additional when you mark it delivered or when you invoice the order. As soon as you issue the stock, we're always using the average cost with additional that's on that product.
So I don't need to do that then?
You don't really need to, no. But if you wanted to, if you were doing...
It'll change the margin every time I do it if
That's
the
right.
cost changes.
If you were doing a quote maybe, and it was a month old, and you wanted to see, whoa, am I still on track for this quote? Because the customer is thinking he wants it, and I want to make sure I'm still within my parameters, then you could use it there.
So once I invoice, that number changes.
That's right,
See,
yes, yes. You'll always, the margin on your invoice will always be based on the average cost of the item at the time it was issued from inventory. Which is why it's really, really, really important, particularly with specials, to receive them, well, I shouldn't say that, to receive them before you invoice them out. There's actually a system option that will create an invoice cost adjustment for specials only. If you happen to have invoiced the customer and the price comes in from the supplier at a different rate. So you're kind of covered with specials, but generally speaking, that's what you need to do, is to be sure that you're not selling into the negative. If you're selling into the negative, you're sending it out at an average cost that's not valid.
I mean, you have that. You just give it to us.
So I'll find that molt question for you. So is everybody okay with this so far? Yeah? Any questions about any of this moving around? I need to put in a customer reference. Just finishing off this order here. And I'm going to pop back into counter sales. I had minimized counter sales there. And I'm just going to pop back into counter sales and do an order here. And options. So we don't have an option. We have pricing options, but we don't have an option in here to do that editing in the grid that you asked about. We need to do that in operations, in BizTrack operations. But there is an option here. I'm just going to park this for a second. My sales are. open my part once. I know there's a margin button here. Has anybody ever seen it in counter sales?
Can't say that I have.
Can't say you have? Okay. It's an F11 somewhere. More homework. Okay. Okay. I'll look up that one for you too, because I know it's there. Some of the functions in the grids in 4.0 and in 4.5 might be a little bit different to what you're used to. If I look, for example, at sales orders here, and I hit the Go button, we already know that the screen fills with the first, looks like 50 items found. And I knew that because it's down in the very bottom left corner, and it's showing me that it's only found 50 items, but I bet there's a whole bunch more sales orders. See down here where it says 50 items found? If I wanted to find the next bunch of 50 orders, I would do that with the More button up in the corner. And then it will load up 100 orders. And I keep hitting that More button until it's gone. And when it's gone, then I know I have all that I could possibly find. So if I go to customers, for example, and I look for customers with black in their name. And hit Go. No customers with black in their name. How about church? Oh, there we found 6 churches. 6 items with church in their name. So we have the First Baptist, and the Greenberg Mennonite, and the Sacred Heart Church in Greensburg. So when I'm searching for customers or suppliers or products, I'm searching by descriptions, particularly the customers and suppliers. When I'm searching in BizTrack, when I'm searching for something like church, it will show me everything that has church in the customer code or the customer name or the customer address perhaps, or short description it searches for. Depending on how your system's set up, it's searching through several different things. So let's just pretend that I found a much longer list and I wanted to eliminate some of them. Do you know how you would eliminate some of those items from your list? If I decided I wanted to see, for example, I want to see everything with church, but I'm not interested in anything that has sacred in it. I would type in here, church, not sacred, with the not capitalized. And when I do that, I found 6 first time. When I click Go, I only have 5. It eliminated that one that had Sacred Church, Sacred Heart Church, I think it was called. I'm not picking on any churches. I'm just saying. It's the search function I'm showing you, not the church. The other thing that I can do with a search, instead of church not sacred, I could say church or sacred. And again, I have to capitalize the or. So this will show me anything that has church or sacred in their code, their name, their description, their address, and so on. So that was a kind of a goofy example because I only had 6 items with church.
So if you do green, that's going to give you a bunch.
I bet I'd get,
It's gonna pull from the address.
exactly. So that's why I kind of didn't do green. I was like,
One.
I was
They give
thinking
you a
of
bunch.
white. I was thinking of, usually people have customers, you know, that have a name Black or Blackstone or Blackwell or. And green's going to give me everything because we're in Greensburg. It's going to give me everything it can find. It's finding that Green from the word Greensburg.
So
That's
if you
okay.
want to go with your customers and you want to see all of your customers, is there not a button anymore that load all?
There used to be, but it's gone now because it just uses up, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if there's a system option or not, to be honest. There used to be a system option to say allow load all, and I don't know if that's been locked down or not now.
We want that back.
Yeah, check your system options. I know there was, and check load maybe or load all and see if it's still available. It might have been locked down since it was first taken off the screens. So here with my customer search, I've just searched for green so that I got lots and lots to look at. And I'll hit the more button so that I can see my first 100 just for fun. You know that you can scroll over and see more information on the right side of the screen in the search grids. So when I scroll over, for example, I'm seeing their balance, I'm seeing their on order, I'm seeing their credit available. I can see open transaction, number of open transactions, and so on. So I can scroll back and forth to see information on them. And you probably know as well that you can sort a column by clicking in the top of the column. So if I can find the credit limit column, here it is. You know what? I would like to be able to see that column every time that I log into search for customers. But I always have to scroll to the right. I'm going to make it easier on myself, and I'm going to drag that column by highlighting the column title and dragging it over to the left-hand side. And when I've dragged it to where I want it to be, it's moving kind of slow today, only because my fingers aren't in the right spot. I think is that far enough? There we go. And I'll drop it right here. So my credit limit now is over more to the left-hand side of my column, of my screen, sorry. So I can see it when I pop into searching for a customer. So I can grab a column and I can drag it wherever I want it to be. Yep.
Sometimes we have shrunk, moved our columns and stuff, and we'll get out of it, and the next day, it doesn't stick.
Okay.
And so then we have to sort it again.
Do you have a login of your own, or is everybody using the same login?
Yes, separate login.
It should stick for you. There shouldn't be any reason why it's not sticking for you. If you're the only person using that login and nobody else is coming along and using your login and resorting, it should stick for you. If it's not staying for you and you have a unique login, you need to report that one to support.
Especially with daily cash flow,
Okay.
daily cash report. I'm moving it every day, and it never sticks.
Okay.
So that's one I know off the top of my head.
Okay.
That I
Okay.
can send out a list.
Yeah.
when we run across it.
That one might not apply. You might not be able to rearrange that to daily cash and have it stick. Do you mean the cash register, like the cash
No, I'll get with you later and kind of show you.
in accounts receivable?
Yeah.
Okay. Now that's a grid. It should stick, I think. So you should report that if you're finding it's not happening.
All right.
Yeah. Because these are just per user. All these settings are per user, and they should stay per user. So I can grab a column and I can drag it anywhere I want it to be. The other thing I can do is I can click on the top of a column and then can sort it in ascending or descending order. So if I click on the top of a column, say the credit limit, I just click on it. Now I have all my 0 credit limits at the top, and then they get bigger as I go down the column. And if I want to resort them the other way into descending, I can click that column again. and it'll resort it, descending order. So I'm just clicking back and forth, ascending and descending. If I wanted to group all of these 100 items that I have called up here by that column, I could click on the column and drag it up to the top column there where it says drag a column here to group by this column. And I can drop it. And now it's grouped all those 100 people, but it's just the 100 people I have loaded up by credit limit. So I have, for example, 18 people who have a credit limit of $500. And if I expand that, I can see the list of people who have a credit limit of $500. I can, if I wanted to, do a further grouping, and I can say, of those people who have a credit limit of $500, how many of them have a balance owing? So if I group by credit limit, by balance again, so I drag that up there as well. So now they're grouped not only by credit limit, but they're also grouped by the balance owing. So I have one person who has a balance of $118.14 and a credit limit of $500. We've always been able to do that grouping. What we can do with 4.5 is actually move the groupings up so they're side by side now. Whoops. It's a little tricky to use with your, there we go. So now they're grouped at the same level. They're not by balance, not by credit limit and not by balance. They're by, at the same level by balance and credit limit at the same time. If I wanted to degroup, I can just click in the X there. So now when I click on the X, it ungroups what I had. We could always do that kind of thing. We could always move columns. We could always sort columns. We could always group by columns. We could always group by multiple levels of columns. But in 4.5, these functions have been put on a right mouse click. So with the column heading, my mouse on the column heading, if I right click, I have a function there to sort ascending, sort descending, like we just did. So you can either right click and choose sort, or you can just click on the column heading and it will sort for you. But another one that's really nice is best fit. So if I click on best fit, it will change my column sizes to fit the text. So I don't have this great big long column with empty spaces, and I don't have a tiny little column where I can't see my stuff because I hid it. Did you see that, Robin? Did you see that one? So if I have a column over here, this credit controller column, if I right click on it and do best fit, it changed it slightly, made it a little bit smaller so I didn't have any empty spaces at the end of it. If I right click on a column heading, the other thing I can do is click to group by this column. So instead of dragging my mouse, I can just right click and choose to group by a column.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, I like that.
Me too. Did you see that?
Much easier than dragging, eh?
Yeah, so dragging.
So you're on a column heading, you right click, and then you can group or ungroup by a column. You can hide a column here. And you can hide a column, using your column chooser. So the column chooser, let me just ungroup here. And I'll use a better example. You know what? I don't really need to see the default area in my grid anymore. So I'm going to right click on that and I'm going to go to column chooser. In column chooser, it says drag a column header from the grid here to remove it from the current view. So I'm going to drag that sales area up here. I think. Where did it go?
It disappeared. You got rid of it.
I lost it. I'm not very good with the mouse this far away, I'll tell you.
If you do just the blank one, it just shows up blank up there. You got it, but it's, so take one that has a column heading.
Oh, I'm sorry, there it is. I'm sorry, it's up here. It's, yeah. That's what I was looking for. Where did it go? It was up there. So I've hidden 2 columns. I've hidden type and sales area, and they're right up there in my column chooser.
And that's gonna stay.
So what's the difference between that and removing it?
That and which?
And removing?
If you choose remove and not sort it by her.
You had to
Oh, you
choose
said
or
hide
remove.
column. What's the difference between group, or column chooser and hide column? What's the difference between?
Nothing. You're just, when you hide column, you're putting it up here in your
You're in chooser.
hidden area, in your chooser. And then if you,
So then when you close that,
on
do they
it.
go back?
no, they don't.
So it's the
Go
hide
to my column chooser.
That's where you were just at.
There you go. And then this one,
You can always see what you.
yeah, what you've hidden.
So
Yeah, that's
hide
exactly what it's for.
If you
Sorry?
hide column, what's the?
It
difference?
goes into the column chooser.
So it goes in the same
So it's
place.
the same?
It's the same thing, yeah.
Okay. Sounds like maybe you're right.
And to unhide it, or take it out of column chooser, I can just left click on it and drag it back down into the grid. And hide column, like they just said, puts it into the column chooser.
Probably in the street address or something.
How's it going here? What's up?
wonder why, when he was looking for V, it came up with that big list, but it's in any of these columns, correct?
Any column? No?
But there's not a V. There's price 11. Would it be bringing it up from here, or V, even?
If that's in your search functions, yeah, it will be. But what you're looking for there, if you're looking for V at Great Bend, you're going to find anybody who has a V in their code, in their name, in their short name, in their address, probably in their city, and it could be in the price level too, depending on what you set up for your search parameters for customers. Yep.
So the search point would be there, just the name.
It could, yes. It wouldn't maybe do you much good because you maybe want to search through the codes and the addresses as well if you're searching for customers.
We only search by name.
It might be ABC company, or it might be ABC doing business as, and that might be in the address. Doing business as Blackstone Corporation. And you're looking for Blackstone because you're going, I don't know, I have a Blackstone customer here somewhere. So the column chooser, is everybody okay with the column chooser? So the column chooser allows us to hide columns, and when we're ready to unhide the column, we just go to column chooser and drag it back down. You okay with that, Robin?
I am.
Did you see how it worked?
Can you hide some columns and products?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
We just
yep.
checked it out.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That's what I do.
Also, if you're right-clicking on a column here, let me just get rid of my column chooser. When I right-click on a column heading, I have this pin function, pinned state. So I can pin this column, the one that I'm on, customer, at the left. And I'm going to click on that, pin it at the left. So now my customer code stays in place even if I scroll over. So it will stay there until I right-click and go to pinned state and say unpin it. So I can pin more than one if I want to. So I could pin my customer code. I'll right-click and pin this at the left. And I'll also pin my customer name. Pin this at the left. So now these two columns, customer code and name, will stay in place as I scroll over and look at different information. So the customer code and the name don't change as I scroll back and forth to look at different information. So it's like freezing panes in Excel. When I'm ready to unpin them, I right-click and unpin the column. I also had an option to right-click and pin it at the right. So now it's over here on the right side of my screen, and as I scroll, this right column that's credit limit won't move. So I could choose to pin one at the left and one at the right if I wanted to, and then neither would move as I scrolled. I could group by, I could, after I've grouped, I could sort. And then at that point, I'm totally confused about what I did, so I can go up to View and reset my view. And it'll put everything back to where it was. Jeff, you look like you use these all the time.
No.
No? Okay.
It'll
But I can't see
remember
that
how
I
you
will.
sorted things when you log in tomorrow?
Yes, it will. As long as it's your username. If you're using a generic user, then no, it won't remember, because if you and Janet were both logging in at the same one, she changed the view, it'll remember her, not yours. But as long as you each have your own user account, yes, it will keep all of those in place for you until you change them. It's like the margin, hiding the margin costs, it'll keep that in place until you change it. But that reset view will put everything back to the way it was. It does all your unpinning for you, and all your unsorts all your sorts, and ungroups all of your groupings. And the last one that we didn't talk about, if I choose to sort this by ascending, for example, and I have a column sorted, I have a little arrow. It's kind of difficult to see, but on the top of the column, I have a little arrow that says it's been sorted. And if I sort it by descending, if I right-click and sort descending, the arrow is pointing down. And if I want to get rid of that, I can now in 4 or 5 right-click and clear the sorting. So now it's just back to, oops, I don't think my fingers worked very well there. Clear the sorting. Now it's back to the way it was. Everybody okay with this? Was that a question? Sorry. No, okay. So, maybe. Sorry?
What time did you say that break was gonna be this morning?
Well, I was just debating whether it's going to be now or in a few minutes. So I've decided it's going to be after I ask you to do an exercise. So that'll be in well, I guess it's up to you, isn't it? How long it's going to be till your break comes.
You may end up in the front seat before this is-
Do I have Word on here? I have Notepad. Okay. So I don't know if there's a way. Is there a way? Maybe if I just make it bigger, it'll be more obvious to see. Okay, didn't help a lot. But in BizTrack operations, I'd like you to go to customer search, choose a column and move it as far left as you can. Then I'd like you to group by the column of your choice. I'd like you to go to Find Products and turn your Product Explorer on, if it's not on. Log out of BizTrack and then back in to see your changes. Okay, so a couple of things that we talked about earlier that I said I'd research for you, and I have done that. I've been able to do that. And thanks to Matt, I can now use a screen down here, so it'll be a little bit easier, I think, to move around and find things, except for now I'm still looking up at the screen with my mouse. So it'll take me a little bit to get used to this. One of the things that actually Matt found for us before I had time is in counter sales, if I'm adding an item, my new favorite item, the hide margin button is in the order line properties. So when I add an item to a counter sales ticket, there's a little button down here that says F11 margin percent off and on. See, I'm doing it again. Thank you. Why isn't the mouse hitting where I want to go? And if I click on that, my costs are gone. And that will stay in place for all of the items on the ticket and for all the tickets until I take it off. So that's where the button is in counter sales. Does that help, Janet? Okay. So I can turn that on and off in counter sales. And the other thing we figured out was searching for molds on the order line. And I have to say, no, it probably doesn't work in counter sales. But it does work in BizTrack operations. So when I'm doing a sales order in BizTrack operations, it's my cash customer, and I want to put a manual order line on here, I can type the name in the product search, and if it finds that as a manual order line, it'll just pop it right into a manual order line. Remember before I had to go other options and add a manual line? Now I can just type in the name of the manual line I want from the product search. And that makes it shorter to find. Right, Jeff?
I was going to say, if you do an abbreviation, you cannot.
You
have to spell
cannot.
it out.
No. No, because it wouldn't, it doesn't understand that. If I do DELIV,
No.
it brought it up in the product search, but it won't pop you right into the manual order line window. So you can see there that it's in the product search. It's in the product search, it has a different icon to indicate it's a manual line, and I could choose it from the product search. Just another little aside about the product search. We had that add to selection card on earlier, where we had the top half of our screen was a search and the bottom half is where I'm going to populate my sales order. If I need to turn that off or want to turn that off, I have to do two things. One is that I have to go to my options and turn off the selection cart by unticking that box. Just click on it to untick the add to selection cart. And then I need to close that window and I'm back into my regular product search. So that was the selection cart that I had on earlier. You look like you have a question.
I do, I was just trying to bring to it, right?
Oh, that's okay. Just,
A lot of times at counter sales, when the guys have a delivery, we neglect to change a tax code. Because oftentimes our delivery is not in that. Is there any way to have like a pop-up box or something to alert us to that? I know that's wishful thinking, but a lot of times that's one step that we just fail to do. You know, change it to the destination tax code.
okay. So do you charge tax at the branch when they come and pick up items?
it defaults to print.
Okay, okay. But when you deliver, you want to charge a different tax based on the delivery area.
Yeah,
Depends on where
based
it's
on the
going.
destination.
Okay, and that doesn't happen for you automatically?
No.
Okay. I think there's some setup that you can do to make that happen automatically,
Awesome.
so that you don't have to go and change the delivery area every time. Or the tax rate, sorry, every time. You can have that automated.
Too bad when you didn't type in delivery that it asked you where it was going, you know what I mean, like at
Yeah,
that
that's
point.
kind of what I meant. If there was another box that popped up after
Of course, when you do-
select delivery, that would remind us to check.
It's tied to the customer. So if you're delivering to a customer who has a particular tax rate on his delivery area, that's when the tax kicks in.
I see. So it's gonna default to print.
If you're collecting, if it's a quick sale or a will call now or whatever you call it, then the system assumes you want to charge the tax where it's being picked up, where it's changing hands, which is at your branch. So we can automate some of it if it's not happening for you, but as soon as you put that delivery line on that, if you're putting a manual order line on, it doesn't necessarily pop in, oh, here's delivery charge and change the tax for you.
Can you use two different sales taxes on the same order?
Two different,
If they're tax exempt because they're working at the hospital, but they come in and they buy a hammer, they gotta pay tax on the tools.
Okay.
It's on the same deal, they're gonna go out and pick up 8 sheets of wafer board.
yes, you
It
can
is
change,
tax exempt.
you can change the tax on a particular line, on an order. Do you know how to do that? Okay. Do you guys know how to do that?
You talking about like one item on the line being
Yes.
tax exempt and the
Yes.
rest of it?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Do you ever do that, Jeff?
No.
Okay.
Can't say I
So-
never have.
I'll start an order here.
That's why my sales tax is always off.
Oh, you're not.
Oh.
I'm sure it is.
If I get audited, y'all are coming down.
We'll know you.
I do not look good in orange.
We'll come visit.
Yeah.
Right there.
If I got stock on anything. 44 of these. 5 of these. So this particular customer, this cash, Greenberg Cash Sales, is being charged tax. I can see on the lines tab, there's a tax of 1002 down here, of a total of 132.94. And that's based on the tax area that's called Greensburg up here. So that's why it's being taxed. If I wanted to change the tax on one particular line, I need to open the line. I need to go to tax, and I need to click change. So when I do that, I have 2 choices for tax. One is to change the tax area, and the other is to change the tax group. If I change the area, excuse me, it's going to change tax for the whole ticket. If I change the group, it's just going to change for that one item. You've been doing 2 tickets?
It's much easier.
Okay, okay, yeah, this'll help then. So Kim, were you aware of this? Okay. So Vince just said this is gonna be a lot easier than 2 tickets. So when I open the line properties and I go to the tax tab, I have a choice of changing the area or changing the group. If I change the area, that's for the whole ticket. If I change the group, it's just for that one item. So if this is the group up here, and it says down here, changing the tax area affects the whole order. So if I just change the group and I find a non-taxable, I guess, would be my group, and say okay to that, the tax on this particular item is now 0. And if I say okay here, I can see that my tax on the order has dropped to $1.62 because it's only on the first item. That was pretty simple.
Wait, does that make it easier for anybody or not?
Is that something you would use, Janet?
Probably.
I pick on you, don't I?
Yeah, you seem to.
Because I like you.
Big one here.
Do you remember how I did that?
No, I was talking to him
Okay.
because he got lost.
Do you remember how I did that? It's okay to say no?
No.
All right, good. What I need is, I need one person to say no, because then when that happens, I bet there's a lot of other people in the room who also don't know. So I just need one person to confirm that we need to walk through that again.
So Kim, will that tally out with our sales tax balancing, just to say non-taxable without putting it in a certain exempt group?
Yeah.
I think you have to put it in, don't you? You don't have to pick.
You don't have to put school exempt or?
Because you're already in that, yeah. You're in that customer set up for that. The schools are set up for schools, your churches are churches.
So how I did that, let me just take off this line here and add another one. Add some more plywood. Just so I have a couple of lines on here to show you what I was doing. So my tax for my two items on the screen, I know it's hard to see, but the tax is $9.58 because there's tax on both lines because of the tax area. So if I want to change the tax on just one line, I open up the line properties by double clicking on it, and I go to the tax tab. And on the tax tab, there's a change button down here. So my change button brings up a window that says my tax options are to change the group or the area. If I change the area, it says it's going to affect the entire ticket. If I just change the group, it's affecting only the line that I'm on right now. So tax group is for the line. So I'm going to change the tax group, which is the first here, and instead of the default, I'm going to use the drop down, and I'm going to change it to a non-taxable group and say OK. And when I do that, I can see now that the tax on this particular item is 0.
Don't just use non-taxable, go down and find your group, like whether it's, hospital or.
It's not there. That's what I'm saying.
It only has the two groups. The groups are attached to items. It only has the two groups there.
Go back to that, what if you go back and pick something other than Greensburg and you pick our nonprofit church or whatever, just do it that way?
Okay.
I think that's where you're at, isn't it, Kim?
If I go to a church,
Well, no, I mean in our drop-down menu, where you pick the tax group and you pick the
Okay.
tax area, we have all those codes, like farm use,
you do.
churches.
Yes. You do. That's
where you're
true.
at, isn't it,
Right.
Kim?
But when I do that, if I say change here, when I do that, it says if I change the tax area, that's going to affect the whole ticket.
But if you change the group to non-taxable and then you pick the right tax area, isn't that gonna work, or no?
I'm already in the right tax area. I'm in the
second
tax area for the cash
The
customer.
second drop-down is what
Second
Kim's
drop-down.
talking about, because we have like church, nonprofit.
That's right.
We have all of those, so if you change that and change the group to non-taxable, is that just gonna do that one item, or is it gonna do the whole ticket?
If I change the area, it's going to do the whole ticket.
But you're already, well, that's pretty rare, isn't it?
I don't think we have to do a split ticket.
See, that's the box. I wish that would pop out for us.
Do what?
Trying to show that was the box that would pop up on it for listing.
You might be able to do it. So do the hospitals, for example, are they exempt? Okay. So let's see if we can do it this way then.
Winfield just did this last month. They did
Okay.
a non-taxable, and so I didn't know where that went, so I had to guess, and I put it in resale, by not knowing for sure.
So the First Baptist Church would be tax exempt,
Correct.
for example? Okay, so there's no tax.
It should be 97 up there at the top, should say no tax, or church.
I beg your pardon?
Up there at the top,
Uh-huh.
where it says church.
It does. It says 97-church up here. So that means the whole ticket is tax exempt because that's the tax area.
But one of those items is gonna have tax on it. That's what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
That's what
I'm trying to do it the other way around.
Trying to do it you're trying to do it the other way
And I'm going to change the tax group to taxable.
Non-tax, it has to
Okay.
have something taxed in the other way, right? It just makes sense.
So change that to taxable.
That's what we're trying to do.
No, I think you put it non-tax.
Oh, I changed the group, I'm sorry. I want to go back to that, it's the area I want to change. No, no, the area I want. I changed the group to taxable. I don't know what tax verified does. Okay. No, it still didn't charge tax on that one, so I don't think we can do it backwards. I don't think we can take an exempt customer and say, charge him tax. We can take a taxable customer and exempt him, but we can't go the other way around.
I think you're gonna have more of people come in that are already non-tax, or tax exempt and have a tax on.
Have them
than the other
taxed.
way.
Yeah, yeah.
And we can't take that.
No, it doesn't look like we can do it backwards. Charge tax on an exempt customer.
I thought haven't we done that? Or-
So what's your situation, Vince? Do you have an exempt customer that you need to charge tax on?
I was just asking a question.
Okay, so what was the question based on? An exempt customer who has tax on an item or a taxable customer who's exempt from an item?
Tax exempt customer who's buying.
That has
an item that
tax
should-
on an item, okay.
You made up all this tickets and then they brought it.
It looks like, yeah, it looks like unless we research and find anything more, it looks like the option's still gonna be 2 tickets because of the way the tax is set up. Yeah.
It'd be easy
Okay.
to just do it all in one ticket, but you can't go the opposite.
Yeah, yeah, we can do some research, but it looks at this point like our option is still the 2 tickets. If we have an exempt customer, we want to charge tax on some items, then it looks like we have to do 2 tickets because of the exemption. Change it. Because the only option is to use the tax.
If you do tax verified, does that change anything?
I don't know, I'm going to try it. No, it doesn't, so. Okay, well, that was a good try. It's a good
Don't
question.
ever use just the non-taxable. You gotta use a reason code.
Really, that should be a support issue. I mean, anybody that has to do sales tax reports
Yep.
should be able to do one item.
Yep,
If
yep.
that's truly gonna be
And
a workable function.
it can be done, and that's why I said I'll research it, because it appears to be the way that the taxes were set up. So maybe there's a little bit of different setup that could accommodate that. I don't know for sure, but we can research.
Or even part of an order is picked up, part of an order is delivered. You know, that'd be a different tax rate. It's delivered to a different jurisdiction.
Yep, gotcha.
That would be functional.
Yeah, okay. So a couple of other things that are new in 4.5. If I look for invoices, I don't know, oh, I had a shortcut up here. Jeepers, I should use my own shortcut, shouldn't I? And take a look for an invoice. Depending on what I want to change on an invoice, when I open up an invoice here, I have a new function when it opens up called Credit and Rebill. So it's intended to be a short way to credit out this invoice and create and rebill it again. If you had to change, for example, the job, the customer job that the invoice went to, or some information, you know, telephone number or something like that. So this credit and rebill is available when you open the invoice.
What, wrong account, anything, right? Is that what you're talking about?
You wouldn't necessarily use it, you wouldn't use it actually to say, take these lines off the order and put those ones on, or
But
to.
if it was like charged to the wrong customer?
Yes, yes, exactly.
For the wrong job.
Yep, exactly. So it will automate the credit and rebilling process for you.
Does it update the credit? Still gotta go in there.
So I'm right into a credit note here. I've got my lines on, and I can complete it. It still gives me a credit note, and then it pops me right into the invoice with the same items on it.
Then you change customer or whatever you need. That's cool.
I'm hooked on the church now.
And they're
Took the
non-taxable.
tax off and complete it.
And they're non-taxable.
So you don't have to release the credit note
I bet you
at
still,
that time?
you still would.
You still would have to release the credit note, yes, but this automates the process of crediting it out and rebilling it back in for exactly the same items. So this wasn't a great example because I only had one line, but you can imagine if I had 15 lines and I went, oh, wrong customer. Or,
Would you do that one more time?
sure.
Just gonna do it one more time to show you where it was at.
So where it was in the invoice. Excuse me, sorry. So I called up the invoice. I'll make this big so we can see it better. I called up the actual invoice itself. I went to find documents and found the invoice, and it's a credit and rebill function up here at the top. So when I click on credit and rebill, it takes all the information from the invoice, drops me right into a new credit note. I can pick my reason. It's got all of my lines on it already with the quantities and the price paid. And I complete it. I can click my next button, finish it off. So it happens to be a cash sale refund. And then it will take me right into a sales order with all the lines still left on it.
So on that cash refund, do you have to do the refund clearing, or does it automatically
No,
put it to where?
it automatically puts it to where it goes, yep. And then I can change whatever I need to about it. Maybe it was the contact information or the customer reference and complete it.
Everybody's still in training, right? This truck training? You guys are noticing that down there?
She shares my paranoia because as soon as I did that, I went, oh, I better go check.
I'm not seeing it right now.
So it's not a shortcut to giving a customer a credit because we're crediting and immediately rebilling it back out. We're rebilling the same items or rebilling the same.
That'll be handy, because that happens.
Yep.
That's a very slick way to credit and rebill. Robin, you do that all the time. People, not all the time. Wrong customer, wrong price. I mean, that'd be wrong price, wrong customer. I mean, that would be, like if something was a wrong job,
Yeah, wrong customer I think is fairly common, isn't
I mean,
it?
that's a simpler, and so that would work great on a special order too, because if you had to do it on a special order, it would help carry everything. Wonder if it lets you.
But who gets credit for that?
That's right, yep.
Yeah, does that sale stay with the customer?
With the
salesman?
I think I don't know if we could change those. I think it depends on whether or not you can change those lines.
Well, I mean, on a credit and rebill, like if I have to, like, say.
These are all, yeah. Let's just see what we've got here. Credit and rebill. Let me go to credit and rebill here for a second. So put my reason in here.
It's gonna be the same person.
Yeah, because they didn't ask me for my name. It was already.
That's right. I'm just going to go into the order and see if those fields are grayed out. No, they aren't. They're not gray. They are not grayed out.
So.
Could change it, but you don't have to put your name in there because it's already.
No, you don't have
The
to.
taken by is already in.
Oh, okay, so.
It's exactly what the invoice was. It credited out and produced a new sales order with exactly what was on that original invoice.
Salesperson, et cetera.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. So if you need to
it's
change
a,
it,
so
you
if
can.
it's an item, I mean, is it gonna potentially stop you with short of quantity? If it's something that, say you had a bunch of stuff that,
A special order, right?
I mean, it's gonna stop you before you would update the credit note, wouldn't it? I mean,
Yes, if
possibly.
you've already credited them out. Is that what you mean?
Let's say,
Well-
let's say we ordered a special order item and that was billed to the wrong person, and you need to return it and rebill it to the right person.
Okay.
You normally have to release the credit note for it
Yes.
because you're out of stock.
Okay.
So do you have to do that before you can complete that
No, you can
transaction?
complete that, but the credit note is still
It's still
sitting,
there, so
still
then you can-
sitting
But
there
it's
waiting
gonna
to be
let you sell
released.
it then, and
without the stock then.
But you put it back into stock. You're right,
Well, you-
okay, and she hasn't released a credit note yet.
Yeah.
In theory,
In theory,
you're
you
right.
sold it without.
That's right, you've
but you
sold it
really
when
haven't.
it's, when it doesn't exist, yeah.
But you really haven't.
Gotcha.
Okay. That's good as long as it goes back to the original salesperson. 'Cause trust me,
It
guy-
will, no, it will. It'll create an invoice for exactly what the original was, and then you need to change it, whatever you're gonna change
Okay.
on your invoice.
They're worried about it.
Yeah, they. Did everybody catch that, how to do it? Should we do it again, or got it?
Are we gonna do it again?
That's pretty-
Okay.
I think we all got it.
Okay.
No, I like it. That's good.
Right, well,
Okay.
Best
Did
thing
you
we've
get
done
it?
so far.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I'm gonna do an order here, and I'm gonna make it a delivered order. I'm just using cash customer too, because it's simple there. And I'm going to order something that's out of stock. I'm doing this on purpose. An ice, a cream drawer slide, okay. 3 of these. Okay, so everybody's used to seeing this message, proceed with order. What do you want to do when you're out of stock? So what do you normally do if you're out of stock on on a delivered item? What kind of actions would you take?
We're not used to this box.
We
You're
don't-
not used to
we
this
don't
box?
use it delivered, I don't know, so that's why I was trying to figure out why you're using delivered, or what would the advantage or disadvantage was.
We use pickup and sales,
I guess.
Okay.
pickup and sales, so
So,
we really don't see that.
We're not using.
We do see out of stock, it'll pop up
Okay.
out of stock when we're
Okay.
creating an order.
So if you're out of stock, what do you do then?
We either substitute or we go back and verify if we truly are out of stock or
Okay.
not, but sometimes our inventory's off,
Okay.
and we actually know that we do have the stock. We just tell them,
Okay.
yes,
So if it's a will call, if the customer's going to come in and pick it up, and you're out of stock, what do you do in that case?
yeah, we're gonna let the customer know if we can substitute
Okay.
or see how the customer wants us to handle it.
Okay, so if I'm the customer, and I'm not trying to be,
No, that's fine.
oh, well, maybe I am trying to be a
Hard?
customer from you know where.
Go for it.
So, bring it on. Is that what you're saying, Robin? I want to buy a cabinet. Do you sell cabinets?
Cabinet?
Okay.
Sure.
I want to buy a cabinet, and you tell me we don't have it in stock.
Okay.
I want that cabinet.
Today.
Oh, no, I'll come in and pick it up next week. I don't have my truck with me. I rode my bicycle today. I'll come in and pick it up next week.
So we're gonna order it in for you, correct?
Okay, so how are you going to order it in for me?
I would create a new sales order for that item,
Okay,
and everything else they're picking up, we would invoice out that day.
Okay.
Make a separate ticket for what they had to pick up later.
okay. But when you get to this point and it says you don't have that in stock, what do you do? Do you just say, oh, proceed with the order? So then how do you know that you need to order my cabinet?
Because I'm doing it. I mean.
We know we don't stock it, so we can know we got
Sitting
order.
right there doing
Okay.
it, so
We know we ain't got it in stock.
So
Okay.
you're getting into a special order item
Whether
there.
you're on a bicycle or
Go
a
to a
tricycle,
stop.
we ain't got the cap.
Whatever, yeah.
No, it's just something that I'm going to, you normally do have, but you don't happen to have any of it
Okay,
right
so
now.
it's-
It's not a
so
special
normal
order.
stock item that we're out of stock, is what
Yes,
you're saying. Okay,
yes,
gotcha.
yes. It's a stock
So that's
item that's
different.
out of stock.
Okay.
Okay. So it's a stock item, you're out of stock, and I'm going to come and pick it up next week. I've called in to say I want that cabinet, and I'll come and get it next week. So you would do, first of all, a will call order, right?
No.
You wouldn't. You'd do a pickup order.
We do a pickup order. Yeah, we do.
Pick up and
Okay. So you would do a pickup order, and would you have a, okay, I'm sorry. I think I'm confusing you here. Let me just cancel out of here. Let's go back to the general tab. Our choices are sale pickup. That's where we'll get.
I would
that's-
probably do a pickup order, go into that general box, stick it as a special order,
Yeah, and then
generate
get
a
your purchase
PO,
order.
and be done with it.
Yep, that's exactly the way I do it too.
You do a pickup order. You'd put your item on here. I'll just find one. 3 of them. And you'd say, yes, I want to continue anyway?
yes,
Yep,
Okay.
double click.
Then what would you do? You'd open it up.
double click it, yep. and make it a special.
Go to your other tab,
and go here
other tab.
Click that box,
Right there.
generate a PO.
and special order it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That generates our purchase order, so we order the item.
And if
Okay.
it's special for a customer, I mean, I'd probably either go on to Bush or wherever I was ordered it from and, order that item.
Okay. So, let's just say I make it a delivered order for fun. And I put this on. I'm going to remove this so I can make it a little bit more clear. So when I make it a delivered order, go here. Do I have stock of those? Okay. I don't have enough stock, so it's a delivered order. I don't have enough stock. I can use this drop down and I can do all that in one step. I don't have to go open my item and create a sale purchase order and all the rest of it. This says I can proceed with the order, which means, I don't know, he's got them under his arm, so I'm just going to carry on. Or I can create a back order for the customer, which is going to sit there and wait for stock to come in. Or I can order from the supplier back to back. And that'll create a purchase order for me automatically. I don't have to go make it a special, and I don't have to open it up and tick that box. I can just create from the supplier back to back, or I can transfer the stock from another branch. Hey, I think Great Bend, is it? Has got it. In fact, I can look and see if they've got it. I can allocate the stock from an existing purchase order because I know we ordered those and they're coming in, or I could allocate stock from an existing transfer. I know I'm bringing some in from the other branch.
So what we normally have happen is, say they get maybe 6 to 10 items.
Mm-hmm.
And there's 2 lines that we don't have.
Okay.
Okay, and so they want to pay for all of it.
Okay.
So then it gets left on an order and they leave with what they've got, and then
Okay.
it doesn't get run through. I mean, I kind of get at, I mean, they don't do the back order.
Okay.
So are you saying that you could go ahead and select the ones you knew you were out of? Is it gonna give you a total for the customer to pay for everything on one ticket, or is it gonna give you the order and the back order total?
Well, it depends on what you choose. If you choose create a back order for the customer, then it's going to create a back order for
They're
you.
gonna pay for everything right there in the store.
Okay.
And they're gonna leave with 8 out of 10 items.
Okay.
Or 4 out of 6.
Okay. So let's go through these ones first. The options here first.
Okay.
So if I say I want to create a stock from the supplier for back to back, I can order just the stock shortage. If I say I want to transfer it from another branch, I can see how many are available at each branch. Look, Winfield has 4. And if I say, yes, I want those 4, it'll create a transfer for me. And it'll ask Winfield for that item.
Well, right.
We're not sure if they can see everybody's.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can see,
We can see
we can
These
see
two
each
can
other.
see
Okay.
But they can't see what Winfield and Great Bend have.
Okay, okay. In my example, I can see what Winfield has here. So I can say, okay to this. I'll put in a date required. Oh, I didn't select the right branch. Okay, it's because I want 5. I'm going to continue anyway. Change this to 4.
No, never have.
Customer wants more. So just let me finish this transaction. So when I complete it, to verify my tax.
That's the box.
That's the box that you.
There we go. Okay.
To verify the tax
So now I can have him pay for the whole thing.
on a deposit. On a deposit.
And I got my sales order number. And I got a stock transfer.
Do you put that on deposit, or do you take the cash as they've paid for it and taken it off?
It doesn't really matter.
So on the delivered
Unless it
order,
matters to Kim.
what's that? Is it invoicing still, or is it a sale?
No, no, it's a sale. It's a sales order, and it's not invoiced until you actually go into the order monitor and say, yes, I have delivered these goods, which means it's left your inventory, it's been issued out of your inventory, And at that point, then you can invoice the sales order. You can't invoice it until you say, yes, it's left my inventory. So in my situation that I just set up, that order is sitting waiting for me. It's waiting for stock. The stock's coming in on a transfer. So Winfield sends a transfer. I receive the transfer. I get a message on my dashboard that says, hey, your stock's in for that sales order. You want it? I call the customer and say, your stuff's here, or I'm going to bring it to you tomorrow. It then becomes a status of picking, so I can put it through the steps of, yep, somebody went and grabbed it off the shelf, put it on the truck for delivery, and I can mark it delivered to issue the stock, and then I can invoice it.
So does it automatically generate the transfer? Or
Yes.
do you have to physically do that?
No, it's generated the transfer for me.
See, we don't use the picking
Or
or the issue
delivered.
stock.
Sorry?
We don't ever use the picking.
Okay, yeah,
issue
that's,
stock,
yeah, yeah.
You know, so
Yep.
it's-
Okay.
yeah.
You can turn that off. You can turn the picking step off in BizTrack if you want to.
I mean, do you guys ever
Could
use
be.
that?
If you're not using delivery, I think you're maybe not using the picking.
Didn't really know the
Stop.
advantage, or probably, I don't know why we're not using it, we just have it.
Okay.
We chose that 4 years. We went through the whole
We didn't know what
process
the heck we were
flow
doing.
chart.
There was a
and
lot
said,
more steps
We want
on
to do it this
everything.
way because that's the way we're used to doing
Yeah.
it.
Okay.
And we chose to ignore
Heck, I
all
remember that.
those, which I think is the purpose of what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see the options again, see if it makes sense.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying, yes. Yeah. Because you're doing exactly what the system would do for you. You're opening up the line, you're making it a special order, and creating a purchase order from that, or you could do it all in one step if you made it a delivered order. So it's up to you what you want to do, but those are the options. What I thought I was going to show you at first was that there's a new option to allocate from an existing transfer. But it sounds like we're not using any of these options, so it might be something you want to try out in training. While we're talking about this, something else that I'm not sure you're aware of is that your last sales order that was created is down here. Down here in your taskbar,
Sure.
you can see your last order created. Did you know that was there, Vince?
I can't see what you're talking
Okay, when you create a sales order, did you know that your sales order number's down here in your taskbar? Did you? Okay. It's right there, and I could just double click on it to open it if I wanted to.
Oh, really? See, didn't know that. I knew it was down there, but I didn't know you could do it.
Yep, you can double click to open it. If I want to find it, it's 502. So I can just open it right from here.
I did not know that.
So if I'm looking for that 502, I can find it. Why am I writing it down? If I'm going to look for sales orders, when I'm looking for sales orders in my Find Documents, I'm telling the system what I'm looking for. Under Find Documents, it says look for, in this case, sales orders. And what kind of sales orders? I'm going to change this to say just my sales orders. I don't want to see anybody else, just want to see mine. And I can say where the order number equals something. If I put my number in here, it'll pop it up. Or there's different functions I can choose. I could say where the order status is a certain status, or where the product and customer equal cash and the product that I've put in, or where the contact number, I think, is one of the fields, or customer reference. So there's all kinds of different ways I can search for that sales order. I'm going to say where the order number equals, because I've got it down here on the bottom of the screen, 5042485. And it is waiting for stock. When I right-click on it and go to Related Documents, there's my stock transfer, already created for me. And you would see that if you had made it a special order, you'd see your purchase order created as well, right? So that's stock transfer 480. If I'm just going to change to the Winfield branch, send that. And I'm going to go into Order Monitor and look for transfers to be sent. I'm at the Winfield branch now, and I should find 480. I'll right click on it and I'll send it.
Move that over to Greensburg.
I'm going to switch back to the Greenfield branch now. The Greensburg, sorry, branch now. Into Order Monitor. And I'm going to look for, under my filter, transfers to be received. And there's 480. Or 8480, I guess it is, and I'll receive that. Yep, I do.
To the transfer, show.
We'll go through this again. I'm just doing it so that I can show you what happens with the sales order. That's all I'm doing now. Now my sales order, so you are skipping a few steps here. Now my sales order has changed to a status of invoicing because the stock's in. Wonder if I got a message. Are they set up? Messages. Come on. Messages. It might just be that it hasn't refreshed yet.
I always find them.
You can also set it up so that you get a message.
Outstanding.
Okay, yep, so you've got some to be received. But my sales order now, as the status of invoicing, so
So now they've paid for that, so you ought to be able to look at the deposits and payments, and it should be paid for.
it should be. If I open it up, or I could right click on it and deposits and payments, either one. In sales order, deposits and payments, and it's all paid for.
But it had to
There's
be
nothing-
delivered to do that?
It did. To get that stock warning, it had to be a delivered type of sales order. If I did that as a pickup, I don't think it gives me that option at all. Oops, sorry. Yeah, this is a pickup. Just putting an item on here. I know I don't have those. Yeah, see, all I get is there's not enough stock available. Do I want to continue? I can say yes or no. If I say no, it doesn't continue. If I say yes, it just assumes he has it in his arms.
I've actually done this.
So we can investigate that a little bit further if you want to. There's some options that we'd have to turn on and off to set it through, to put it through its stages. But
One thing I just heard was, it would be nice if that PO number was on the sales order.
wouldn't it though?
We just ran through it on a delivered order, back order,
Did you?
and it doesn't print it on.
What was
this.
your number? What was your sales order number? What branch are you at?
You'd have to be in there all the time.
Winfield 504-2495.
Okay. 504-2495. Sorry, I have to go to Winfield first.
And that's not necessarily always what I thought of delivered, when you're gonna deliver.
2495.
504-2495 is my sales order.
Are you sure? I'm not finding it. Oh, it's because I'm looking at my order. So it's me, Gary, it's me. Okay, there it is. So you're saying it'd be nice if there was something to tie those together?
When you print that, when you look at that delivered ticket, the PO on the order for the studs does not appear that it's on there.
Okay. No, it doesn't. You're right. But if I go to related documents here, oh, so it didn't tie the PO together. You did that as a delivered order and said back to back and it didn't? Okay. Then it's going to be because there are system options turned off. Because normally it would.
Normally that PO would be.
Normally that field would be. And that's one thing I was going to show you here. I'll go back to the Greensburg branch. And I'll look for sales orders here. Sorry, let me look for purchase orders as a better example, I think. Look for purchase orders that I know are tied to a sales order, and I know it's tied to a sales order because I'll have the sales order number in my search. Right here, the sales order number. I'm going to put the best fit for that one. Okay. So I know this purchase order, this particular purchase order is tied to a sales order here. I just went and found it. So if I right-click on this, and I go to my related documents, and I open up the purchase order, on the Notes tab of the purchase order, there's the sales order information there, on the Notes tab of the purchase order. Do you see that, Gary?
Mhm.
Okay. So it's down in here. It says what the sales order is for, who created it, or the branch, and so on. If I open up the sales order, and I go to the order summary, I can see in the order summary tab, I can see the special order item, and then down at the bottom I can see the purchase order, and I can see, this is new in 4.5, the supplier and the supplier's telephone number too. So there aren't new notes on the sales order, but there is in the order summary the purchase order and the supplier it's coming from and the supplier's telephone number. And of course, they're all related together, the sales order and the purchase order. Does that help? So that's some new information that are on the sales orders and the purchase orders. Did you get that? So on the sales order, it's order summary, and you can see the supplier name and telephone number. On the purchase order, it's the notes field that tells you what sales order it's connected to. So do we want to move on and do some maybe thinking and testing with whether we want to talk about delivered orders or think about this any further and revisit it again in the next day or two? Is it worth it, do you think?
Well, I'd like to revisit it at
Okay.
least. I mean, it's
Okay.
just, if we could get some automatic steps by getting more comfortable with another sales process.
Okay.
I think we do.
I think the reason we decided we didn't like it because it had extra steps, right? Isn't that what we thought 4 years ago?
But it-
The picking and the picking and the
Yeah, I think you're right.
and the marking as
There's more
delivered.
keystrokes,
Yeah.
more
Okay.
longer process
Yeah.
than just doing a pickup ticket and invoicing it and being done.
Okay.
I think that's what the
Okay.
thought was 4 years ago, was there's
Okay.
more steps.
All right. And you're right. There are a few more steps. We might be able to skip over some of those. So let's give me a chance to do a little bit of setup, and then we can revisit and see if you like it any better. And if you don't, then obviously what you're doing is working, right? It's you're able to order the items. So the question that came up was, what if he wants to take some items with him and he wants to pay for everything, take some, and we're going to special order others? Yep.
If we were doing delivered orders, could we track delivery amounts then? Would it show up? Could we say, hey, how many dollars did I deliver last month? I could push a key and it'd say
Yep.
$89,000, whatever.
Yep. You can track your stats on deliveries as well.
But is
Yep.
that necessarily
Definitely.
supposed to be a delivery? I mean, is that what it's meaning? I mean, a delivered order is one that you are delivering, or?
Delivering, yes. You are delivering them to the customer.
So that still would be when a customer's getting 4 out of 6 items and leaving with it, and you want to have to do a back order. I mean, that wouldn't be, yeah.
That's right, but if you're putting delivery charges onto the ticket, then you can use sales analysis on those delivery charges to see if you're making money, how much you charged in delivery fees last year, and how much money you made on those delivery fees.
But that's just bringing up the manual, the MOLT, the delivery charge.
Yes, yeah.
It's not bringing up the amount of the product.
You can do that. You can add a molt to it manually, or you can automate delivery fees, delivery charges.
But I think what he's trying to get is a gross amount of delivered goods per month.
Oh, I see, okay, yep. So on a sales
So you
order.
can only do that through delivery.
Yeah,
As you begin to set
you'd
the
have
order.
to say, I mean, right now, you've got the information that says, in the system to say, this is my gross amount of picked up goods. So it's the same thing. It's however that sales order was flagged as a pickup or as a delivery.
When we look at anything I see, it says basically invoices or sales, and that it's not clarified if it's an invoice originally or a pickup ticket originally or what have you.
Okay.
I
But
don't know if that makes any difference
Yeah.
as you're trying to track delivery.
no, it doesn't, because everything actually starts out as a sales order.
Right.
It's as a type of sales order. It doesn't get invoiced. It appears to be invoiced immediately, but it's actually not. It starts out as a sales order. But you can pull any of that kind of information from the system, and that's the kind of thing that Matt could help with. I want to see what were my sales for just pickups, or just deliveries, or just sale.
But right now,
Take it.
everything is a pickup.
Okay.
So there's no categorizing to it.
Okay.
If you're at the counter and they're just coming in and taking stuff, it goes straight to invoice. It's not a pickup ticket.
Okay.
But that's because they're changing the sale type, right?
Our pickup tickets are basically deliveries and
Yes.
special orders. Probably everybody.
That's what
Everybody else
okay.
stands the county doing invoices, when the invoice is on. Yeah. So basically, our will calls right now, or pickups right now, are deliveries and special orders.
Yes.
If we check stock on our deliveries before we take them out, if it's,
Yeah.
10 pieces OSB, we invoice those.
Okay.
If it's a big old long list that we might not, our counts might not be right out, we'll do those as a will call. We might adjust from 150 to 160 on a unit because it squares it off.
Okay.
So we always do those as
Sure.
will calls.
So how do you do that as two separate tickets then, Gary?
A pickup delivery would be a bigger delivery pull, everything else is an invoice.
Okay,
Does that
so do you
answer
do them
your
as two separate tickets? So all the stuff he took with him right now today under his arm is one ticket, and all the stuff he's going to come pick up? Okay. And do you differentiate by going into the line and saying this he's taking with him?
We manually differentiate on the ticket,
Manually say, sorry?
circle it.
Circle it and write down.
Okay. But how do you tell the computer system that he's taken some with him and others?
It already has, what do you mean?
Well, yeah.
As soon as it's gone,
Yeah.
it's gone or not.
Yeah.
As soon as we hit enter, it's
So
shut.
if I'm delivering a pallet of concrete mix tomorrow, we invoice it.
Yeah,
It's gone, even though we don't deliver it for a day or two. If I'm delivering a siding job in 3 days, we'll do a pickup ticket, pull it, change in quantities need changing, and then invoice it when we deliver.
Okay. So really, you're saying that your inventory has left the building before it physically has, right?
So,
Or left the building.
Well, if they're invoicing it, it's
We'll
issued.
invoice 2-3 days ahead of
It's
time
done.
when it's going
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
I mean, it saves
So
us
you've
that.
got inventory sitting in your yard that technically belongs to the customer because it's left your inventory. Does that mess you up at count time?
we don't do it at count time.
you clean it up before count.
Count time,
Okay, so you never
We-
pre-invoice at
yeah,
count
when we-
time.
So when we're getting ready to count something, we don't, I mean, if we're counting wood,
Okay,
we don't invoice wood before we deliver.
So you know what I'm talking about, if you had,
okay.
if the guy took
So,
6 items, you got
so can you walk me through, Gary? See, that's what you get for speaking up. No, it's good because like there's some system settings that have to be in place to do some of this stuff. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is what's in place and what your procedures are. So could you walk me through, the customer comes in and he gets one item that he's going to physically take with him right now, and he's got another item that he's going to come and pick up later,
later that.
or later being next week. Okay? So,
Charge customer or cash?
If it was.
I'm easy.
If it's a charged customer,
I do 2 tickets.
we bill out both items.
Okay,
We'd hang one up on the delivery board, customer will pick up
okay, okay,
June 2nd.
okay,
Circle the item he took with him.
okay.
Cash, I mean, done.
Okay, so it's all manual. You're tracking the stuff that you have to take to your customers manually. You're doing it all manually. Okay. Is that how you guys do it?
We back order some. We try to back order. Stuff that's what I want them to do. They don't always do that.
Okay.
That's what I mean, as far as my salespeople, when a customer doesn't take But we do try to back order.
Okay. And how do you do that back ordering? So walk me through. If a customer is taking one item with them, and the other he's going to come in and pick up when he's got his truck on the road again next week, how would
Well,
you handle
I mean,
that?
if they're coming that day, we probably go ahead and invoice it, probably.
Okay.
But if it's further along, I mean, we would double click on it, change it to 0 and create the back order.
And uncheck, wait for new stock.
Okay, so you do everything as a pickup, and that's how you're creating your back orders, is changing the quantity to 0 and creating a back order. Okay.
But you have to complete it's like that order, if you have to complete that and then open it back up.
Right, exactly. You have to open it back up, zero out the line
Right,
to
that's
create
it,
the back
right,
order.
But what happens
Okay.
sometimes is they leave it on a pickup order, the whole order.
Okay.
You know, that's what happens, and then it kind of screws things up, because part of it's gone.
Okay,
That's right.
okay. So when you're tracking your inventory, then you have actually issued what he's taken with him, and the other is,
Should be still waiting.
yeah, it's right. It's
We're
still part
waiting
of
for
your,
stock or whatever.
you still
our
legally
goal to do
own
it that
that
way.
because he hasn't come and got it yet. So you don't need to worry about what you've invoiced out that actually, this is sitting here, but it doesn't belong to me.
We don't
Belongs to the
invoice
customer.
much unless it's been here, like a special order that's been here for quite a while.
Okay.
We don't invoice a whole lot that's still at the store.
Okay,
I mean, unless it's something that's 2 or 3 months and the guy, I mean, we'll do it, but we try to get it back out on
Okay.
an open order.
okay. So if a customer's come in and he says he doesn't want to take anything with him today at all,
Okay.
he's going to pick everything up next week. Do you do anything special with your order then?
If he wants to pay for it, we'll leave it on a pickup and take the money
Okay.
as a deposit.
And as a deposit, so you take the full payment as a deposit? Okay, okay.
Sometimes
Or
we'll
partial?
pull the stock and get it all together,
Okay,
so we don't oversell by accident. You know, if he wants a Delta faucet on that order and I only have 2 on the shelf, we may go pull it, so we don't oversell it. in the
okay.
meantime.
That's a good point.
Mhm.
Yep,
You know, so we gotta
Okay.
kind of be careful about that.
okay.
And
All right.
Sometimes when it says not enough stock, up front, people are just pretty used to saying, yes, continue.
Okay, so you're not really trusting that your computer system's right.
Correct.
And why can't you trust the computer system?
Depends on when the last inventory was done on that particular area or product.
Okay. Okay.
It's a flag to us to go double check our inventory. I mean, it definitely
Okay,
alerts us, hey, maybe we better run out and check our
Okay.
2x4x8.
okay,
Because it's telling us we don't have enough stock.
okay. Because in this situation where they're back ordering what the customer's not taking, you should be able to trust your inventory.
Most often.
In this situation where they invoice out, even though the customer hasn't taken it, then you can't trust the inventory. You're right, it might not be, might not be. So I don't know if it's a question of efficiency, whether we can trust the inventory, or we just got a really good paperweight here. The expensive paperweight.
I'd like to be able to trust it. I mean, that's the best thing. I mean, for us, anyway, it seems like it.
Yeah.
I mean, it is accurate that way, so that's what I like it done that way,
Okay.
to be able to
Okay.
know that
Okay.
that should
Yeah.
be accurate.
And I think now we can understand why sometimes you can trust it, but sometimes you can't, just depending on how people are trained and how people like to handle things. And I completely understand in a small shop, you know everybody. Bill's coming in to get that this afternoon. I can just circle it on a board and, and that's gone, right? He's coming to get it. He's coming to get it next week. Do you ever have them not come back though? Sometimes.
Usually when they pay for it, they'll come get it.
Will they? Okay. Do they have to pay for the whole thing?
No.
Do they have to pay for part of it? Any part of it?
If it's a stock stuff, they pay for all of it.
Okay.
Special order, they may give us a deposit, or if it's a charged customer, we don't normally take a deposit. deposit, you won't charge it to them anyway.
Okay, okay. So when you create an order, of course, whether it's in counter sales or BizTrack operations, come on. Just like this cash customer. When you enter your item, you can see up in the corner when you're entering the item how many you have available, right? So if you know as soon as you enter the item that you don't have enough of this stock. And obviously if you're back ordering things, you can trust that's going to come up with an out of stock. An out of stock message.
You get that item code, you take them one out.
Sorry?
Right.
You type in whatever you typed in, whatever that number says up in the
Yep.
corner is one less than that.
Yes, that's right. I'm asking for.
Zero reason for that, is there?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
The number up in the right corner.
Yes, is what I've got
is
available.
there's one less than what is available.
Because I just put one on my order.
But you
Is that
haven't
what you're
finished
saying?
it yet. You haven't went through it. It's still one short.
Okay. All right. That's true.
Why?
It's just the way that it's set up, I guess. They're immediately grabbing this one and saying, okay, with this one gone. So I've got, if I change this to 1, yeah, you're right. It's taking it out of that available immediately. So you're saying as soon as you put 1, yep, that's right, because that's what you have available. It's keeping track of that available stock all the time. So yes, I sold everything I had. I'm down. Oh, the customer wanted 3, and that put me 1 in the hole. I'm sorry, I don't have 3 in stock. I only have 2. Can I give you something else instead? Yep.
I keep most of my orders in under the quantity and price,
Uh-huh.
and it doesn't show an on-hand like that.
You know, I noticed that too. And typically it would.
When I think I'm low, I have to switch screens and look. It sure would be nice if that thing came up on quantity and price.
Switch screen, sorry.
When I type in any item number, quantity and price, I'm done. But it doesn't give me an inventory count anywhere.
Right.
So the only way I'll know if I'm low on inventory if I oversell and it red lights or
Just
whatever.
open that up. And I'm not sure why it's not showing, Gary, because usually it would show right here. Right here beside the quantity and price. So if I type this in, if I remove this and type in 6229777, typically it would show, I know you can't see, typically it would show right up there beside the price. And I don't know why it's not showing for you.
It shows you all that stuff.
Yep.
But then it's
I
2
agree.
entries, and then there's another entry. It's 3 keystrokes.
Okay, so Gary. Gary,
You're just trying to save fingernails.
big breath, Gary. Typically, it does show here, right beside quantity, and I don't know why for you it's not showing.
Okay.
It should,
Okay,
but I'll do that for homework, okay?
okay, thank you.
Because I know it typically shows up here, whether it's a setting, up right here, whether it's a setting or what it is. I don't know why it's not showing, but it would if I do. Do you know, Matt, why it's not showing? Okay. It shouldn't matter whether I pick quick entry, quantity only, or quantity and price. It should show up here, typically right beside the price there. It should show how many I've got available.
You mean on that very first line?
Yeah, when you're using quantity and price or quantity only. Up beside where the price shows, up in the top area, it should show you how many you've got there. I've seen it show how many you've got up there.
Huh.
So I don't know why it's not showing
That
here.
would be ideal, we've never seen
Okay, well, I'll check and see why it's not showing for you.
So it's gotta be in
because-
quantity and price, or can it be in any of those? Does it have to be in that?
Well, we use quantity only.
Exactly, see, that's, yeah, we use it, should it show it up there?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I have seen it show up here. So I don't know why it's not showing for you.
Maybe just a setting possibly.
But I'll look and see if I can figure that out.
So it doesn't matter what you're in, quantity only, quantity,
That's
price,
right, it does not.
I got you.
Yes,
I
it does
thought
not
you said
matter.
it needed to be in one of these.
No, it should be showing there. At least I think it should, because I've seen it show there before when you're in these shortcuts. So let me look and see if I can figure out why it's not showing. There might be a system setting that doesn't show it. Well, that whole discussion, and like I said, let me do some system setup, and maybe we can experiment a little bit with different sale types and how we're doing this, and how we're invoicing orders, and how we're relieving inventory. Oh, logged out there, did we? So that leads kind of nicely into what I was going to talk about next, and that is. That's not it. Thought I had it open here. Maybe I didn't. Matt, did you happen to take a thumb drive off that? Oh, it's still there. Why can't I see it? Do you happen to know? Okay. I can just pull it out of that computer and stick it in this one.
I think you still have to do it on this one here.
Oh, but there's no PowerPoint on this one here. That's okay. Can we flip back? Oh, well, there it is. Okay.
You'll just have to use this mouse.
Different. Thank you. Fundamentals. Here we go. Okay. So we're probably going to revisit some of the things about what's new in 4.5 and 4.0 and talk about how we're handling our stock. But that's a nice segue into the stock management fundamentals. And you probably know all of this, but just as a little refresher, we'll talk about all of the things that affect the stock, whether it's an adjustment. Do you guys do adjustments? Does everybody here do a stock adjustment? Transfers, and do you transfer back and forth between branches? I'm getting some nods and some shakes. So some people do.
Point of sale stores and non-point of sale stores. I think
Okay.
for the most part, the lion's part of the transfers are between non-point, point of sale and point of sale.
Okay.
So we have to do it back office.
Okay, okay.
You guys initiated from point of sale using transfers, correct? To elevate as a customer.
So transfers will affect stock, as will purchase orders. Work orders. Do you use work orders? I'm gonna say no. And it looks like you did at one time, but you stopped. Do you know why you stopped? Or have you stopped? Is it just what I saw in the system?
You've never used one.
We're only using to make steaks out of larger pieces.
It's been a while. I think I did it a few times.
Okay, but I couldn't see that anybody had actually used any lately. Okay, so is it a seasonal thing, or?
Haven't used it for a while, forgot how to do it.
Okay, and you haven't used them because you forgot, or because you didn't like them?
I've never used it.
Well, aren't you doing, when you're on your A game anyway, aren't you doing stock adjustments instead?
Yeah,
If you're cutting steaks or
right.
whatever.
yeah, like if we're doing, if we got furring strips out there that we're making steaks out of, they're crooked furring strips, we're just doing a stock adjustment.
Okay, which is what a work order would do anyway, right? But I assume then you don't have any processes that you need to track the costs of. on,
We used to build some roof trusses and we did it, you know, where we kind of, and then we'd set up a skew, or we'd do it on I think I did it on a storage shed before. Where
That's
we-
that labor to put in the mix before, Alan, you pay a guy to cut your
Yeah.
stakes.
We'll stay.
Yeah.
okay, but you don't do that anymore?
Been a long time.
Okay,
We're probably what we're doing now is adjusting out the cost of the lumber, taking that total amount, and spreading into the stakes randomly, if you will,
okay,
manually, how we want to say it.
okay,
The
okay,
computer's not doing it.
okay. And is there a reason why you've decided to go that route instead of using work orders?
Not because we forgot how to do work orders.
So he wasn't kidding.
See?
He wasn't kidding.
We were being honest.
You know what you said?
That's exactly right. It's like, well, I don't remember how to do it. So,
I thought he was
I
kidding,
do
you
stock
know?
adjustments every day, so the things you do every day, you know how to do. I don't do work orders every day.
Vince, are stock adjustments something you do?
Stock adjustment.
Did you forget how to do work orders too, or did you never do them?
Don't ever spell it.
Never. Okay. Okay, well, maybe that's something we can visit. All right, we took a little
We gotta do it more.
roundabout way there, but the works order we can take a look at too. I don't think you're using reservation, and that's probably a good thing. I think that kind of musses things up when it comes to,
I make reservations.
Yeah, I've done that before.
you have reservations, is that what you're saying?
Hotel.
And obviously, sales orders affect your stock levels. So here's your buckets. Isn't it a great little PowerPoint with the spinning buckets and stuff? Can you tell me that first bucket that's spun is your available? How does your available get calculated? Do you know?
Like a purchase order.
But how does the available stock on a product get calculated? Where the heck does that number come from?
Yeah.
Well, no, that available is what you have on, I mean, unless you're allocated, right?
Comes from the inventory count.
Yes. So what's your on hand? Which bucket is your on hand? What's your physical inventory? Which bucket is your physical inventory in?
Actual.
There you go. So available is actual less allocated. So I have 10 physical pieces of inventory. 3 of them are spoken for in sales orders. I have 7 available to sell to customers. Does that make sense, Robin? Okay. Your on order comes from your purchase orders
That's not received yet.
that are not received. That's right, exactly. Very good. So when it is received, what happens?
Becomes actual.
Doesn't actual.
It moves. It reduces your on order and increases your actual. And your allocated, of course, is what's on sales orders. Your stock due, probably haven't dealt with that one. That's,
The same as on order?
sorry?
Wouldn't that be the same as on order?
It's actually, I think stock dues comes from your received in advance. If you ever receive goods in advance because you have to pay the supplier without receiving the goods yet. Do you ever have to do that? Yes, no? Okay. So you probably don't have anything ever in stock due. So sometimes your supplier says, okay, I know you've ordered the goods. I need my check up front before I'll ship the goods. So you have to do a received in advance in order to create the payable to the supplier so that you can then later physically receive the stock. But if it's not something you're doing, then you're not going to need to worry about the
That would be a
due.
good deal.
Like a credit card. See what that-
So we do all the payments actually,
Okay.
so that may happen at actually.
Okay.
We're paying in full and have something due that we're not necessarily paying attention to. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Well, yes, but you're paying your supplier after the goods have been received. True?
We try to.
Okay. But are there vendors who say, I need my money as soon as you place the order?
We tell them no.
Okay. Then you don't ever have to pay them in advance. If you were purchasing from overseas, for example, you might need to cut the check
Gotcha.
before you.
Right.
actually get the goods. It might, they might be coming on a rail car that take a long time to get here or something. You have to pay the vendor to get your terms. So that's when you would do a received in advance, but it doesn't sound like it's an issue here at all. Okay. And then your reserved we're not using. The awaiting processing is what's on a work order. So we've put a source item on our work order, we've added some labor, and we've got a finished product that we're going to end up with. So we've got some 16-foot 2x4s. We're going to pay somebody $3 each to cut them in half, and we're going to end up with some 8-foot 2x4s. So your source is your 16-foot, your processing, your AVO is your labor, and your finished product is your 8-foots. So if it's awaiting processing, it's on a work order and hasn't hit your actual yet. And then in suspense, you probably have items that are in suspense. You know where the in suspense bucket comes from?
Supplier returns.
Very good, yep. Supplier returns that have not yet been completed because they have to go through that whole cycle, right, of being marked delivered or received, and then there might even be an inspection required, and then they have to be completed, and then the credit note. But it's not until they're completed that it's actually going to affect the stock. Do you ever have the situation where you create a supplier return and then go, oh, shouldn't have done that, and have to delete the supplier return or have support delete the supplier return?
Call Kim. Call Kim.
Do you ever have that?
Sometimes.
Okay. It does happen sometimes that if you delete the supplier return, the stock doesn't come out of suspense, and you have to adjust it. Have you ever run into that?
How would you know?
Because you'd have stock in suspense that doesn't have a supplier return to go with it. No? Okay, so you haven't run into that? That's fine. That's fine. It's just
Well, I mean, am I not looking somewhere to find that?
if you find stock in suspense, do you have a smart view or anything for stock in suspense?
I do not.
Okay.
Supplier
Might be.
returns, not completed.
Okay. Okay.
I didn't know that, I thought once you delete that supplier return, it automatically
I think it does now, but there was a point in time when it didn't.
Oh, I see.
So that might be something you'd want to have Matt look into. Can we do a smart view of all the stock that's in suspense? Just to be sure it's all on supplier returns. So there's your product view. When you're looking at your product, you can see all those buckets, and all the stock movement that happens in the system is within those buckets that we just talked about. So in my example here, the 8-foot, 2x8, 8-foot, I think, pressure treated, we have 105 available. We have 116 actually in stock, so physical pieces, and then 11 of those are on sales orders. Could I find which sales orders those are on? How could I do that?
Right click on
Right
allocate
click on
stock.
Right click and
Right click or
keep going. You're on the right track. Keep
No,
going.
you right-click,
Right click and then go to allocation.
Okay, yeah.
Or
There is an
allocate.
allocation screen. Yeah, exactly. So if you right click on the product, there's an allocation screen, and you can go and see the allocations. So you can see what sales orders are on.
adjustment screen. Drop down.
We're not going to go through all of the information on this agenda. We're just going to talk about a few things. The two kinds of stock adjustments. Does everybody said you do stock adjustments? Do you do average cost adjustments too? No? The head office does those? Okay. So nobody in this room except you and Kim and Matt do stock adjustments, average cost adjustments. So when you do your average cost adjustments, you know that you can either adjust the unit price or you can adjust the total value of the inventory.
Seems like when I do the total value, I used to only get average cost and not average cost with additional. There was some issue when I quit using that one.
Oh, really? So it doesn't quite turn out
I
right?
haven't done it in a long time, but that's
Okay.
what it used to do for me.
Okay. Well, if you're not able to follow it through product price history, and you're familiar with product price history? Okay. If you're not able to follow it, then you need to report those kinds of things to support, because you should be able to do a total adjustment, total value of the inventory, and then the system will go back and figure out the unit average cost with additional per unit. So if you're finding there are goofy things there, you need to report those, because that's some kind of an issue. So you know that when you do a stock adjustment to a generic product, we've got actual stock. Step one is to pick your product. Step 2 is to pick the branch, if you need to. 3 is to pick the reason for the adjustment. And then 4 is to enter the quantity to adjust, and to decrease, you're entering a minus value, and you're not entering your new value you want it to be, you're entering the value you're adjusting by. And only the actual stock and the stock in suspense should ever be adjusted. Should never adjust any on order or allocated or stock due, because the system calculates those numbers. You just want to adjust your actual and your in suspense. You can put notes on a stock adjustment to describe it further. And if you have timber tallied products, you've got 2 more tabs that open up when you do a stock adjustment. And Robin's going, the two tabs that open up are stock by length and pack stock. So the 2 different ones. Can you see them right there, Robin? That stock by length. Oh. Wrong mouse. Stock by length and pack stock. We didn't have that before. Why am I? Oh, so I got to hit the right button. See, we just had stock and notes when we're just doing a generic, like a hammer or a hardware item. But if we're doing a timber tallied item, between stock and notes, now we've got stock by length and pack stock. So if I have an item that I track my 8, 10, 12, and 14 foot by, and I'm controlling that. I'm saying I've got this many 8, this many 10, this many 12, and this many 14. When you do a stock adjustment, you don't want to say, oh, take 3 pieces out, because the system says, what 3 pieces are you talking about? Which 3 pieces do you want me to take out? That's why you have to go to the stock by length tab and say I'm taking out 1 8, 1 10, and 1 14. Does that make more sense?
That does.
Okay. So the stock by length, when you're adjusting that, the adjust by line is below each of the lengths. So in my example of 8, 10, 12, 14. So what's highlighted right there on the screen is the 14-foot length, and it's being adjusted by 1.
So are you saying like a, like say pine casing could be set up that way, and you could see, you receive in your individual lengths, and you could sell it that way too?
Yes. How did you set yours up? As individual SKUs?
300, 400 feet, go.
Random length? Okay, okay. So the difference is that these are items that are
But you
stock
gotta
controlled
see
by
it,
length.
So it's gonna take longer. I mean, you gotta
Sorry?
physically find out what's on it. Yeah, you'd have to find out what to receive in each item, but.
That's right. Yep. So in this example, we're adjusting a 14-foot, well, the 14-foot length. And then when we get to the next screen, when all is said and done, the system says, oh, okay, I know now what you adjusted. Because I'm keeping track of this stock by length, I currently have 95,711 linear feet. You adjusted 14 feet. You adjusted one 14-foot piece. Does that make sense, Robin?
It does.
If it doesn't, just say so. We can go back a slide. And
No, I had a question, I'll just wait.
okay, you're okay with this?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Sometimes, not very often, but sometimes, do you have products like this that you stock by length? I should start by saying that. Stock control by length?
Our products, a lot of them are 8-foot 2x4, and they're set up to be a timber tally product, and we only have the one length on it.
Okay, so they're set up as generic items, basically. The 8 is a separate item from the 10, separate from the 12, separate from the 14. Okay, okay, so you don't need to, then you probably won't run into this situation. The other way to set them up was to say, I have this many linear feet or board feet of this product, and I'm going to break it down into 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. Okay, if you do, just for you, there's a stock option. Sometimes the stock by length and the total stock gets out of whack for whatever reason. There's a system option that says, allow me to adjust the total stock by length without doing individual pieces. And you set that system to allow it, make your adjustment, set the system option right back off again. Because typically you wouldn't keep that system option on. You don't want your lengths and your total length to go out of whack. So if you do a positive quantity adjustment, there's an option to adjust the cost at the same time that you do the quantity. Does anybody ever do that? Or do they just, if they do a stock adjustment, say okay to this? I don't think anybody's fessing up. So Jeff, if you do a stock adjustment,
We adjust the actual stock that you have on hand. Matt takes care of the cost adjustments if there are any.
okay. But this happens as part of a stock adjustment.
If you're adding, yeah, you can't up here.
You can't if you're decreasing. If you're increasing your stock on hand, this window comes up to allow you to put in average cost. Do you ever change it? I'm thinking no.
Change.
I don't think I've ever seen that one
I think it does, because you can mess with your, there's sometimes a reason to do it.
So did you not realize the screen came up?
I can't recall.
Okay. It will only come up if you're adjusting up, if you're doing a positive adjustment. So you're saying, I thought I had 10, I just discovered I have 12. And when you're adjusting to increase your actual stock, that's when this average cost window will come up and say, do you need to put in a new average cost with additional? And it doesn't sound like anybody's ever run into it.
I've seen it before.
Yeah,
I've
we've
seen
run
it.
into it.
Okay, so if you run into it, you just click OK?
No, I thought we had to keep new costs, both lines the same dollar amount.
Okay, but if it came up at $5 and 0.3944 cents, would you change it? Okay, you would change it. You have?
Changed it, yes.
Okay, to what you want your new average cost to be.
Because I won't know my new average cost.
Okay, so I think our pizza's here, is it? I saw Kim come upstairs with pizza, so yet one last question and then we'll break.
Question. Okay, say that product was -2, and we got one count, we have 0. So if I need to get my stock to 0, I have to actually add positive
2.
2. But then when I put that, it looks like I've gained instead.
You do.
And why would I gain?
Because you're negative.
Is that money, I mean, is that like
Yeah,
a
it's a
positive
positive
adjustment?
adjustment, sure it is.
But it shouldn't be a positive adjustment, should it?
But-
We were actually -2.
Okay, but you are adjusting, you're right, you do need to do a positive adjustment to bring it to 0.
Right.
But then that money that you've adjusted doesn't actually go anywhere because there's no stock to apply it against.
Okay, that's always.
It's going to go into probably a negative cost, what's it called, negative cost adjustment, negative? Yeah. So if you're doing that, Robin, if you're bringing it to 0 and putting in money, don't worry about it because the system understands, wait a minute, I don't have anything to put this money to.
Okay, so
We're still just back at 0.
It just gets it correct.
Yes, it corrects it, yes, exactly. So do we want to break for hot pizza now?
That's only if it's negative, correct?
Yes, if it's a negative and you're bringing it back to 0,
Yeah, if it shows 12 and you're making it 14, then it is a positive cost adjustment.
Yeah. Yeah. Or if
When you
you're
go negative, it throws a curveball.
if you're negative 4 and you adjust it up to positive 2, the system won't take all of that money and put it on the positive 2. It'll put half of it on the negative and to bring it to 0 and half on the positive 2. Okay, so thank you for lunch. That was very good. And we're all energized and ready to go again. So we left off, we just have a couple more slides here to talk about with our adjustments. We left off at our positive quantity adjustments, lets us adjust the cost at the same time. And we do keep track of stock adjustment transactions on the product, along with all the other transactions that cause stock movement. So again, you can go to a product, right-click, and view the transactions. The average cost adjustment, I don't think we need to worry about. Oops. Is everybody familiar with product price history? Do you know where to find that in a product? Open up the product, go to the Prices tab, and there's a little button in the corner that says Price History. So you can see all the movement in, you can see what's affected your actual stock, where your costs for your stock are coming from, where the adjustments were made, and so on.
That's where we use it from now.
I'm sorry?
Where the cost got off. You can see which transaction.
Yes,
knocked the cost.
absolutely. Yep, yep. Where we kind of went off the rails with the cost, for example. And I think we were, so the difference between a stock adjustment, which you're used to doing, and an average cost adjustment, which the head office does, is the stock adjustment goes through the same GL account, and that's defined in the system, and then an average cost adjustment has a reason code that goes with it, and the reason code is attached to a GL account, and that's how we decide which GL accounts each one of them goes to. You can see stock and cost adjustments in Find Documents. Look for a stock adjustment or an average cost adjustment. Each have different icons. And then stock information and, valuations. There are a few different ways to look at stock information. You can right-click on a product. You go into Products and find your products, and then right-click and select Stock Options. Or you could select Stock Task Pad from the Views pane. That's no longer true in the current version. It's going to be up in your ribbon to be able to see stock adjustments. The stock valuations are a snapshot of the value of the inventory at a specific point in time. They're done daily after hours, so there's a little program that should run to run stock valuations to show you exactly how much your inventory is worth. Does it run?
Yes.
Yes, okay. There are a few inventory reports that can be generated. I think we need to worry too much about these because I think it's automated now, right? Okay, so it's a night task. We don't need to worry about doing them. I'll go past this. That's not true anymore. It's always a moving average cost. Here we go. Stock counting. Advanced planning and preparation to ensure an efficient stock count. Does everybody here do stock counts? Janet, do you do stock counts too? Okay. Do you prepare them or just do the physical counts?
I do it all. Like the inside stuff.
Okay.
Yours
Do you,
does the outside.
okay, do you go into BizTrack and set them up?
She does.
Okay, so you go into BizTrack and set them up and then activate them? And at what point do you activate them?
When I set it up, I mean, I just set it up and activate it and go out and count it, come back and dump it.
Okay, perfect. So the really important step about a stock count is that you set it up and that you activate it right before you go to count. So you don't want to activate it in the morning, then go count in the afternoon, because it'll be all out of whack for you then. So before you count, do you enter your stock receipts for any new stock that's arrived but not yet received? Why in the world would you want to do that?
Shoot for the right number.
Sorry?
So you can shoot for the right number.
Exactly, yeah, because it's on your dock, and if you don't record it as received in the computer, when you do your counting, the computer thinks you have 50, and you count along, and oh, here's 5 on the dock, I have 55, and then you adjust your count to 55, and then go, oh, hey, there's 5 on the dock. I better receive those into inventory, so now all of a sudden you're out of whack. Computer thinks you have 60, but in reality, in the end, you have 55. So you mark all your collected, and that needs to be read pickup for you as issued. So that gets it out of your inventory. And I don't think you mark it as issued, right? You invoice everything. True? Process your work orders. If you remember how to do work orders, then you would mark them processed before you did a stock count. And receive any transfers that are coming in from other branches. So the stock counting steps are to create the count. You can do that anytime. To activate the count, and that's what you do immediately before you go out and do the physical counting. Perform the count, and then at any point in time you can come back in, enter your numbers, and complete the count. It doesn't matter whether it's a week later that you enter your numbers. What's important is that you activate and physically count. Then you can go on and do your business, go about your business, and you can come back at any point and enter the count in and complete it. And all the journal entries will be done. So you're looking at me like I'm insane.
We complete it just as quick as possible because we do a variance report.
Okay.
And go back and where we're
Yep.
off, we go back and
Yep.
do another count.
Yep, okay, that's perfect. That's the perfect way to do it, yes. To do it all, one step right after the other. Yep. But if you didn't, if there was some reason, you know, a customer came in and you had to wait on them after you did your count before you got it punched in, then that would be okay. The system could still figure that out. Which is why you want to activate before you physically count. If you activate and then go do something and there are customers taking things off the shelf and you come along to count, then your numbers are going to be out of line. Just picture, it's okay for the customer to follow you. It's not okay for the customer to be in front of you taking things off the shelf. The stock count browser will show you previously saved counts, active ones, the ones that are in progress, or completed ones that have been updated. You can select a branch or all branches to view the counts for. And then it'll present a list of the counts that match that view and branch. When you create the count, the options are to select the branch for the count and the reference, and then select the options. So I don't think you use tickets for counting here, do you? You don't use a ticketed stock count? Matt's shaking his head no. So there's an option to include specials and non-stocked products that are in stock. So if you happen to have a special that's come back from a customer and you put it into your inventory, you want to be sure you pick that up. That's why you would check that box. If there's something that's a non-stock product, so it's not a special, but it's something that normally you don't keep in stock, but you happen to have some on the floor, you'd want to tick that box to be sure to pick that up too. If you have products that are stocked by length, you can enter them on separate lines, so my 8s, 10s, 12s, 14s, and so on. And then I don't know how many people have called and said, what is minus VE stock? And because it actually, I don't know if it still does, but it used to say that on the screen. Include unranked products with minus VE stock. That's negative stock. So if you've sold stock into the negative, you want to be sure to include those products as well, and with zero stock. Criteria tab selects the products to be included in the count. And then you have options for setting the criteria. You can say, I want to do my count by products or product group or bin location or supplier. How do you normally set yours up, Janet?
Bin location.
By bin location? Yeah. Okay. So do you do one location one week and another location another week? Like
Might
do you?
do 3 or 4 bin locations a day.
Oh, do you? Okay. So do you stock count every day?
Well, when I start doing it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So do you count when you start doing it? Do you do it like for a month over the period of a month? You count every day. Okay. 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 Is it always by bin location? Okay. Does everybody do them by bin location? Yep. Okay. So are all of your products in a bin location, or do you use like wild cards for? And that's
Bin locations only.
okay, and that works. You're able to pick up everything.
Better. I mean,
Works great for us.
Okay.
it's a wild.
A wild card, an asterisk to say I can say everything that's in bin location. If my bin location number is ABC, and then I have another one that's APT, I can use a bin location of A asterisk, and it'll pick up both ABC bin and APT bin.
So what's the count group?
What's a count group? As items that you actually put into a group and use them over and over to count.
What would be different about that from a bin location?
Because you might be picking up 3 different bin locations and 3 items from over here. You can pick and choose them from all over your location. Or you might say, I want to count all of these type of items, and they're located all through the store. It's just a different way. It's just a list, really. Count group is just a list that you can make up to say, these are the items I count every week, every second week.
Which is kind of what we're doing with the bin location.
Yes, exactly.
Because we're not really, it's not necessarily that it's in that bin, it's that product group is what we're kind of doing.
Okay. Okay. So it's in that product group, but you still choose it by bin location? Still do the count by bin location? Okay. So these options are available to you, whichever way you decide to do it. If you've got bin locations on your products and you're picking up your products and it's working for you, then you're way ahead of the game, because a lot of people don't have bin locations on their products and they kind of scramble to figure out how they're going to do their counts because they don't have any clear label on any of their products. You can create the count and save the settings. Saved counts will get an assigned stock count reference number. And then once the count's saved, you can recall it in the stock count browser. And they can be preset, saved, and then copied for reuse. So if you're counting the same type of items over and over again, you don't have to define your criteria every time. You can define it once, and then next time you want to count that same group of items, you can reuse that count. And new counts can be set up and saved well in advance of the actual count being done. So when you activate the count, it's done immediately before you count, before you physically count. It's a snapshot of stock values that will be used to compare against counted values, which is why you do it immediately before you physically count. And then from the General tab, 2 options are available after you've saved the count: activate and copy and activate. Do you copy and activate your counts? Save them for next month or next week? No. Do you count the same group of items over and over and over again?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we know? Okay. So instead of just activating it and then redefining the criteria next month, you could copy and activate. And you've got the same count saved.
With the same bin location.
Did you know that,
But
Robin?
you wouldn't want to activate
Okay.
it again, right? I mean, you're not wanting to activate it.
I'm sorry?
You wouldn't want to activate it again, would you?
No, you don't. You copy and you can activate it, and then this count of 50 items is just what I'm going to do today. So I'm activating it, I'm counting, I'm completing, it's done. If I'm going to do the same 50 items next month, I would probably copy and activate. So first thing I do is save off a copy of that count so I can use it again later if I want to, and activate the current one.
It's automatically saved, correct?
Sorry?
It's automatically saved.
Yes, yes, exactly. So you're just taking a copy of the count that you have right now, setting it aside so you can come back to it again and again, and activating the current one. So then your count complete, your current one, you still have that copy with all those products in it that you can go back to again. Call it up and copy and activate it so you can keep the same count going month after month or week after week. And we can look at that. And multiple counts can be active at the same time. I'm suspecting you probably ever only have one active at a time? No? You have multiple? Oh, okay, okay, good point. Do you ever have the same product on the 2 counts? Have you ever seen that little symbol? It's a little symbol. If you have the same product on more than one count, it will tell you in the count. There's a little symbol that says this item is on another active stock count.
I think since everything is by bin location,
Okay.
we shouldn't have a duplication.
Yep. Okay. So when do you set up your stock counts every month, or how often? Every month. So you go in and set up your criteria and say, I want to do this bin location, this bin location, this bin location. Then you would print the count sheets for staff to fill in, and you can do blind ones where the stock figures aren't included. Which one do you use? Do you include the stock figures?
Not the first time,
No? Okay.
only on variance.
Do you know? So nobody includes the stock figures the first time. Make them go out there and tell me how many we have. You can print a report for only the lines that have not been completed so that you can figure out which products you missed on the first pass. You can report variance to recount products with variance, and I think you do that, right? You report your variance and then go back and say, why in the world is this different than what I thought it should be? When you perform the count, you can enter the quantities from the return count sheets on the Products to Count tab. The options that are available while entering the count are to show only the incomplete lines, to show only the lines of the variance, to show the variance, and to show the value of the variance. Show the supplemental location. Do you ever use the supplemental location? So that's for when you're counting along, you're in this row of products, and you count along and say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. Hey, there's somebody sitting in that chair. I didn't know I had him. So you could add him as a supplement. So it's for something that you found that's maybe out of place, it's in the wrong spot, and you can add that as a supplement to your count. It doesn't have to be defined in your criteria on your sheet. You can add it onto. And then you might be entering total stock for multiple bin locations. You can set the unentered stock lines to 0 quantity. So if I have 20 items here, there's one I missed, I didn't enter anything for it, I can set that to 0. I'm saying, if I didn't find it on my count, I must not have any of it. You can filter to find a specific line to enter count information. So if you have a big, long list of items in your criteria and you need to go and find just one line on that count to see how many you entered on that, you can search for it in your count. You can add a supplement, like we said, mark individual lines as complete, and then run some variance and valuation reports. Once all the products in the active count have been counted, entered, and the variances are confirmed, you can complete the account. And that will change the status to completed and actually make the general ledger entries. And create stock adjustment documents for every product with a variance. So you said, Matt, I have to go here.
Yes.
And then I have to go here. So I'll just go into, I think it's here. So, no, it's in sales. I gotta find. Oh no, it was there. Stock counting. I just want to show you that you can copy and activate a count. So here are my stock counts. One that was created today. So I have a stock count that's created but not activated yet. So when I open it up, my next step would normally be to activate it, right? So when I open it up, sorry, John, I'm going to activate it on you. See, there's a copy and activate button there.
Okay.
So he has 162 products on his count. And if I wanted to find a particular product, I could find it by line number or by exact product code or by partial product code or by description or by barcode or bin location or supplement location. So I'm just going to search for one down here so I can show you what I mean. So I've got 4415071 on this count. Instead of leafing through to find that, I can go to product code exact. I think that's what I said. And hit the go button. I think I didn't do that right, did I? What was my number? 4493409. And hit go. And it skipped me down to line 73 there. Did you see that, Robin? Mm-hmm. Okay. So I can search on a count for different lines that are in my count.
Yeah, you know, some of our aisles we pre-count and then we use our gun.
Okay.
And then we enter our count and then we come back and we drop it. But before we hit a variance report, we have to go back, once that information is into this page.
Okay.
We have to go, if there's an empty spot, we have to add a 0. Why is that?
Okay. So is there something that's not counted, you mean?
Yes.
You have to add a 0 in there?
Add a 0 so it'll show that there, say we missed something as we're walking the aisle
Okay.
with our gun.
Okay.
Sometimes we forget that step, but it's really crucial because otherwise it wouldn't flag us if we missed it. But we have to manually go through there and we'll see some empty spots and we have to add a 0.
Okay.
And then it'll give us
A variance
a
report.
variance, and then we'll
Yeah,
go back
yeah.
to it. I just, a minute ago you said something that.
Yep, there is an option here. There is an option to set 0 for all unentered stock lines.
I mean, does that have to be done per branch or can we do it?
It's with per stock count.
It is there?
Just doing it in the stock count.
If you miss that item, there's not 3 up there. That's
gonna show you a variance when you
Yeah,
go.
then it'll show us a
Zero, it's gonna
variance.
show you -3, then you're gonna go find it after you print your bracket.
Yeah. I didn't know that. Okay, so there's options.
So if you've added all your items, you know, you're ready to count and you've added them all and you've missed a line, you could go into your options and click on set zero quantity for all unentered stock lines, and then you'll be able to see where the variance is. So those are the ones that you've missed, right? So I wanted to show you that. I wanted to show you that products to count, or that searching by line or by product code or barcode. Sorry?
I use by line a lot,
Do you?
especially after I do my
Okay.
variance.
Okay, yeah. Because these get pretty long, right? So back on the general tab, normally you would activate this. I forgot I'm videoing. How's my hair?
It looks great.
Instead of just activating, I could copy and activate here. And when I copy and activate, it's telling me I'm about to activate it, and I should only do that if I'm ready to go out and physically count the goods. And if I say, yes, it's about to take place. So this count that I have right here is activated. I could go and put my products in it. And I'll just save it right now and say, OK. But see, I still have, just look at my active stock counts for Greensburg. There's the one that I just activated. And if I go and look for stock counts for Greensburg, there's the one I copied. So I've got it. So I don't have to keep going back and redefining it every month.
Every time.
Yep, exactly.
So then when you'd open that one up, you copy and activate
Yeah,
it
exactly,
again.
exactly.
So it always
That's
comes
exactly
back.
right. Yep. And then the reference on it, well, it's not very clear because the reference that was given to it is the same reference, I think, that was used on the original. But if the original was created last month, when I copy and activate it, the reference is going to be today's date.
It's gonna change.
Yes, exactly. Yep. So I'll know that I moved it ahead a month. So did you get that one too? Do you do stock counts? Did you get the copy? Oh,
She does all the computer work, her and Peggy. I just count,
You do the outside.
just count it.
He counts it, and then I
She
dump
hears
it,
it.
I give him the variance report, he goes back and
Check
checks
the
it.
variance and she puts it, her
And I
and
read
Peggy,
it.
they do
It's
all the
me.
computer work.
Peggy didn't do that inventory. I didn't want to give that to her.
did you know about that copy and activate?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So will that be handy for you? So you don't have to keep re-entering.
We've got
But ours are all set by bin location, I just go and tell the
Yep.
location I want.
Well, they'll be in there, but you can't. That's not what we're doing though. As we activate them, we can copy and activate them, and that'll save a copy off for next month or next year or whenever.
What if you changed items in that? How does that work out?
There is a.
What happens then?
There is a.
I mean, does it still do those items, or does it take?
There is a
items
refresh
from
list here.
location?
There's a refresh list here. So when you open it up, you probably want to refresh the list. So if you have new items in that bin location, it's going to pick them up.
Changed.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't really, you're
Yeah.
gonna be right. Every time we move something, we gotta change the location.
Right, but if you take something out of that aisle and put it into a different aisle, you push that refresh, it's gonna take it out of that.
Exactly.
Just saying, if you copy it, you're taking an old one that's a month old.
Yeah, but that's what she said, refresh it. And then that way
Yeah,
it changes.
you probably want to refresh these when you
and
open
stuff
them
like
up to
that,
use them
yeah.
again, in case you've been moving things around. But I think it sounds like it's going to save you a lot of steps to be able to copy and activate and just reuse your defined stock count. Everybody okay with that? Okay. One of the things that happens, let me just get out of here, out of the sales order here. Come out of the stock count browser. I'm going to go to my home tab and I'm going to create a new quote. And I think this happens a lot. And I would add some lines to quote. Where did I go? So when we create a new quote, I think that what happens a lot is that the quote gets converted to special prices. Is that true?
Depends on the situation, but yeah.
Okay.
Could
Do you-
become an order too.
Could be in order too, yep. But I think it's from the sounds of it, helps us here a lot with quotes.
Use those
Do
too.
quotes get converted to special prices for you, Vince? Do you and or your people do a lot of converting quote to a special price?
No,
No? Okay. Well, then you're innocent. You're off the hook.
I don't know how. That's what it
Do you
was
guys
one of
convert
the
quotes
big-
to special pricing?
I don't know what special pricing is.
Okay. Thank you for saying that.
Sales orders.
Converted sales orders to special pricing, have you? No, you haven't. Okay. Okay. Let me just find an existing quote then. Find an existing quote under Find Documents, and I'll go to Quotes. And I'll find an existing quote here.
Well, Steph, I don't know. Sit here. They know why they let me run this place.
So here's a quote. And when I open the quote up, I have this option, I think, to convert it to special prices. And when I do that, when I convert a quote to special prices, I'm creating selling price rules. Are you familiar with selling price rules? Yeah? Okay. So everybody's familiar with selling price rules. So where does selling price rules come from?
Something that was set up 4 years ago or 5 years ago.
Are you going to tell me you've forgotten?
It's there.
Exactly. If I say I'm going to convert to special prices, I'm creating a rule. I have 4 lines on this quote. And when I say convert to special prices, for this particular customer, at this particular branch, for this particular job, I'm setting a rule code, but I'm actually making 4 of them. I'm making 1 rule code for each line on the quote. And eventually, over time, we end up with a whole whack of selling price rules that I'm not sure we want anymore. Do we? Has anybody faced this before? Is this an issue for anybody, that we have a whole bunch of selling price rules out there that need to be cleaned up?
Probably.
Probably.
They don't bother me.
They don't bother you.
But they're.
Probably a million, but it's okay. So notice that the special prices have a start and an end date on them. When you convert to special pricing, do you put a start and an end date on them? On the sell price rule? Nobody's even admitting they do them.
I've done that.
Don't you do that?
We use these.
I'm trying to get there.
Okay.
I mean, if you do like a deck package or something, and you give the guy special pricing, and so they can't, we just go there, put all that pricing in there, and then set the date.
Perfect. That's exactly where you are. Yep, you're exactly where you want to be.
You guys can.
Yes.
Especially
Perfect. Okay, so Vince, you've just, when you say okay to that, you've set up a selling price rule for each one of those products that's on that quote for that customer.
Right.
Right?
Supposedly.
So you get a job
You really honestly have. Yeah, you did.
I'm doing something wrong because it ain't working. That's
So
what-
when that
that's the
customer
one thing
comes
I
back
said.
to buy those products, he's going to get that special pricing that's on that quote.
all those prices and lock it in.
But you just said it's good until what, September, October 2015? So what happens after September, October?
Delete it.
There you go. Delete it or extend the date out, right? If it's going to be
Yeah.
used still. So was that what you've been doing, is extending the date or deleting them?
Evidently not.
So what you do.
Okay.
I thought I sold it.
Okay. Okay.
I know that I click the quote, click convert to special pricing.
Mm-hmm.
And I go down here and I change that date to how long I want that quote to be
Good.
good for.
Okay. Okay.
But it doesn't. There I get this.
What's it say? Special price already exists for that product. Do you want to overwrite it? And if you say yes, then you're making another. Yep.
Quote.
Yep, you're making
Because there's
another.
another quote in there.
Yep,
But I cannot-
exactly.
How can I delete a quote? Show
Okay.
me how to delete a quote.
Okay, okay,
Because I've got about 19,488 to.
okay. You've counted, have you?
We're there. We're
Okay,
there.
okay, okay. So first thing is we're creating price rules and we probably want to get to handle those. So who handles those? Is it head office that looks after deleting those, or does the branch look after deleting their price rules? Or you do, or the branches should, okay.
Trouble.
Boy, they threw us
No.
Okay. So in our, actually, I think I have a, so if I want to go back over here, Matt, do I just minimize this and open up this? Right? Pricing, do I have a, oh, I don't have a pricing PowerPoint. I can get to the internet from here though, can't I? Can't I? Well, maybe I can't. Sure I can. Watch me. Oh, I had it open somewhere. That's why it's complaining about that. There it is. Do you guys use the support portal? Do your users use the support portal at all? Okay. Okay. So
I've never done that before.
okay. So just a little aside here. Do you log into the support portal at all, the BizTrack support portal, to look at e-training documents or anything like that? Could they, if they wanted to?
Training, login, and password is nothing but it.
Okay. Okay.
Are we used to?
Okay, so this is one spot that you could go and look up information to help you learn, or look up videos, or look up PowerPoints, or look up quick reference documents, and that kind of thing. And where I'm going here is onto the BizTrack support portal. I'm just going to log in here for a second. You wouldn't normally have to go through this. It's just me. So I'm on the internet now, and I'm looking at the support portal. So if we can just, I don't think you probably have access on your computers. But what I wanted to show you was that on the support portal, there's all kinds of training documentation. There are videos on different subjects. There are PowerPoints on different subjects, and you have access to this anytime that you want to take a look at any of the training information. So Matt has your login. If you want to go to the website, he can get you to the website, and he can get your training login so that you can look at different things here on the website, the support portal. So for example, under the What's New, we have information on what's new under BizTrack 4.5, and we have some different videos on different subjects. A video on products, a video on kits, a video on work order scheduling, sales videos to show you the things I've been showing you, using the selection cart and things like that.
Might be a good tool to use, like if you do some store meetings or something, you could just watch a video one time of something that, you know, for all your inside guys or whatever.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. The videos are very helpful. They're usually, you know, fairly short. The first one there is 9 minutes, 9 seconds. So they're just little bites of information. And sometimes it's helpful to say to a person when you're training them, go watch the video and then we'll talk about any questions you have, or we'll walk through the exercise that's on the video or pertains to what you're asking about. So there's lots of videos there. There's that whole What's New section. There's some videos on training. There's a counter sales videos to cover how to enter transactions in counter sales and other counter sales functions and things like that. The reason I'm coming in here is because there's a pricing PowerPoint that I wanted to use. So I want to see if I can find it here. Is it inventory? No, I think it's up here. E-training pricing. Here we go. And the reason I'm calling it up is because there's a really nice slide in here that talks about maintaining the price rules. So this is just pricing, define prices, where prices come from in the system, just leafing through these videos. But they're available for anybody to look at anytime they want to see information on them. Just about there, I think. Selling bands, I think you use those. Price rules. Okay, so price rules are what gets created when we convert a quote to special pricing. And any number of them can be created: branch, customer, customer site, price profile, product, product group, date range. This is what they look like. They can be branch specific or set for all branches. And there are 20 different rule types available that you can set. So you can say for this customer, for this product, for this customer, for this range of products, for this range of customers or multiple customers, for all customers, for a certain product or types of products. But what we're getting to is, here we go, the rule identification fields are used with the calculation type special price. So when you set up a pricing rule from a quote, you saw that window open and you saw that down at the bottom it had a name for the pricing rule, and it actually had the quote information down in the bottom of the pricing rule too. I want to get to that slide that says how to maintain them. By price band, product group rules. I don't want to go through that. Sorry, I don't know a faster way to go through these than enter, 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 and another enter. Oops. What did that say? Matrix style. Is everybody still awake?
Trying to read that.
Can you read that fast? Come on. Okay, here we go, special prices. Providing special pricing to specific customers for a set list of products and for a set time frame. And that's where they're coming from when we convert from a quote. So you put together a list of products with special prices, and that is used to price a sales order on the fly at point of sale. They might be offered to a specific customer, specific products, set date range. Bid pricing is what it's sometimes known as. And it's very important for special prices rule to have a start and end date range, because those special prices have the highest priority over other price rules that might be in the system. So this is just how to set it up. And here's what we're discussing is converting the quote to special prices, creating the quote, the date ranges that the prices are in effect for, add the products to the quote, and then once they're added, convert it to a special pricing. And there's the details for the price rule that's going to get created. And down here has a rule code with the customer number, the customer name, and the original quote number. And then you can go into your pricing rules, your sell price rules, and see these rules that got set up from converting from a quote. There's your special prices rule. Top section is the customer and the product and the date range. And the bottom is the pricing that's in effect and the rule ID. So there's one rule for every line on a quote that gets converted. Finally, don't want to reprice to a price profile, we want to maintain. Okay, so maintaining selling rules, method 1. On the selling price rules window, set the parameters to view the rules that match the criteria entered. So you're just going to go to the selling price rules window and set your criteria so you're not looking at everything. Highlight the rule and select the Properties button. The selling price rule properties is displayed for changes to be made. That's not ideal for editing special price rules where there's multiple products. But method 2 is on the selling price rules window to set the parameters, to view the rules that match the criteria. Highlight all the rules that are to be changed using your Shift Control keys. Right-click to show the menu of options. And then you can select to increase or decrease the price or do a quick edit on the lines that are on the price rule. So in this example, the only parameter set is to display all the rules by customer and product-specific prices. So this is what's coming from a quote. You can drag and drop to group the columns like we saw this morning. And you can sort the columns. And all the products for a specific customer, in this example, Speedy & Company, with a valid date of 2009 are highlighted. Then you can right-click and show a menu of your options. So if you have price rules that are expired that you want to get rid of, that you want to delete, you can go into your price rules window, choose the ones. You can sort them so you're only looking at the ones you want to deal with, multiple select, and right-click, and there's a delete function there. Did everybody know they could do that? No? Okay. Is that what you would want to do with expired price rules?
Vince, is that what you're wanting?
Is that what you would want to do with an expired price rule? You seem to be on the hot seat today, Vince. Sorry.
I want to delete every quote I've got in the system prior to December 31st of 2014.
Okay. We can get to quotes in a second, but first we have to deal with the... We're talking about price rules, pricing that gets created from a quote. So I think we probably need to get rid of the price rules. Then we can get rid of the quotes. So the price rules are what we need to make sure that we maintain.
Gary, you do that, price rules?
Was that a nod or a shake?
A nod.
Was a nod?
No.
And a shake?
A no shake.
And a shake, okay. A nod and a shake.
I'm not sure what it was, that's why I asked.
I'm not sure he is either.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Exactly. I gotta find my price rules. Oh, I think it's in inventory. So in your inventory tab, on your window, in your inventory tab on your ribbon, there's a selling price rules. And if you click that, you're going to get to your selling price rules. And in your selling price rules, if you click go, I can see in this example that I have 50 rules showing and there are 842 that remain. That's right. These are for all the stores. I'm going to change it to look at just customer and product specific prices, which would be the ones that came from quotes, probably. And then I'm going to hit the go button, and I can see I have 50 rules and 769 of them remaining. So if I, for example, if I grouped by, and I have to make sure I'm in training, by the way. Example.
So one quote can be.
That's right. Yeah, if there's 20 lines on a quote, it's going to create 20 different price rules.
Holy cow.
That's exactly right. I thought I saw a
So
branch
is there
back
a way to
here.
look at them, not by that, not by individual items, but by the quote itself?
I'm going to group them as soon as I find what it is I want. Thought there was a branch in here, but I
That's
might
what
be.
Because that's where I look at it and it's like, God, I can't tell what's what.
Oh, here it is, right here, in the very front, right there. Okay, so let's just load some more here. I'll just load the first 200. What the heck? So there are 188 that are used at Pratt. Just in the first 200. I'm just looking at the first 200 here. And the rest apply to all branches, not just a specific branch, but to all branches. So we might want to look at the price rules and say, okay, when are they valid to? If I could sort, for example, on that column there, and I could see there's some at Pratt that were valid until 2010. So they're probably not useful anymore.
Probably not.
I'm thinking.
We might have forgot about it.
Okay. If I open one of them up, I can see, why am I pointing at the screen here? I can see the customer it was for, which address it was for that customer, and what the product was, and the date that it was valid for. So it was good for a month, but it's done now.
2010.
From 2010, yep.
It's passed. We were pretty new.
So if I wanted to delete, for example, the first 3, I can hold my Shift key, highlight the first one, hold Shift, and highlight the third one, right-click, and say delete. I just need to be sure that these price rules are really the ones that I want to delete. So it sounds to me like somebody needs to go through the price rules and figure out which ones are valid and which ones need to be deleted. Yep.
Also, you have a look at the dashboards, we have a store manager.
I couldn't find it. Where are they? I found the store manager dashboard, but I didn't find expired price rules.
Something Ivy made first when we went live, right here, selling price rules to expire.
Oh, okay. Okay. So, thank you, Matt, because I was looking for that, and it was obviously I couldn't see it because it was right in front of my face, right? So, okay. So that's how they get deleted, and Matt just pointed out here that on my dashboard, if I look at my dashboards, do you know how to get to dashboards?
So these,
You
I
okay?
only have 7.
You only have 7 in training? Oh, good for you. Good. Is that because you deleted a whole whack, or because
I
you?
just deleted 4, 'cause I told you I didn't know how to do them.
How many have you got called up there?
7.
Oh, okay, good for you. Okay. So on the manager's dashboard, Matt pointed out,
Did you just delete them?
Huh?
you are in training, right?
Yeah. I only get 7.
On the manager's dashboard, do you know how to get to a dashboard? Okay. So under business intelligence, on the store manager dashboard, there is a smart view that's called selling price rules to expire. So these are the selling price rules that are about to expire for my branch. And I guess I don't have any there. Do I? Does anybody have any in there? Pratt? Flip the Pratt branch.
Yeah, I don't have
You got a Pratt.
Actually, I had that price level 36, they said like 6 years ago.
Okay.
And then price like 1, 2, 3, 4, the whole store set
Come back. Okay. So there they are for Pratt. The selling price rules to expire. Did you find them on the dashboard?
Yeah.
So you don't need to go into selling price rules. You can access them from the dashboard.
Right. So you delete it from there.
Oh, you're in the train.
So I guess you can scroll down there and see there's a few of them, eh? Oh, that's just.
Lynn, can you not do multiples on this screen?
I don't think from the dashboard. It doesn't look like you can drill down from the dashboard. Can you do it on the dashboard?
No.
No. Okay. I'm not seeing it either.
I think this is any that.
In fact, I think this is just a view, isn't it?
It's
Yep.
any that are expired, and I think ones that will be within a week, looking ahead. too,
Okay.
So you have a chance to extend it.
Okay.
So if you get rid of the old ones, you'll only see the ones that are about to expire.
I'm sorry. Get rid of the old ones and then.
You'll see the ones that will expire within a week.
Okay.
So you have a chance
So
to extend it.
did everybody hear that? What Matt said is that this view that was created was for selling price rules that are about to expire in the next week. So if you go into your selling price rules where we just were and get rid of all the really old ones, then what you'll see pop up in here are the ones that are about to expire in the next week, and that would give you an opportunity to go into them and extend the dates if you wanted to. So I think it's just a matter of doing a little bit of cleanup in the selling price rules, and you can get rid of them if you want to delete them by multi-select, right-click, and delete. And then your dashboard will just show the ones that are about to expire.
Just please check your date, make sure that you're looking, when you hit delete, you can't bring it back. So
That's right.
it's gone.
Yeah.
So don't call the office and say, I just deleted all this, and then think that we can bring it back.
Hope I was in training.
You are in training, yep.
Good.
Did you get it cleaned up in training?
Okay. Yeah, it's just for the practice of cleaning them up.
Now I
But
know how to do it.
are you okay with how to do it?
Well, I think so.
How do you clean them up? Okay, so just into the selling price rules.
If I don't, I got Matt on speed dial.
Okay, perfect. As long as they get cleaned up, then your dashboard will just show you the ones that are about to expire.
How about we give
That'll be a
them
much smaller list
week
for you.
And Matt will go see what all you have cleaned up.
Yeah, remind me.
I can get mine done in a week.
Okay, a week from today, we're gonna check them and make sure they're cleaned up.
Oh, you got a week.
In training.
Because I didn't have any.
In training? Okay.
You didn't have any in real?
In real time, Robin, none.
Close?
So Vince wants to see how he gets rid of quotes that are no good. He doesn't want to see, he's got a bunch of quotes out there that he doesn't want to see. So do we have any,
Do this first, Lynn?
I'm sorry?
You have to do this first?
No, you don't have to, but it will just make it much neater. It's kind of doing things in order would be, make a little bit more sense, I think, to the system. So do you have any kind of a dashboard or anything for that, Matt? Do you know? No? Okay. So I think I would tend to go in to find my quotes. And I'd go to quotes. And I could, if I were the one who created them, I could go to my quotes. I'm in the Pratt.
Did you go back to view, Vince? Or are you still in business?
You're still in business intelligence. You'll want to go to view there if you know. Okay, views. Okay, good. And then find documents. Perfect. You're exactly where you want to be. So then one of the things you could do if you were the one who created them is use the drop down to change that to my quotes. That would be
That's what
your
I'm gonna
quotes.
do right now.
Okay. So if you're looking for, you might be looking for your quotes, and your branch will be set for you. And then if you leave it at where quote number equals anything, you'll get all the quotes. But you could also use the where parameter and say, for example, where the date created is less than, I'll say 01/01/2015. And hit go. Oh. And I found at least 50 at Pratt. So there's different parameters you can pull them out on, based on. I just said, show me everything that's created before January 1st of this year. What's that say? You can only search for numbers in the quote number field. Okay, so just say okay to that. You need not dashes, but slashes in there.
Then he's got quote number in there instead of date.
That's right. Yes, thank you. So up here, say where, instead of quote number, say the date created. I think you have to scroll up. Date created. Whoops.
Whoops.
If I get my big old finger out of the way, you'd be able to see it either. Good. And change that to less than, if you like. Then you can say what date. So if you're looking for things that are, you know, more than 6 months old, backdate it to 6 months ago. So you're going back to December 31st. Good. Now remember, this is only going to pull up the first 50 at this branch. If you have more than 50, you have to hit the more button.
Keep hitting them over.
You have to keep hitting the more until they all come up. So I don't know how many you might have. I don't know how many you might have, Vince, but I don't know if you want to go by year. I don't know if you have a few years worth in there or how you want to find them. And then,
Ain't there no more? Blowing up computers.
sorry. Wow, why is it so slow for me? Doesn't seem to be a delete in here.
What I was looking at,
I'm not getting
I bet I can't multi-select to delete. Actually, I can't delete quotes at all.
Can't delete it.
Hmm?
You can't delete a quote?
No, I'm not seeing a delete function in here, and I'm suspecting it's because you have to accept or reject. Sorry?
X in the top left, I think, still works.
Right.
Will that work?
Yeah. Oh, multiple documents.
Can't do it for multi?
Can't do multi. Oh, that's cool. That's gonna take a long time.
Okay. Yeah, have to do them one at a time, fortunately. So you might need support to help you if you've got a whole bunch of them to
I
delete.
was hoping we remove the lapsed documents work that way. That seems like it just.
No, no, it doesn't.
You can't do a multi.
No, you can't do a multi-delete. If you had one to delete, you could delete one of them, but you can't do a multi-delete, unfortunately. So I think once you decide what you want cleaned up, you should probably let Matt know, and he can have support help you get rid of those. If indeed you want to delete them out of the system versus rejecting them.
And you don't have anything for the guys to do outside, then have them come in.
What's the difference?
Rejecting them, you're keeping a record of why this quote got rejected, so that you can report on people are rejecting quotes because the price is too high, or because too much time has lapsed, or they went elsewhere, or whatever reason you want to set up for people might reject a quote. Project's not going on anymore. So this would work for, yeah, I can't reject them all either.
Yeah, you should be able to do this multiple, that's crazy.
I'm sorry?
Should be able to delete, like all my quotes or something.
Yeah, you should, but you can't, because the idea is that we're staying on top of them, and we're either accepting them or rejecting them.
Yeah, but rejecting them doesn't get rid of them.
Doesn't which?
It doesn't get rid of them.
No, it moves them into a different area
Does it
that are,
automatically get rid of them then?
I'm sorry?
when you reject them, does it automatically get rid of them?
No, it marks it rejected. They go into a different area where they can be removed then in lapsed documents.
And can that be removed then?
Can that be
Yes,
done
they can remove then.
bulk, I mean,
Yep.
It can be done.
The idea of removing them, of rejecting them, is so that you can keep track of why customers might reject quotes. So you could set up a reason, the price was too high, or they shopped elsewhere, or the project was discontinued, and then you can run reports. You can pull data or smart views out of the system to say, this is why our quotes are being rejected.
it's still, yeah, it is, yeah. Why it wasn't loaded, but there ain't no reason to load it now.
So you can see that if you group by status, your quotes might be accepted, rejected, or open. So in my example, I have some that are accepted, some that are open, some that are rejected. So if a quote hasn't been accepted or rejected, it's still in open status. If it's been rejected, it's still in this list until remove elapsed documents is run to say, take it out altogether. Who's in charge of doing that? She asks, she looks at Matt.
Not me.
That would be Matt?
Really run that elapsed
You
documents,
don't, you don't take them out? Okay.
They've never really been pulled.
Never, okay, okay. So the quotes, if you want to delete one, you know that you can go in and delete one with the X in the corner, X at the top, if you find a quote you want to delete. But typically, the ideal situation is to either accept or reject a quote. So if a customer comes in and says, you quoted me on that, and I've decided I wanted it, I want that material, what do you typically do? Do you go into the quote and accept it and turn it into a sales order?
Hope like hell he'd bring a copy of it.
Really?
That's what we do. I mean, we accept it.
You accept it, you open it up, and click the accept
But we
button.
don't have a real good way to keep track of when they don't come back in to get, you know what I mean? You do a quote for somebody and they don't come back in. You know,
But the dashboard alerts us.
You could have you could have a dashboard set up to alert you to your quotes are going to expire. Yep, expired quotes. So, so are you saying people don't come back in and say you quoted me on this and I want to buy it now?
no, that happens, but
Okay.
you don't always hear about when they don't want it, you know, so you don't get reminded, you know. I mean, you do a quote on
A deck.
a deck and maybe you move on, and if they come in and get it, great, but if they
Okay.
don't, you know, if you got extra time, you could call them and say, hey, are you gonna do this? But,
Okay.
I mean, you don't always get alerted that they don't always call you and say, hey, we're not gonna buy
Okay,
this from
okay.
you, they just don't do it.
Okay. So is that something, first of all, that we would want the system to do, is to alert us? Do we want to put a follow-up date on them and say, hey, I'd like to call this person, this customer in a month and ask him if he still wants this deck information? Because we could do that. We could put a follow-up date on them, and then you'd get a message on your dashboard that says, it's time to call customer ABC about his deck.
Probably have to look at the dashboard then,
That's-
wouldn't we?
Yeah, that helps. Or somebody.
It's actually what Anderson Windows does. They bug you until that quote is done when they do it. I mean, they have people calling you and it's like, hey, is this still an active quote? We wanna, you know, so they must have something in their
Can you
system.
email the customer from there, the quote, and say, email them and say, hey, you still think you want this product?
Sure.
It's probably a good idea. I'm just having that problem.
See this little flag? I opened up a quote here. I've opened up a quote, and you can force this to happen on quotes. I've opened up a quote, and I've said, I want to do a follow-up on this quote. So when I create the quote, I use a little flag, and I want to do a follow-up, and I want to say, call customer and ask about project. I don't know. And put his phone number. And then I can say what date I want to call him on, or what date I want to get my message. I'm going to say May the 5th, I want to get the message at 1:53 in the afternoon. And who's going to get that message? Well, I think, do we have a Myron in here? We do. So on that date, at that time, don't know if I can make this happen today or not. Today's April 28th.
So,
It's 1:54. Whoops. 55. So on that date, at that time, then that user would get a message on his dashboard saying, call the customer and ask about the project, and this is the date. And that would be your cue from your message to go in and call the customer. So those messages are in my messages.
Do messages have sound?
No. I don't think so. Check my options. I don't think we can have them. Oh, there's no my options here. I don't think we can have them make a sound. Do you know, Matt?
you do?
I don't think so.
No, you do.
When you delete the quote, it asks you, you should go and delete this order.
Would you like which?
Right here,
What are you doing?
I'm trying to delete, I'm going to delete a quote,
Okay.
little red X.
Mm-hmm.
Then it says, are you sure you want to delete this order? Why doesn't it say this quote?
Oh. I don't
Since we're
know. I
deleting
think it's just
quotes.
part of the same program probably runs to delete orders
Because
and
it's not
quotes.
an order.
No, that's true, it's not. I agree. But it's probably just a programming part
So
of
it's
the
not a
same
mistake
program.
that I made somewhere.
Not at this point, no.
Happy, go lucky.
Not yet. Not yet. Not at this point.
Keyword.
So, what time it is? Myron, do you have any messages on your dashboard?
Just send him one.
Did you? Okay. Are those the only ones you have? You just got it today, right? Can
Yeah, I
you
just did it
can you
just
just hit the refresh button there? Okay. Mine hasn't come through yet. No.
I just did that with him. He didn't
Did you? Okay. So you sent him a message.
He didn't know you could do that. So just get right there and right click over there and block that. So anybody in our system.
Okay, so kind of going off track here. So ideally, we want to accept quotes, we want to reject quotes, and then we can put in a reason for rejecting quotes, and then we'll show you how to go into remove elapsed documents to get rid of those out of the system. But these two up here are sending messages to each other. I hope they're not talking about us. And how this whole thing got started was that with a quote, you can click on that little flag and send a follow-up message to a user. And the message can say anything you want it to say. You can say a date and a time and whatever message you want to whatever user you'd like to get the message. And the idea is that they can call the customer and follow up on the quote. So to access that, you go into the quote and click on the little red flag.
You gotta remember to look there.
My message hasn't come through yet. So in the quotes, when it has a follow-up on it, if you look in the quotes list and find documents, you'll see a little red flag beside the one that has a follow-up message on it. And this one here has a little follow-up message on it. If I look at the little red flag, there's the follow-up and there's the date. And oh, that's what happened. I didn't save that. I thought I was sending it to Myron. I didn't click it and say okay. I want text. Save and close the quote. No, I don't want to. Gosh. So in your messages, Myron, do you have any messages at all? If you refresh your session and go to your messages. Refresh, good, yep. And there's nothing further on down from down at the bottom of the list, maybe? No? Okay. Mine are not coming through to you for some reason. You're getting each other's messages, are you? Okay. So is that follow-up on quotes something that we want to force people to do when they make a quote? No? Okay. I got an emphatic no. But it's possible to do. You can force it to happen, but we decided not to force it to happen. So the
Can you
little...
force it by logging? You probably can.
No, you force it system-wide. So the little segue that we've taken here into messages, if you haven't used messages before, on the left-hand side of your screen in the views, there's a My Messages, and if you click on that, any messages that you've been sent by the system or by another user will show on your screen. So if you click Messages, do you have any messages on your screen? My Messages?
I just hit it.
Okay, these are all your messages. Look at all the messages you've got from the system.
Credit hold, credit hold, credit hold, credit hold, credit hold.
Oh, there you go. Got a whole bunch of things that were on credit hold that have been gone on credit hold or been released from credit hold.
Refresh, Robin. Are you in messages?
Myron, do you have any messages on yours?
I didn't have any.
You're busy. You got messages? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So Jeff is saying hi.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So if you open up your one of your sales orders here, Robin, double click on that message to open it up. Okay. So you can see the subject that has been released from credit control. And down at the bottom, you can click on Open Order and go right to open that order from your message.
Excellent. So I can
You
see
can
what
also
it is.
forward that message or delete that message. So you can take a look at that order and see what it is about that order that So does anybody have a message from credit control or sales orders? What you got? Can you open up one of these messages? Double click on one of the messages. And that opens it up, so it shows you the subject, it shows you the message, and I think that's saying about something that was on hold, a credit control, does it, in here?
Over his credit limit,
Okay,
$23,000.
okay. So if you want to open that order, you can open it from right there. You can open the customer, you can open the order from right there. You can open the order and take a look at the order.
We probably got a credit approval on that.
If you're authorized, you can release it from credit control right there. Did you have some messages, Janet, to look at? You don't have any messages?
Nope.
Well, I guess you've been behaving yourself, haven't you? Change my branch back to Greensburg. And I think the other place you can see messages, maybe.
I send you a message, it's like, what is it?
Is there a message on your dashboard?
Do what?
Sometimes there's a messages section down your dashboard. Okay, might be on a different dashboard.
Yeah, it's on this.
Is it on your default dashboard? Okay. So on your sales by taken by, if you've got a default dashboard, there's also a messages at the bottom. It's exactly the same thing as shortcutting into My Messages.
I guess I'm back at mine.
So if you want to send somebody a message that's on BizTrack, so send it through BizTrack, you would go to My Messages and right-click and do New. And then you could compose a message and send it to one of the other users. If you're looking for a person to send a message to, You can use that little ellipsis after the 2 and find the users. And you're Jeff. Enter a subject. I think. Yes. You can send a message to multiple users by putting a semicolon on your between the recipients. Not finding a Greg. Am I finding a Janet? I found a Janet. Found a Robin. You can delete your messages. Sorry, I couldn't find you in the system, Vince, to send your message. Did you find your messages?
Vince, I sent you a message, see you got it.
It's actually kind of cool.
From my
I mean, it's, you know,
It's an easy way to get in touch with each other. A lot of people use it for, you know, Tuesday's Customer Appreciation Day, or we're having a barbecue on Friday afternoon or something to kind of broadcast a message to all the BizTrack users. And like I say, you can send messages to each other, to multiple users, but the system messages will also come through. You saw credit control, you saw sales orders, the stock's in for your sales order, your purchase order's been received, your quote's ready to about to expire, you need to call the customer. There's all kinds of things that you can get through the message, through the messages.
He watched me try to
These guys are out of hand.
Listen, we'll put them up with these guys, and then
Here it is, too. Here, I don't think he's ever even told me.
John, did you check your messages?
I didn't have it.
right now.
It takes a couple of minutes because the dashboard only gets refreshed every so often. So. Not checking any?
No, I've taken care of all mine.
Oh, we deleted them all, okay. Okay. Okay, so do we want to take a short break here? I think we need to, looks like we need to get up and stretch and maybe get outside. Sorry?
Refresh.
Oh, gosh.
So do you guys go into price rules at all? Do you deal with price rules? Who sets up the price rules and maintains the price rules? And the promos?
On the promos, like on sales and stuff, we do. Robin does.
Okay, so you do promos. You set up promos.
That's
That's the only thing we do on promos.
Haven't done
Okay.
one for a long time, so I can't say. I
She
remember
does
how to
more
do
than
it.
I do. I kind of got out of the habit because it's hard for me to do it.
If you check your
Because there's just two of
Yeah,
us
'cause
that
I
are.
don't remember.
Okay.
You know,
And-
so there's not a lot, I mean,
So you set up the promos?
Yes, I
You set up the promos?
she'd be nice to set them up.
And do you do it through price rules, selling price rules? Is that how you set them up? Okay. Messages before we get back on track with our sales price rules. We saw that you can go into my messages and right-click in my messages and send a new message. So that's how you would send a message to a user. If you had something you wanted to tell everybody in the store, for example, you could, or certain people in the store, you could send them a message and it would come up on their dashboard and in their My Messages. So it might pay to train people to check those dashboards and check those My Messages in case the message is, it's surprise day and you can all go home early. That would make them check messages for sure. There are options for your messages if you go to File and Account and My Options. So in File, account, my options, in there you can say, pop up an alert if a new message arrives. So if you do get a new message, it'll pop up on your screen and say you have a new message, and that will let you know that it's time to go and check. So I went to File, Account, My Options. So obviously My Options is just for your user account. So there's an option to pop up an alert. There's an option to confirm when you exit an application, so that stops you from accidentally logging out when you didn't mean to. But some people like it, but others just find it maybe a little annoying to be asked every single time they want to log out, if they're sure they want to log out. So whether or not you check, that's up to you. You can copy any messages that you receive to another user. So if you're only 2 people working in the store and you want to make sure that both of you get the same messages, you can copy your messages to another user. You can blind copy yourself when you're sending a message. And some people do that. They blind copy themselves so that when they send out a message, they've got a record that, yes, they sent it, and they know the message got sent okay because they got their own copy back. There's some other options down here for example, if you use directs to show the cost price before the selling price on direct sales order lines. I think for right now, we just want to worry about the messages to stay on topic. So did you find where we were there, Gary?
Yeah, I'm on.
Okay, perfect. So you can set whether you want to be alerted when a new message arrives. You can set whether you want to confirm when you're exiting an application, and you can decide if you want to copy your messages to other users. Along with those messages that you can send to each other and that you get by default from the system, for example, if an order goes on credit control, there are message rules that we can set up. And those are set up in System Manager. So I went File, Epicor Applications, System Manager. And on your Options taskpad, there are message rules that can be set up. So if I choose to add a new rule, there are all kinds of different messages that can be set up to alert whomever you want to alert. So an example of a message is, warn when the date required on a sales order changes. Or warn when an order line has a low margin. Or when a product is out of stock. Or a quantity is changed on an order for a product where I'm the product manager. Or a purchase order line is added or changed for one of your products. Or an order is released from credit hold, and so on. So there's several different message rules that you can set up. You can set up the rule, and then you can say who should get the rule. So the owner of the document is always going to get the rule, get a copy of the message, but you can add other users to get a message as well, or add a user group. And then you can make exceptions. So if you have a bunch of people in a group and only one of them you want to take out of that group, you can make an exception and say that person shouldn't get the message.
Because they can't get into System Manager.
Oh, okay, okay. So this might be a function to send through to Matt or to Kim, that there are maybe some messages that you would like to be receiving from the system, or a rule that you want to set up. And then you can apply it to all branches or selected branches. So maybe you could get authorization in the training files so that you can see what these messages are possible to set up.
Maybe saw it in queue.
So that concludes our discussion on messages. Any questions on messages? There's a lot in there, and we just kind of wandered off into that area that wasn't on our agenda, but that's okay, because it's all new stuff. What was on our agenda were promos. So I knew there was a couple of people in here who do promos. Jeff and Robin do promos. Does anybody else set up promos? Promotional pricing? No. Robin and Jeff, do you do all of it for all branches?
Janet, like the.
Janet, do you set up promos?
Last month, how do you set that up? The flyer?
Just a flyer.
You don't go in and,
We just change the price as they come in and get it.
oh, girlfriend, you need to,
I
I
know.
need to do it this way.
Girlfriend.
Girlfriend.
It's all okay now, though. I love it.
Okay, so it's something that might make Janet's life easier to be able to
Oh, yeah.
set these up. So you two and Janet, anybody else set up promos?
Terry does all mine.
So when you have a sale, you don't set up a promo?
I don't, but I've got someone that does.
Somebody who
But I
does,
don't.
okay. Do you know how they do it?
Nope.
Okay,
Who does yours, man?
okay. So let's just, for the sake of these three, let's take a look at setting up a promo.
Let's do it.
So Robin, could you walk me through how to set up a promo?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. Let me find it here. Hold on.
So where would I start?
Well, I'm trying to find it.
Oh.
It's a new,
Sorry.
go to your inventory tab,
Okay,
your selling price rule.
okay. So are you able to stay with us, Janet?
Pretty much.
If you're not, it's okay. Tell us to slow down, okay?
Oh, top left.
So inventory, selling price rules, and then,
At top left-hand corner, you're gonna click that first box and go almost to the bottom to promotions.
okay, so in the top left corner under view,
Yes, ma'am.
I scroll down and I choose promotions, right?
Correct.
It's almost all the way to the bottom. Then what do I do?
Down at the bottom, you're going to, on your bottom bar, add.
Okay. So add down at the bottom.
In the top box, you'll select your branch.
Okay.
Okay. And then you will select your dates you want the special to run.
Okay, would I give it a promotion code?
Oh, I'm sorry, yep, you would.
Okay, so I'll give it a code and a name.
And a name. And I also do document text, so it prints on the customer invoice.
What kind of promotion code do you write?
I might put like cell flyer.
You're just way too fast for me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, because you know this way too well, but that's good.
Or unbeatable deal.
That's good.
What we started to do too, at Myron's request, we would date it like 4/15, so when we look at it on another screen, we can identify.
Very good idea. Okay, and where do you put that? Do you put that in the name?
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Just after the name of it.
like that?
Yes, uh-huh. Because at a glance, you can know.
Exactly, okay.
And then in your promotion type, you will go clear to the bottom, sell price. Okay. All right, now you'll go up towards the top again to detail.
So you don't set a date on it?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, you said it.
Okay,
Start and beginning.
okay. So I'm going to say for the next 2 days, okay?
And then you'll go to detail.
Are you with us, Janet, or are we going too fast? You with us? Okay. The detail, okay.
And under product code,
Click under product code,
you enter your item.
okay. Oh, so I'm sorry, I went to search, but I could, if I knew my item, I could search it, right? Okay,
6229777.
okay,
It's just the old faithful.
okay.
6226500.
Clear over, it's gonna default to what the price is, and then you'll go over clear to promotion price,
$1.99.
change it. And then if you have multiple items, you go down to your add tab.
Would I hit my enter key on this one first?
Good.
You could.
Okay.
Take you to the next
Because I think I thought I needed to actually.
You know, you might have to.
I think so, to bring it down below
To make sure.
the entry line, yeah, to make sure it goes in.
And then now you're back to product
So
code.
then you don't have to
Right.
push add, is what you're
That's
getting.
right, yeah.
You don't have to push it.
Can I multi-select?
I don't believe so.
What if you, what if you try again?
No, you're right, I can't.
Right.
Can't highlight them and
No.
grab them.
Gotta do them separate.
So I'm adding a few items.
And if you're done, then you would just simply click OK. This way, all your salespeople don't have to remember,
Okay,
hey, that's a special price, it's already there.
okay. And then just, okay?
And then OK.
Were you with us, Janet? Yep. Okay.
So is the item flagged when they pull it up at POS and they can say, hey, you got a special price?
If you give
Exactly.
it a, and you go to that one line and you do the document text, it'll tell you sell flyer or unbeatable deal.
Yeah, you don't have to do that in the document text though.
Okay.
It's just in the promotion code.
Oh, I just do
That'll
the
be on the
three.
item.
Yeah, I just do the 3.
So I'm going to sell this 6229777, and the price should come out at $1.99 because I said my sale starts today at midnight and it's going to last for the next 2 days.
Okay.
So if I say okay to that
You may need to refresh.
with the go button,
No.
or do I refresh up here at the
No,
top?
I refresh up at the top.
Okay.
You know, Matt, didn't we find out sometimes that counter sales, it has to be overnight
Yeah,
before it will take effect?
Most of them do have to be
Yeah.
overnight.
We did find that out one time, because I set some up in my office,
I've tried to do them back a day,
and
and it will not let.
and then we went up front and sold it, and they're saying, hey, it didn't work. So I think we determined that after the system goes through its night cycle, then it's ready to go the next morning.
So are you saying I can't set, you can't set up a promo and start it today?
Correct.
Unless it's changed,
Don't be late.
unless it's changed, because you used to not be able to.
Because I would set it up.
I find that odd.
97.77.
63,
Mine did, because
Okay.
I just changed the hammer to $2 and
Okay.
I'm selling.
$1.99.
So there it is, $1.99.
Been training.
Because I'd have to call Matt and go, hey, what's
So
going on?
go ahead and see if it shows you.
So if you click on,
So
if
if you
you
go ahead and
enter
enter
that, and then you open that, go ahead. Then you, oh man, you sold too much of that today.
And it's on special, you're out of stock.
Was your idea?
Mine at the bottom says, good deal, $4.15.50.
So it's that little,
Yeah,
Today's
today's
special.
special, see in red.
And also it gives you a P up there on the icon outside the number.
will it print that on the ticket?
Yes.
A little P there?
Yes, promotion.
Did you see all that, Janet? Okay, all right, good. So does that look like it'll make things a lot easier than trying to remember, oh yeah, that's in the flyer, it's on special, I'm gonna change the price.
Yeah.
This way you've got the little P for promotion, and we can track that kind of stuff through the system. And when the flyer's over, it's done. It goes back to regular price.
So run a report, promotion items sold.
Yes,
Can you do that?
yep,
How do you do that?
absolutely. I think it's in the reports function here.
Send that to Roy.
Yeah.
Oh, when you, they have it.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Or, you know, I mean, I know you have to, then it would do it, but if you have a promotion report, then you could tell what you sold during the promotion. That actually wouldn't be a bad deal.
Promotional sales, right there at the bottom.
And you found that in reports.
I went to Business Intelligence,
How the sale went.
Reports, and Promotional Sales.
And
And if I call that up, let's look at from February
either we're
now.
missing some or it's not on there.
And I think I'll leave it for all branches there.
She went into smart.
So there's your sale price promotion. There's your order number it was sold on, the sales rep, who took it, customer name, the lines, the product, the amount, the cost, and the margin.
We
Apparently
need
we
to
don't have
change
it
that
turned
then to
on.
let them do that.
Does
We
it
don't have it because it's right
tell you
here.
by branches?
I'm sorry?
Can you do it, can it list all the branches? Or is it gonna just?
We're not in promotions, we're looking at the report. Is that what you
Yeah, the
think? Is that what you're
report.
talking about?
I
Okay.
just know, because Roy might wanna know, well, how many did Greensburg sell? or how
Yes,
many
yes,
did
yeah. I just did it for all branches because I didn't know what was in there. So when I did that report, I did it for all branches because I wasn't sure what was in there. But you could certainly do it for your branch. Did you get that report?
Oh, we got it.
No, it's not turned on.
It's not turned on for you. Okay.
So let's see the end of that.
Can you turn on right?
Try, it's not under transactional, is it? Oh, you're looking at all reports there, I guess, are you? Okay.
That's over to
Sales?
I think that's a
Low margin.
Well, we still,
I guess your reports gives you all of them. Okay,
Not gonna be stopped.
so I'm not sure why that report, you are in training, right?
yes.
Okay.
Oh, no, that or I lost $45 for Jeff.
Reports, properties.
I might have sold that hammer a little too cheap.
Okay, yeah, it's, if I make that report available to all users and say okay there. If you refresh your system and try it again.
Oh.
There it is, promotional sales.
So are you used to running reports here? Do you know how to run reports?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I just, that
Okay.
wasn't on there.
So you were able to get into it? I was watching
Yeah, there's
Can you close out of there for a second? So use this bigger X in the top corner. Okay. Run that report again. Just double click on it. A little bit slower. Okay.
Bet you couldn't group.
I think what you changed was this date. I think you want to change the from date.
I did.
No, this is by branch.
There you go. You
Bet
can
you
run it
couldn't
by
run
branch.
one
You can do it by
by-
all branches.
Bet you couldn't do it by item.
what do you mean?
Oh,
it.
like,
It does give you.
it gives you the total.
Does it say what items or something?
No, it tells you, but it's all like, it's each ticket or each
Oh,
order.
I see. Not we sold 13 strong orders, so the 370 could be,
Yeah.
it tells you all the orders associated with it. Lynn, can you set a promo up for multiple?
Yeah, we can't get it. We can't get the sales. I guess there's no indication that it was on a promo. But you can see all the sales for an item from the product, right?
But
Yeah.
not- I mean, I didn't go to each item to do it. I'm just talking about a
Yeah.
report, that would do all the promo items.
Okay, you can have
That would
any.
show like you sold 20 gallons of 4408, but you sold it
Okay.
10 different times or
So
something.
all these reports are customizable. And so we've just given you the standard report, the
Gotcha.
kind of report that comes with the system, but you can certainly have any report that you want in the system customized. So you can say, I want to see it by product, I want to see it
course, we
by
haven't seen this.
sale date, or I want to see it by whatever, and it will sort it however you want it, whether it's somebody in-house who does the Crystal report, or you have somebody at Epicor do it for you.
Matt can do it.
Matt can do it, yep.
Right over it. I don't know why it's a promotion.
Because she's got it on promotion.
Oh, I know. It's so.
Can you?
Vince, did you get that?
It's right here.
But it didn't let you do promotion.
Promotional have it
for multiple
It's right here.
branches?
Yeah, but could you do it by promotion?
By the right.
Yeah, you can do a promotion for multiple branches. Well, no, not, you can't select, I don't think you can select 2 branches to do it for. I think it's all or one.
be sitting back tomorrow.
You know what I mean? Not everything got like
Whoops.
Like we got truck
Shoot.
orders on, we got-
Promotions,
We need to move the whole row up.
add.
Set everything.
I want the-
Yeah, it's just one branch or all branches, Robin. It's not multiple branches, unfortunately.
Well,
They wouldn't quite do it. No.
okay.
And just as a little aside there, this is not to do with promotions, but it's to do with sales. I can go to any product in the system that I've been selling. I can look it up in a product lookup, and I can right-click on it and go down to products purchased by. And when I do that, I get this window. I'll expand it. that says, show me for the branch in the last X number of days, and it's defaulting to 90, but I could make it last 12 months or make custom dates. And I could specify a customer if I wanted to. And I can use different search criteria, so customer reference equals something or contact name equals something. If I just leave that blank and hit go, this is all the places where I've sold this product in the last 90 days. So I can see who's been buying this product, when they bought it, how much they paid for it. So when somebody comes back and says, hey, I bought this here a month ago and I paid $82 for it, but I don't have my invoice, you can always go find it and find how much you paid for it.
Do you use that, Vince?
So like a name, like Robin was named from a.
Would you like everybody there?
Hey, you know, left your messages recently?
For 6 months.
Just worry.
That text into that.
Yeah, look at your messages here in about 2 minutes.
No,
Like, turn your terminal that way where.
I'm just making sure you're
Because you wouldn't want everything else you got, like the end caps, you got other sales stuff that's all the time.
Okay, everybody good with promotions? Do you have any questions, Robin?
Oh, I think you answered, we can't print. but,
We can't print it, unfortunately. If I go into a selling price rule and into my promotions here, about the best we can do, if I hit go, is to open it up, go to properties, go to the sell price, and right click and export it there.
Okay,
So that would be something at least.
that would help, that would be good.
The other thing we can do, sorry. I want to get to, let me just open one here. I want to get to the edit. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought here. I want to get to the edit of the pricing. Are you familiar with it, Robin?
Get to the edit?
Yeah.
I just go to the line and I do editing.
Okay, so you just go in here?
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay. Okay, so just down there like that. There was another spot, but that could be me.
I did have one product on 2 different promos, which was a bad thing, that didn't flag me. It was on storm doors, actually. And so I had to go back and research, I had to
Okay.
go find it and see why.
Okay.
Because there were 2 different sell prices.
Okay, okay, yeah.
It really threw
Yeah.
me for a loop. I just-
Yeah.
Well,
I can see that.
before the Larson storm door sale, we had to take $20 off, so I spent it at that. But then I had to put it
Pricing
on,
got changed.
the pricing got changed. To the full, you know, and that was, I figured, yeah, I might order it. Because usually after I set
Oh,
up.
what do I want to do? I want to do a supplier return. Okay.
Put those products in just to make sure that I got my prices
Okay,
right.
yeah.
Just to check myself.
Okay. Supplier returns is on our list to talk about today. So, who does supplier returns? Anybody? Everybody? Supplier returns? Yep. Okay. So everybody does supplier returns?
What's that?
Supplier returns?
Oh, I do them all the time.
You do supplier returns? Okay,
That's
so.
right, I do it, okay.
Okay, so, sure, I do them all the time, but he's throwing up his hands, Kim. I do them, but don't ask me how.
I know. You're so right.
So a supplier return can be done in a couple of different ways. It can be done from a stock receipt. It can be done from a purchase order. First of all, I went to the inventory tab and I clicked on supplier return. Sorry, I should back up there a little ways. I went to the inventory tab and there's a supplier return button. under the new purchasing area.
You're on the home tab.
I'm sorry, the home tab. I went to the home tab. Thank you. I went to the home tab. Then I went to the new purchasing area and I clicked on supplier return, which opened up this window. I've expanded mine to make it a little bit easier to maybe see, so that we can talk about how you do a supplier return. I can choose a stock receipt or a purchase order to do a supplier return from. Is that how you do your supplier returns? Do you choose a stock receipt or a purchase order? So you know that all that actually does is just give you a list of products. It doesn't mean that you're returning something that's on a purchase order you haven't even received yet. And it doesn't mean you're returning something that's on a stock receipt that came in last year, kind of thing. It just gives you the list of products that you want to return. There is, by the way, I will talk about that in a minute. So if I choose stock receipt or purchase order here, I have a little drop down. I can select to do it from a purchase order or stock receipt. And anytime I see that ... that ellipsis beside something in the system, that means I can search. So I can go and search for a stock receipt or search for a purchase order. And when I do that, the system finds a stock receipt. Didn't I choose one there? Thought I did. Oh, yes, I did. Okay. It fills in the stock receipt number, and wow, I picked a big one. I picked a stock receipt that has 111 lines on it. So all it's really doing is populating the supplier return for me.
How do you know the item you're getting ready to return is on that stock receipt?
I don't. I don't know that. If I'm just returning one item.
Yeah, one item, $1.92.
Okay, then I probably wouldn't pull it in from a stock receipt.
Good, thank you.
Okay.
Are you talking,
I just learned that last week, you can go straight to that line.
That's right.
I just learned that last week.
To the
you can go
hand.
straight to
I've
lines and
never
add that
touched-
product?
never touched
Exactly,
stock
yes.
receipt or purchase receipt.
Yes,
See,
exactly.
he didn't,
For you,
like special
just
orders,
the
if
other
you're
day I
returning
found out.
something, Vince didn't know how to do that. He always thinks he can't, but you can by going to that line.
Yeah.
What line?
Add, by add and go to line. We need to show him, because he doesn't.
Sure, okay.
He's fixing to know.
Oh my,
I like the little,
are we all right?
But special orders, you don't know.
Okay. So I was just showing you that if you have all of your products on a stock receipt or on a purchase order, it's an easy way to populate the supplier return with those numbers. And I think some people said they do that because they just want to fill in the supplier return with the products. If I'm not doing it from a stock receipt or a purchase order, if I'm just doing a supplier return, I can go to the Lines tab and I can add the product that I want to return. And is that what's typically happening, Kim?
That's what, yeah.
Okay. I do get a message that says, please select a supplier first. So the first thing I have to do is select a supplier.
You better select a reference or you're gonna get a phone call from her.
Stock number, or do you get by
Did you find a supplier and a product?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I choose a supplier,
what was the special order?
I don't know your supplier, I'll just choose one here. And then I can add my line.
Because you got to cancel off the other ones.
Whoops.
Yeah. Now, if you were sending the whole thing back in.
John, is he doing it right? Vince really has trouble with that.
Okay, so I'm gonna return 10 of those, that item I've been purchasing all day. So if you're returning an item, when you choose your item to return, the system will come up with the average cost with additional as the cost you want to return at. If you select a stock receipt, it will the cost that you brought it in at from the stock receipt, there's a new system option to always use average cost with additional. If you'd rather do that.
Return doesn't show the price, so we know what it's doing there.
She says it does, but
It's
now
right
it
here.
never has before.
Mine never has.
Mine hadn't.
Never shows a price on supplier return, ever. EVER, capital letters, italicized, it never does.
When they're doing.
Well,
supplier-
okay.
Pardon me?
Yeah, when we're keeping.
Pardon me, front row?
When you're keying in the supplier
Right.
return, it doesn't show the price.
And if there's a restocking charge, we know there's a restocking charge, we can't take it out,
That's right.
Okay.
because the price.
Okay. So,
Did we not do that on supplier?
Do what?
so I'm doing a supplier return here, and I'm saying how many of these I'm returning. I've called up my product, and I'm saying how many I'm returning. I have a price. They don't have a price?
Okay, they do a price, but when you get done, say you've done 4 lines, when you get done, it's supposed to be $500, they don't know that.
Yeah, it'll show you the price when you're entering
Yeah.
the two that you're bringing back. It'll say at $1.27 or whatever. But when it prints, there is no price on that piece of paper.
That's
I
correct.
agree,
Yeah.
you're right.
And plus, we cannot do a restock.
So if you add an item right there, Vince,
Price, whatever it is what it is.
so add the item that you want to return to the supplier.
I don't know the number.
Oh, just pick any old item, that's fine.
Supply return's wrong, it's 20% restock fee and it's whatever.
I'll catch that on the invoice.
See, there's,
We get the invoice from the vendor when I.
But you're being asked for a tally, you chose a tallied item, so it's asking you how many 8-foots you want to return.
but when I buy them, I don't have to buy them like that. I just buy them by the each.
Okay,
This is the part that I told her I wasn't working.
okay. Well, just for the sake of argument, let's put 4 in there. And hit the OK button. Say that's okay. Just say yes to that. Okay, so for you, it looks like, try returning, add the 6229777. I think that's the item. And choose that one. Okay, so it's a permissions thing. It's a permissions thing that you're not seeing the price, because I'm seeing the price on the screen there.
See, I don't, and I've never been able to see the price.
Okay, and it's a permissions thing. It's permissions. It's not the software. The software's not broken. It's working, it's doing what it's supposed to. But it's a permissions thing, whether or not you can see the prices on the supplier return.
So I know what it means, so yes.
So if that's an issue, that's something you probably need to address with Matt and Kim. So it's a permissions thing then, that he's not able to see the prices.
Is it? Because from the very beginning of Instruct, we asked for that.
I've got the prices right there. There's a price I'm returning at.
You got to be kidding me.
Top secret stuff here.
Never seen that.
Never
So
seen it
it's
happen
always-
like that before?
We've asked and asked
We
and
were the
asked.
ones that bought it, but we can't know what. it
Kim,
cost.
we always rely on Kim to do the right thing,
Yeah.
whether that's a good thing
That's
or a
scary.
bad thing.
Okay, so did you pick a supplier and did you pick a product to return?
Yes.
Is that how you did it? That's exactly what I did, and I have
Here.
my prices up there.
Here,
Oh, that's been something we begged for.
Can you go to properties?
Where you going? I'm just gonna put it products.
That's all I get.
That's what I got.
See what it is.
That's why I just showed you what I get.
Well, I'm showing you what I got.
No, I don't get it.
I guess you're privy to that information, we're not.
Is that something that can turn
Just
on?
don't call me the privy. Okay, so that's maybe something that, I don't know if it's not my decision, I'm sorry, whether or not we should be seeing prices on supplier returns.
It would be a lot easier to do it right then than.
Sorry?
Be wrong, and then
Because
when I get it, it's
you've
wrong.
done it to the wrong things on some
Okay.
things.
So what it's coming up with here is the average cost that's in the system right now. Average cost with additional that's in the system right now. If I used a stock receipt, it would come up with the stock receipt price. Whatever the price was, I received it in at.
You got out of here.
There's a system option to say, don't ever use the stock receipt price, always use average cost with additional.
So that's the average cost.
For that item, yes. Yes.
Is that how you do it, Kim?
What's that?
How do you match it up?
Like,
With our
I
last cost?
choose the accounts payable part of it, the browser.
And you get to see the cost. Right, but you see, okay, you see our
I see.
last cost,
Right.
or average cost.
I
That,
see your last cost.
that screen we were just on a moment ago, that had our prices, what is the restore calculated tab? I've always been afraid to click that tab.
I think that's probably, I have to say, oh, hold on, properties.
Does that mean you wouldn't have to wait on the
I'm not sure what it's for, to be honest, Robin. Not what it calculates. Restore calculated in the supply return.
I've always seen it there, but
you just click those things and see what happens.
that's true.
Something that I would like for him to start doing.
That's what it's for.
For finding-
That's what it's for. I can change the price. If I change the price there, if I say I'm going to return it at this price, then that's manually priced, and I can just set it back to what it should be with this restore calculator.
Thank you.
So if you know you're gonna, so you could actually deduct your restock at that point, or what would you do?
Well, I don't know how you'd roll it over the price.
Well, you would change your,
Would you just lower it? That's what I'm getting at.
Oh, I see.
yeah, because I guess you don't want your additional costs in a restock, or your restock's an additional cost, do you?
So why would you be restock?
Yeah. And there isn't a, yeah, and we can't add molds to a supplier return.
If it was our mistake and we ordered something
Well,
wrong,
you shouldn't have done it.
that's true.
So what you just did you put a restock on it?
Well, I was, no, I didn't. I was not able to. I was trying to, I checked to see if I could add a manual line to it, but I can't. Doesn't come up there.
Additional cost, you can't put a negative.
Additional cost would create
You can't do
a
negative.
payable to a third party.
Oh, yeah.
Do the same thing. So,
So we just, right now, we'd have to just, if we knew what our cost was after the restock, we could lower our cost.
that it's being returned at?
Really do that?
Yeah, it'll let you manually change whatever cost you want to return it at. Oh.
So do you recommend not clicking, we talked about?
Not clicking which, sorry?
Complete, in case we need to delete that supplier.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't click complete unless you're really sure that you're going to complete it.
Okay,
Like
'cause
unless it
otherwise
really
you
has
have
gone
to
through
go
its
in.
stages and it's finalized, yeah.
Okay, and there's no going back.
That's right, yeah,
So
exactly.
you're saying that you might potentially not get credit from the supplier?
That's right. So you've set it up, because all you're doing with this is just setting up your paperwork.
A trail. So
That's right, yes. All you're doing with this is setting up paperwork. So if I save and close this supplier return, after I
So
select a
can you,
reason,
let's see, Karen always had me check.
I
Can you
get
set up a
2720.
message to pop up on like your supplier returns, like you have it, it's like 30 days old or something like that?
You certainly can. You can have a dashboard.
We get them
Okay.
where they get old, and when,
Yep.
you forget about it, you think, oh crap, we didn't get our.
You can have a dashboard. You can have a dashboard item to say, show me my supplier returns that are 30 days old or created more than 30 days ago. You can go to find documents and find that already without a smart view. Just go to find documents and find the date that they were created.
I'm worried about them for you.
They're all cleaned up except for two.
Good.
Awesome.
So if I look for supplier returns in here, come on, supplier returns. All right.
If you don't do
And
it,
if you don't get the credit?
if you don't do them, it's easy to forget about it. Kim reminds you for all the time.
So there's a few supplier returns in here, it looks like.
Get the credit
Oh, some of them are complete though.
for that, to look at.
Yeah, is there a way to do that? Is there no way we, so I look at that. Before I call Kim, say,
And I can group them by status. So you can see they might be awaiting their credit or waiting to be completed or waiting to be returned, or they might be totally completed.
awaiting return, awaiting credit, and awaiting completion?
Once it's completed, it's waiting for the credit to accounts payable credit.
Okay,
It's awaiting credit.
okay.
So it goes from awaiting return to awaiting completion to awaiting credit.
Okay. 3 steps.
Yeah, exactly. There are 3 steps.
And then complete.
That's right, exactly.
Kim's
Yep,
got the credit memo and
Yep.
balance areas.
that's right. So if I look for my 2720 here, degroup it by status. So all I did there was set up the paperwork.
Yeah, 'cause normally Kim sends them
Are these
to me,
guys
I gotta
okay
get
here?
it done.
Everything okay back there in the back row?
Yeah.
If you had a pending.
I've never done that. Completed a supplier return, I always have to complete.
Okay, okay. So all I did with that first step, when I defined the supplier return, was to set up the paperwork. And now when the goods have changed hands, because I said on my supplier return, collect from the branch, which means that the supplier, we're all getting punchy. Collect, what's, what does collect from branch mean? What's it mean on a supplier return when I say it's collect from branch?
But then,
Anybody? Yes, go ahead.
well, no, she just told you told her to quit checking those boxes? So
Because
then
then
I'll
you
have to
can't.
go check them when I get the supplier?
I didn't tell her to quit checking the boxes.
Well,
I
she
said,
does.
I said,
She has
don't,
to.
no, I said, don't check the box until you're sure you know that you mean to.
Yeah. You know, when I create.
So don't mark it complete unless it really is complete. So the stages it needs to go through is to set up the paperwork. Do you ever require inspection by the supplier before he okays that return? Yes or no? Okay.
We never do that, but we have to sometimes.
Okay,
They
so,
have to
so,
look at stuff
so
before
do you require inspection by the supplier before he okays the return?
Occasionally.
Depends on the-
Okay,
depends on the
so maybe. So if you require confirmation by, or inspection by the supplier, there's a box there that says inspection by the supplier is required. So that's another stage it needs to go through. Once the supplier said, yep, that's okay, then you need to say, yes, he picked it up. And that might happen at the same time. And then once you've said, yes, he's picked it up, you need to go back in and say, I've talked to the supplier, he's picked it up, his office says he's going to give me a credit, it's completed. You complete it, and that's when it's waiting for credit. So there's 3 and possibly 4 stages.
I never clicked that top one, never.
But right now, they're just doing a credit, clicking everything, and then
Picked
when I
up
get the
on.
invoice, it may not be the same as what they've done, and I can't do anything to their return because it's already been completed.
Okay, okay.
So it's probably better that they
So
don't
does it-
complete them and I do it?
But if it's become an issue, then yeah, that probably does make sense for you to complete them.
Because at that point, I could go in and change them.
You could, yes.
Even if it's been clicked, picked up on.
Once it's been, yeah, I think you can change it until it's been completed. It's that last box that closes it off.
But it's like when.
So we entered, picked up on,
If you try to do the credit before you see the invoice from me, that could cause a problem. If I've sent you the invoice, you can work off the invoice because the credit is right. It's gone to the supplier, it's there, you're gonna use it. But if you're doing a supplier return before I've seen a supplier return, or you've gotten even knowing that you're gonna get all that credit, that's when I can't change anything.
we don't,
You've already
once
credited.
once we say picked up on 4/15, there's that little box, check complete, don't check complete.
Right, unless you know, you get an invoice from me, if I send it back to you, then you could go do it and you could complete it right then.
I'm just gonna keep not checking it.
Oh,
Just
shut
don't
up.
check it at all.
Sounds like that's the way to go. No?
But if you
90% of them are before you've invoiced
Yeah, I
us.
usually do.
but if you just keep on checking it, then it just makes more work for Kim.
But what you've just said is making more work for her.
If you don't have the actual invoice and know what the credit is you're getting, right.
90% of them we don't have the.
And we can't change the cost anyway, so it would.
Okay, Robin doesn't do a credit until she gets the invoice from me.
On Bliss, but many on my mind,
Yeah.
is to track that I have a credit due that too.
But do you find it? Oh.
And that's where it's created some trouble.
And on that end, go ahead and part of the day get the credit, because you can actually print them off on our end and see what they give us actually with.
Okay, so this is how the software works.
Okay.
We set up the supplier return, and that's all I've done so far. If there's an inspection that's required, at the time of inspection, I would come into the supplier return, I'd open it up, and I'd say, there's an inspection by the supplier required, and I could actually just save it like this and say it's required, and come back in when he inspects it and put the date in. If I say it was inspected today, and it was Bill who inspected it, and Bill says everything's okay, then I save and close it. Then the next thing that happens is that it actually changes hands. The inventory changes hands. The supplier's coming to pick it up. And how do I know that? Because I said on that supplier return, and you can see there, Robin, it's awaiting return.
Right.
I said on the supplier return, collect from branch, which means the supplier's coming to me to get it. I'm not taking it to him. He's coming to me to get it. So if he has done that, I can say he's picked it up on this date. By George. And save and close it. And then probably the supplier says, yes, you're getting a credit note. It's for $82 or whatever it's for. And then somebody needs to come back in here because this is still awaiting completion. Somebody needs to come back in here and say, okay, the return is completed and here's the credit note number, 1425. Notice there's no value. I can't put a value in there because it doesn't feed through to AP. It doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
So my note is verified by Al, and I save and close it. Then my supplier return becomes a status of awaiting credit. And it's at that point that it goes through accounts payable and they tie this supplier return to a credit.
Well, I've
So-
created more work for Kim because I've clicked it complete and then we were never gonna get credit. And so
Okay.
there was no way for me to delete it.
Okay,
So the
Yep.
only way we can delete it is
Is to-
support.
yes,
Turn a case in.
exactly.
So then don't
Yep.
do the complete then. Unless you get-
So
you know.
however you
credit,
wanted
unless
to
you get
work it
credit in
out,
hand.
however you guys want to work it out is going to be how you,
Unless you have the credit on hand.
whatever your procedures are. But that's what the software does, and I don't know who's going to click complete and who's going to do whatever to it next. So then I think what Kim does is goes into accounts payable.
So we can't make the prices match whatever the credit notes, invoice, supply return says.
Say that
'Cause
again?
we don't, the way we're set up now, we do a supply return and the price just pops up, or whatever it is. We can't change it. So she would have to match the supplier return to the credit invoice.
And that,
finalize
and
it.
that is, you see,
Yeah, she'd have to finish every one of them.
yeah, see, that's what she's saying. That's what she's saying, because they're getting completed. She can't do that. She has to go back and mess around with it a little bit.
So Kim, would you complete the return too?
So what would you prefer to have done,
On my
Kim?
end,
Sorry?
In accounts payable, I just changed the price.
Okay.
But
Then you'd have
would
to
you
complete
go
it.
in and complete the return and just finish the process?
If it's already, well, not if it's not been completed. If they've completed at the store,
No,
and came to
they
me.
haven't completed.
Okay, then I could go in and change it.
Okay, so we're not
Would that,
completing anymore.
would that be the way to do it? I mean, as many issues as we have with it?
Probably, yeah.
I'm probably the only one that's created the issue, sorry.
No,
Oh,
I don't
that's
know.
wrong.
We're up to get Kim some help here one of these days.
You're gonna start doing supplier returns? Are you learning? Cedars Creek. Cedar Creek.
So then what Kim does is she goes into supplier invoicing.
So that's sure, yeah.
And Kim, do you do all the supplier invoicing?
Those are from
Okay.
recent.
And she puts in the supplier name, right?
I actually put in the purchase order number and the supplier name comes up to it, because it's already.
If you're doing a credit note?
Oh, no, not a credit
Okay.
note, I'm sorry, I thought you were in.
That's okay. Oh, sorry.
Changing the
I'm gonna, yeah,
stock.
no, just, let me just back out of here, because I did an invoice instead of a credit note here. I'm gonna do a credit note, that's what I want to do. So I'm gonna do my credit note, I'll make this, I can't make this bigger. Shoot. So I'm gonna put in my supplier, and then when I change this to a stock, it's gonna pop up my returns button.
And that's where I
Are you the
find
only
out
one who does this? Okay. So you're familiar with this. And it's going to say, this is how much we think it's returned for. And you put in your credit note number. And then you put in the amount of the credit note, $22.15. And then if it's different, do you just change it down here? Okay.
Well, a place that we run into the problem, and Matt, we just figured that out not too long ago, is if the quantity is different. I can change price, but if the Blish says they returned 10, but you only said there was
Yep.
8, then that's a problem.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, because you have no access to change the quantity in here.
I can't change quantity, I can only change dollar.
Yeah.
If it's complete.
Now,
I'm
at this
gonna.
point, it's already completed.
But then it still thinks there's, I can change the quantity for what I'm crediting, but then it still thinks there's 2 outstanding. Okay. But you seem like you're comfortable with the whole supplier returns and the credit notes and that kind of, okay. Is everybody in this room coming back tomorrow? Oh, wait a minute. Does everybody in this room plan to come back tomorrow?
Yes, they are, except for John's not.
You're not coming back tomorrow? Okay. So we have what, half an hour or so left? I think.
An hour.
And so, John, is there anything that you have not seen today that you wanted to look at?
No, I'm gonna be online tomorrow for that part.
You're going to be online tomorrow? Okay, so you're going to be joining us tomorrow somehow, but you just won't be here in person.
Well,
Okay.
he's just gonna be for the EDI. That's what he's
Oh, okay, just for EDI. So the last thing we had on our agenda for today was suggested ordering, and I don't know if that's something that you would like to see.
I would.
You would? Okay, all right. That's what we'll move on to then.
For what?
Suggested ordering?
Oh.
I think we've hit pretty much everything. If I've missed anything on this list that anybody was hoping we'd cover, let me know, okay? But I think we've covered pretty much everything,
They're down to suggested.
except for work orders, and everybody forgot how to do them anyway.
You know, they're pretty easy, really. I mean, I haven't done them for years either,
Yeah.
but it's a pretty slick system.
Pretty easy. Yep. So is everybody comfortable as far as the agenda goes if we move on to suggested purchasing for the last half? Okay. Is that a yes? So who in here uses the suggested purchasing? That's 3 hands in the front. How many hands in the back?
I did 3 years ago.
Okay. Okay, who has in the past done suggested purchasing?
We did it all the time.
Okay. And did you stop for a reason?
I moved to a new store.
Okay. And
They
so,
weren't technologically advanced, so
okay. So you moved to a new store and you got Janet, and then you didn't have to do it anymore. Okay. Okay. I see. Beginning to see how this works. Okay. So, I don't think I'm going to use those PowerPoints. I think I'm just going to go right here and suggested ordering tools. I always forget where these things are. Let's try home. Thanks. Suggested orders right there. I get there eventually. Thank you. What am I doing here? Get over here. Okay, so suggested orders. I went to home, to the purchasing area of the home tab. So I hit the home tab per Jeff's advice. I hit the home tab And then in the purchasing section, I hit suggested ordering. So if I just hit, I'm going to take out my suggested ordering ID here. If I leave my suggested ID equals and leave that blank and hit the go button, I should see for my branch a whole bunch of suggested orders. So how do you do your suggested orders on a regular basis? How often do you do suggested orders to begin with? Janet, how often do you do suggested orders? Never?
Never done them.
Okay, so you don't use them at all? And does anybody at your branch? No? Okay. Do you use suggested orders, Vince?
No.
You don't use them? Okay. Hit go button. You're at this branch, right? So you probably don't. Oh, you have one there. Okay, I can see there's one.
5 years ago.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. We just need one for an example. So you guys found some, and you guys. Okay. Did you find some? You found the ones on the big screen. Okay. So there were a couple of questions about the suggested ordering. So who up here, do you do suggested ordering?
I do it every week.
Every week. So what are the steps you take every week?
Well, I got retrained by Matt because
Okay.
I was doing one every week.
Okay.
Just a new one every week, generating
Okay.
a new one. He told me we should favorite them and then use that one, continue to use that same one with the same parameters because
Okay.
I was setting them every week.
Okay.
So that's why we have so many.
Okay.
Can you show me that? Because I create a new one every time.
You just got to flag it favorite.
Okay. So Robin, you do them too, and you do the same thing. You recreate them every week. You reinvent the wheel every week.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we can just talk for a second about how we create them, because I think some of these folks don't use them. So if I want to create a new suggested order, I can use the button up in the top left corner that says new. And as long as we're in training here, I've got a choice of creating it from a product update, usage, or sales, or from an import table. And I think you probably do yours from the usage and sales,
both.
right? Do both? Okay, so sometimes you have an import table you do them from. Okay.
If we scan the store, you do it from the import table.
I'm sorry?
If we scan the store with the gun, we import
Okay.
them.
Okay. So it might be a situation where you do them from the import table, and they scan they scan the store and then put it into a table and pull it into their suggested orders. Well, I'm going to say for the purposes of the example, I want to base it on my product sales or usage and hit next. Then I'm asked, do I want to do it for all branches or a specific branch? If I want to do it for a select branch, I would click this button here, and then I can add the branch with a little ellipsis down here and select my branch. So did you select your branch? Did you select your branch?
No, I'm doing, I'm talking.
Okay.
Oh. That one.
Did you get your branch in there? What point are you at? Did you get branch in there?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right. So with my branch in there, I'm going to click next. And then I have to decide how I'm going to do my purchasing. Am I going to do a purchase and centralize it for all my branches, or am I going to do it by individual branch? Or there's a few different methods I could use. I think probably it's by individual branch. So I'm going to purchase by individual branch, and then I'm going to suggest my order to minimum, a maximum when it's less than minimum, or based on cover usage or cover sales, or maximum only. I think, is it cover usage or cover sales that you typically?
I do both, but I do usage more than sales.
Okay. I'm not sure you'd get anything different with usage. Oh, transfers perhaps.
Maximum.
Put your min maxes are all set.
Okay. So I'm going to say I want to base it on usage. So maybe I've sold the product, maybe I've manufactured the product, maybe I've transferred the product and so on. And then I can ask for some additional cover. So all I'm really doing is going through and I'm asking the system to look at all of my data, find out what I've used in the last X number of months, and figure out whether I need to order some more, suggest whether I need to order some more to keep things moving along and give me some products to sell. So I might put some additional cover in there for X number of weeks, and then if I have a lead time, I could put that in there. Do you put a lead time in there, Robin? No? Leave it at none? Okay. So there's a couple of new options here to exclude allocations into the future. So if this item is on sales orders, and then those sales orders aren't required for 2 months, for example, I can exclude those from the calculation. I can also exclude or include call-offs within a certain number of days. I can adjust the suggestion by X% if I want to.
Is that what that requires for on your sales ticket?
What's
Set
that?
Like if you did, say you got 500 studs sold on a job a month from now, you set that required further up, and then it wouldn't tell you to go ahead and order them? I've not used that.
As part of your suggested ordering, yeah. Yep. So you can use it in the calculation.
If you put it on an order, like if you put a house package on an order and he's not going to take it for a month or 2 months or whatever,
okay.
it's going to keep telling you to order.
Yeah. That might be a situation where you'd use a call-off as well. Do you use call-offs at all? Okay. So call-off orders allow you to do that. It allows you to say, I'm going to sell him 500 of these, and he's going to take 50 a week for the next 10 weeks. So you're not allocating all of your resources at once. So then if there's a product manager on your products, is there a manager on all of your products? Yes, no, we're not sure? Okay. It's suggesting me.
Well, mine suggested me, so.
Okay, yeah, it'll suggest whoever's creating the order. And then you can limit it to only the products where that user's the product manager on the product. So if you don't use a manager for each of your products, you don't need to worry about that one. And then your stock classes, if you've got your stock classified, have you ranked your stock at all? Okay. Sorry?
Doesn't that automatically get ranked?
You can do some automatic ranking, yes, if you've got your system options set up. Okay. So it's being ranked, they're just not aware. Okay. And then I can say the month to analyze, and I can analyze partial months or previous months. Just going to say here, I want to do the last 12. That'll make it easy. Oops, sorry. Go back. Hit my enter key too much. I've got some options to include all the selected products in the batch, include direct sales usage. Do you have direct sales where it goes from the supplier to your customer without ever hitting your inventory? No? Okay. If you're basing your suggestion on usage, that's just saying, should I consider the direct sales in usage when I'm calculating my numbers? And then transfers in the usage and finished product. Then I can select whether I want to do a products or a product group, any notes that I need, and the next button. So here's where I'm selecting all products or a certain product. So what do you typically do? All products? All products, okay. On the next screen, it's going to ask you for what supplier. I would suggest you don't say all suppliers because you're going to get a big, long suggested order. Who's somebody you typically buy from?
150.
Sorry?
150, 150.
Oh, okay. So I'll put my Blish Mies, is it?
Mize.
Blish Mies. Put my Blish Mies vendor in here and under my supplier. Did you get to the point of putting in a supplier?
I'm catching up.
So each one of your products has a default supplier, and it can have alternate suppliers as well. So this next box is asking, do you want to include products where Blish Mees, in my example, is an alternate supplier, or just where it's primary? That's what that tick box is for. And then to include products where the supplier has sold these products. There's a little button down at the bottom that says replace any existing generated orders for the same supplier and branch. So is everybody using the Greenberg branch and the same supplier? No? Are you? Okay. So I'm going to see if I can win the race and click the next button. And when I do that, I've got a little box that says to generate the suggestions, and I'll say next. And it's going to think for a minute, see if it comes up with anything. So it's going through all the products where that's supplier. It's going through all the products we buy from this supplier and seeing, based on our sales history, usage.
Not so much here.
Just got one.
Okay, that's fine. So you just walked through that one. You opened up that one and just walked through the steps with us. Is that what you did? Okay, that's fine. Okay. So it's just saving the criteria. So you can just finish there. And we're going to talk next about exactly what you just did. I was just showing them how to create one from scratch because some of these people have never created one.
I haven't.
Okay, so that's what you just did is what you would do, but you didn't choose a new. You opened this one, didn't you? And walked through.
I just opened this one.
Yes. Okay, so what we did, we hit the little white button in the top to create a new one. So that's why we didn't get the message. Good. Good for you. Yeah. Good. You have to hit your enter key there so it can find the branch, or the go, one or the other. And then when the branch is down here, you can hit your F1 key to select it, or click OK. That's good. And then next. Okay. And then let's do it by individual branch of that purchase type. Good. And then I think instead of to minimum.
Now they went to usage.
Perfect. Yep, exactly. And then you could, I don't think we need to fill in anything more except for the number of months to analyze. So let's put 12 or 24. That'll be the last year. That's fine. And all products is fine. And next. And then enter the supplier that you often buy from at that branch with the add button there. And the F1 key would be fine, or the OK, either one. Good. And next. And hit the next button. So it didn't find any suggestions for that branch from that supplier. It may be that just didn't have enough sales. Maybe you need to look back 2 years or to choose a different supplier.
See, if it's not there, just go.
Okay, so I think somebody got in there with me because one of us got canceled out here.
So say you
Did
got
anybody, I think somebody maybe beat me to it because I think my transaction got canceled out. I won't say any names.
I tried.
Did you get any generated?
Well, I was apparently not on the right supplier because I think it came up saying the supplier didn't sell any of those products.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah.
Did you select a different one?
What'd you try to again?
I think I got it.
You got it? Oh, it was Kim. Kim was the winner. Okay. So in my example, did you hear that, Vince? It was Kim. It was Kim who took my suggested order, so I can't show it to you anymore. It was her fault. She got to it before I did. So I didn't get any suggestions generated. If I had, it would have asked me if I wanted to see them. And I could have opened them up and seen each one of the items that were suggested and what quantities it's suggesting. So Kim, you did create one. Did you get some suggestions?
Yeah.
Kim? Okay. Then let's go and look at suggestions that were created from today until today. And were you in the Greensburg branch? Oh, we got 3. We got 3 created.
Well, I got one.
So, well, what I was
Right?
So what I did was I went and I looked at the suggestions that were created from today to today at the Greensburg branch and hit the go key, and I got 3.
Now I've got items that I used to buy from Bush that
Oh, here I got more.
I wanna buy.
Okay, so Kim got one there. Oh,
Oh, I didn't hit my morning.
Or like my grid work that I used to buy from Mid-Am. It didn't come up on my bid.
I don't think any of us got any suggestions, did we?
See how I can get it on yours.
I'm going to try again and see if I've got
You
anything.
think of items that's exact items is kind of what I do. Or anything you want that you want.
Yes, I did. Okay, so I won that time. Ha ha. Woohoo!
It was a tight race.
Oh, I did it. I did it. Okay, so can we all, are you guys still just generating yours?
It's generated.
It's generated? Okay. Did you get some suggestions and did you open them? Okay, so can we just, let's all talk about them together. Okay, so if you got some that were generated, you had a little tick box that said open the generated suggestions, and you can say finish to that. So what that does is open a screen and it shows you in here for the supplier all the criteria up here at the top. So the supplier you used, the number of months you looked at, the lead time if you put one in, all that stuff that we determined in those boxes as we generated them is shown at the top there. And in the bottom part of the screen or middle part of the screen, you can see the supplier address, the product code, and in these columns over here that are purple, the quantity it's suggesting and the cost it's suggesting. So I could, if I wanted to, change those quantities. So if I don't want one of those products, I could change that quantity to 0, and then it won't generate a purchase order for that. If I wanted to instead get 2 of those for some reason, I could do that. So I can edit all these suggestions if I need to and all the costs if I need to. Once I'm happy with that, I can save and close it, or I can generate orders from it. And if I hit generate orders, then I get purchase orders that are already made out, or a purchase order for this vendor that's already made out, and I just need to go in and approve the purchase order and send it off. So that's what people have been doing, is generating these each month as they need them and choosing that basis that they want to generate it from.
Still gotta go on and change the price on the PO.
No, I could change it right here.
How do you know the price?
How do I know the price? How do you know the price when you change on the PO?
There's an acknowledgement.
Okay, fair enough. But yes, you do. You would have to do that whether you used suggested ordering or just created a PO though, right? Does everybody use vendor acknowledgements? All the branches, or just everybody does? Okay. So that's a good question for Jeff and Myron when you create these. Do you put your prices in your suggested order?
Do not.
You do not?
No.
Do you then get a supplier acknowledgement and go back and change your PO?
I receive it, I receive it through EDI, so it automatically generates the new price that they send
Okay.
before I receive it.
Is it all done through EDI?
That's the way
All
I
of
do
your
mine.
suggested ordering is done through EDI? Okay,
Through Blishmize.
okay,
See, we don't use, like, with all our other suppliers that don't have EDI,
okay,
we're not generating a purchase order off of this. We're generating our suggestion to order, and then we either go into Mid-Am Partner View and type it in,
Okay,
and then we have to do another purchase order.
okay. So all of the orders that you're
halfway
generating
decent.
suggestions for are EDI vendors?
No.
No.
Just Bush Mize.
Okay, okay. So if we pretend this was from somebody besides Bush Mize, what would you do next?
Print it out.
Print out the suggested order? So you wouldn't generate the purchase orders?
No, not at this time. That's just kind of a tool for us to.
A lot of times I got too much stuff on there that I don't want, you know, for whatever reason. There's different things on there that we're just,
Okay.
we're picking through, you know,
Okay.
we're not ordering every item.
Okay,
So then we print it off, and actually I have one of my other ladies doing some of my small suppliers.
okay,
She brings it to me, I look at it, and I give it back to her, and she goes and orders it.
And tweak it.
okay.
So we're kind of halfway using it.
Okay, so you're just using it to get the list. Then you're manually creating the purchase orders.
Correct.
Okay,
But on Blish, we create.
okay, okay. But if it's not Blish, and I just use Blish because he told me to.
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Right.
Well, everybody orders.
Okay,
That's everybody.
So we're
okay,
kind of,
Okay.
like I said, we're just kind of using it. I mean,
Okay.
but it helps. I mean, it works good. I don't have
Okay.
to go. I mean, if you get your items set up with your, you know, with whatever. I mean, I use minimum and maximum is what I use.
okay,
But I have like my lumber set up that way, and it helps. We run one every day on lumber, so we know where we're at.
okay. So just the fact that you're generating them month after month is just for the suggestion. It's not to create the purchase order. Is that true of everybody?
They're not.
I guess they're not generating them,
The
so.
only way I do Bush Mize is the only one I do.
Okay,
That's the only way
and
I-
that's EDI.
Right.
Okay,
It's the only one
so
I
is
use
there,
that for.
is there others that you could do?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and so is there a reason why you don't?
I've tried like Mid-Am and things, but I don't have, and Myron was just showing me how to set up the supplier, because it probably has somebody else in there.
Okay,
And so it doesn't generate it from Mid-Am as the supplier.
okay,
Does
okay,
that- I mean, does that make sense?
okay,
So that's the reason I don't.
okay,
I mean, Matt actually showed me how to set an item to my supplier. Like if I buy that item from my supplier
Right.
without changing the company default.
okay,
Yeah.
yep, in alternate suppliers.
So, and then I've got it on.
Okay,
So,
so then when we were generating back on that screen that said, do you want to select products where this supplier is an alternate, you ticked that box, right?
yeah, I guess one thing that I don't know for certain is if, like on this item right here. Let's see, yeah, it's gonna go right there. So does that mean, since I have these three in here, but one of them is set as my branch default?
Default branch, yeah,
okay,
default, yeah,
Does that mean those other ones
are alternates.
are the alternates automatically? But if they're not in there, then they wouldn't be, correct?
That's
I mean,
right.
it's-
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
so you have to have them in there if you buy
Yes.
from them.
Exactly, yep,
Gotcha.
yep. So if you tick that box that said, choose items where this supplier is the alternate, then you'd
We share
find
our
your,
inventory as, you know, everybody, but
Right.
we may buy 2 befores 8 from
Okay.
3 or 4 different places, maybe, I
Okay.
mean, you know, maybe not. 2 to 3 at least,
okay.
so.
So from this point, if I didn't want one of these items, I could just zero out the quantity, and then it wouldn't be on my purchase order.
Correct.
So I can just go through and take out anything off this purchase order by zeroing the quantity. And I'm just doing that
So
with
you
my.
would zero
okay.
it instead of right-clicking and removing it?
Yes, I can just zero it out.
I agree with that.
Then next month, if I'm using this again and it repopulates, I haven't, you know,
So, once you set it as, well, are you gonna show us how to do a favorite then too?
yes. Yep, we're just kind of walking through this because I know you know how to generate them, but some people don't know how to generate them. So after it's been generated,
So you're zeroing the items that you don't want.
They will not
yes,
show on there.
I can zero out the items that I don't want.
So potentially, we could, like if it was from Mid-Am, we could go ahead and create our purchase order. We'd have our purchase order number. And then we could get on to Partner View and put it in there and type in that number into like Chemelex, all right?
So with that said,
Now, with
I'm going to generate,
That being said, I go through, when I generate that, just that screen there, I go through it and take off what I don't want before
Okay.
I even generate it.
Okay,
I
so
do
you
it
don't
on-
change the quantities to zero?
I edit it on that right there.
Okay.
And if I don't want it, I zero it.
Okay. Are you asking me or telling me?
No, is that,
Yes, that's what you would want to
That's what
do,
I
is
do,
zero
yeah.
out anything you don't want.
I edit it right there before I generate.
Yes, exactly. So then you can generate orders from that.
I can't see that screen. Does it show what you've got in stock on that particular screen on every item?
Yes.
Yes, it
How
does.
many you sold in the last 90 days or?
You can
Yes.
right-click on that item and get into your properties of that, just like you were anywhere else, so you can.
But you have to do it item by item.
It was down here,
It shows you quite a
down
bit.
at the
It says-
bottom.
Tells you right there. Tells you at the bottom. 415.
Tells you at the bottom here. Usage history for the last 24 months and stock information and call off orders.
And that's on line, that's
That's-
on line one right there.
Yep.
So you scroll down.
But if you want to see more, you can see more on it. But at least it would tell you what you actually have on hand and what's on order and what's
Did it
new.
tell you what it rained a foot in the last month and you needed 25 extra?
Yeah.
It does not.
I use it, I'm actually using it on all my lumber and actually stuff we buy from Mid-Am and Hardman. I mean, it's something we're doing. I just went in the computer and set parameters of how low I want to be, like on, say, 2x4's 8 foot, and how high I want to be, and then who I'm buying them from. You know, if there's one or two places. And we run one on Forest Products every day, and then it lets me know without having to go through all my stuff. You know, we see that report. Now I have somebody else printing it for me, basically showing it to me. You know, and I take care of the lumber part of it. But on Mid-Am, I let Lori that works for me. She orders Mid-Am for me. She shows it to me, and I say, okay, that, boom, goes on the partner view and takes care of it.
So I'm asked here if I want to preview my purchase order, my generated orders, and if I say yes, here's my purchase order. It's a saved status, so I have to actually open it up and approve it in order to be able to further process it to receive it. A saved purchase order is just one that's been created, but it's not at the point where I could receive it if the goods come to the door. The purchase orders have to be approved. So if I view that purchase order, here's my purchase order. I only have 4 lines on it because those other items I said I don't want those. Zero those out, and it left those off the purchase order. It doesn't have a number yet. It's still just zeros. And if I approve the order now, as it is, and I could make changes if I needed to, if I approve the order, I could email or fax it to the vendor. And I'm going to accept the generated purchase order. I'll say, yes, I do. I got purchase order 51435, and now it becomes like any other purchase order in the system I can receive against it. But that generated order that I just created stays in the system. So next month, I can go use that again if I want to. I don't have to go through all that. Well, what's my lead time? How many months am I looking at? What products am I looking at? I can use that purchase order again if I want to. So I'm just going to close out of here for now. Close here. And I'm going to go in here and I'm going to look at my purchase orders here. I think this was me. If I right click on it, I can view and edit the suggestions that that it came up with, that I just dealt with. And these are the suggested quantities. These are the lines that were on it. And if I say, you know what, I really like this, I could double click on it to see the parameters. And when I double click and go through the parameters, it'll ask me if I want to generate it again. This is one I want to use month after month, you can see it has a little tick box on it because I've generated purchase orders from it. I can right click and I can set that as my favorite.
So are you making the suggested order your favorite or the purchase order your favorite?
The suggested order.
You were saying you were using that purchase order over.
I'm sorry,
That's
I
why
meant generated order. I'm
okay,
sorry.
that's why I was trying to
It's getting late.
follow you.
Done a lot of talking.
save it, so I'll know at a glance which one's Bushwise, which one's Mid-Am?
I don't know if we can, to be honest with you. I don't think there is a way to set a reference on it, no.
So where's that ID number come from?
No. The ID number is assigned by the system,
Well, you ought to be able to.
so it's 2115 there. That's assigned by the system, and we'd have no control over that. That's just a way for you to,
About those notes on the right, well,
You
that's too
can
cool.
do your suppliers right here, source branch, I guess you could drag that over, where it says suppliers. See
Oh, is
up
it?
at the tip
did I have a
top.
notes here?
Okay, yeah. Too bad it doesn't have,
It'd be better if it said.
if it had the
Mid-Am,
name of it,
Bush,
but you
or
could,
I guess you could move your suppliers tab over. Can you pin that to the left, I wonder? You got the wrong, am I in the wrong spot for that?
yeah, can you put
I'm
it
not
in
even sure where it
notes?
asked me for notes. I didn't see it ask me for notes.
I mean, it'd be nice if it said like Mid-Am, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
if it
I do.
was-
Yeah, oh, here's the notes, right here. Notes. So what would you say you wanted it to say?
Well, that was Blish Mice, so say Blish Mice on that one.
Okay.
Blish Mice. How did that thing used to say that?
So I'm just going to save this. I'm not going to make any changes.
Okay.
So that's the one you did.
Oh, that's-
I'd say it's just gonna update it.
Yeah.
It's already good on there.
So there you go. I got my notes in there. Did you see that, Robin?
No.
I opened it up. When you open it up, when you're creating it, there's a spot down here for notes.
Okay. Can you move that notes to the left?
I sure
You know how
can.
we were able to pin stuff earlier? Yeah, there you go.
Okay, so that's one you just did,
Right.
correct?
Okay.
That's
So
that's
then-
the
So
this.
then when you're wanting to use it again, all
Uh-huh.
you're doing to it is,
Open it up, double click on it.
you just double click it.
I can double click it. I can double click it, and when I do, I can just walk through exactly the same parameters with next.
And so now,
Next.
so now that same order, with those other things aren't received yet, they wouldn't show up on there, correct? Because they're on order, they wouldn't say. the
That's
order
right.
then.
So just
At this
just-
point, if we did it.
Okay. Bear with me for a second, though.
Gotcha.
If I just keep clicking next, 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 this is typically checked, and next, and say generate suggestions and do a next. Oh, I got 3 that time.
Okay,
Bec-
because those other ones are already
I
on
zeroed
order.
them out.
Right,
I zeroed them out. Remember the 3 I zeroed out on my original?
these are the ones that,
It's suggesting them again.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
well, that'd be a lot easier for us because I think she's recreating. We've already got a
Exactly.
bunch
Yes,
here.
exactly.
Yeah.
So Myron, this is one way.
Why would you never turn that into a purchase order?
Uh,
And then
no,
go
we
put
should.
it through
We should
partner
do.
view, and you're done.
Yeah,
Well, because
with the order.
he has to approve it first.
but she could
But-
still do
But
it.
he's doing that anyway. He's saying you can order this and this, and don't order that, and just.
Then
order
she goes
4 of
back, she goes back to that same
these. So
order.
go to the order and edit it
Yeah.
and make a purchase.
No,
order.
I'm thinking the same thing. There's no reason not to. And then you have your purchase order made actually technically before you order it, which gives you the number, which everybody asks for purchase order
It gives
numbers.
you, does it give you a mid-end number?
Well, it gives you you'd have the purchase order
Yeah.
off of this, then you can, in partner view, then you have a place to put that number. So it worked great there. Anybody else, you could actually give them the number, and then you go back in once you get the acknowledgement and double check your pricing.
I know you can put, it would help with purchase order. What about the item number for partner when you're entering the order through there? Not the same.
No.
Does it show the supplier number?
It used to on the old one, but I don't know if this one, I don't know if it does
If
or
you have
not.
it in there.
If the correct number.
Kinda like your Orgill numbers, if it had a mid-am number, it should.
Used to be there was a place in Mid-Am to add in the older one,
In Internet, you could put your shortcut.
your number into there, and that would let you bring it up by how you sell it, not how they do it. There was a place to do that. I'm not sure if they still have that or not.
Who are you talking?
With Mid-Am, yeah. You could add your SKU for that item.
Yeah.
to that, and it was just for you that could, you know, but anyway, you could do it. But I don't think it's probably not that big a deal. Cause she looks them up, you know, like she'll dig down and see who we bought it, you know, see what the SKU is by just going through related documents and finding it. No, I think we probably could, because that would generate it, and by zeroing the ones that we're not buying, that cleans that report up to get it down to a purchase order that would be very close to what it should be.
If it's on order, the next time you bring it up, it's not gonna recommend it, suggest it.
That's right.
Just like you should.
Yeah, exactly. That
And you get
second
your
time I
paperwork
ran it,
maybe
it
done
just came
quicker
through.
that way.
Well, you're letting her complete more of the process for her,
Yeah.
for you.
As long as she follows that up, and creating notes, so.
Well,
I don't think if she can see the system, I don't know why she would.
yeah, I think we can do it.
How it works.
And I think it would do also what Kim was asking about, was having the purchase order number from our system on the mid-am order. That's not, I mean, you know. Which is why, who'd you say was doing that?
Gary does it all the time.
Yeah.
I see the way it could help you, especially with the Blish order where you got 300
Send on
items.
Yeah,
But even with mid-am, you know, if you're having somebody else
I mean, we're
do the
doing-
ordering for you, you've already got a PO done, or she did the PO for you. She's going through all the work anyway, she's entering the thing, so why not just edit the suggestion and use that too? Make a PO out of it.
Well, on
I mean, we're
Bliss, I
doing Hardman, we're doing,
Yeah, I just print the PO and I can always go in and edit the PO. I guess Lori could do that too. At the time she creates a suggested order, turn it into a PO, because it's usually not one page long. And then if Myron wants her to edit it, she can easily go to documents, pull that PO up and remove those.
see, we don't, you know, every time we do one, we don't, you know, I look at, we don't order every time, you know, I look at, like, she'll run Quikrete and see, if, you know, we may need one item and then we just wait. But that would be nice if we were if we're saving the Quikrete suggested, then you could say, okay, we're gonna run it tomorrow, we'll check it. We're just trying to check it, just to try to make, you know, a little better use of the
Exactly.
system
exactly.
to figure out, so we, you know, it's hard
Right.
to keep track of all your stuff that you sell.
So when it comes time to regenerate that, to reuse that order again, we can do what I just did and double click on it and walk through all of the screens again and make any changes that we need to. Or if we know that we want to use that again and we don't have any changes to make, all we need to do is right click on it and choose generate suggestions. And it skips right over all those other screens that we did. So I don't have to pick my branch anymore. I don't have to pick my products. I don't have to pick my lead time. I don't have to pick my months to analyze. I can just click next. And it's telling me, wait a minute, you're going to replace any suggestions that you've already got on this suggested order. Are you sure you want to continue? And if I say yes, it should come back now with nothing. So you can bypass all those screens. Oh, you know what? I didn't create a purchase order for those three, so that's why it came back with the three.
So you don't have to go through those steps?
No, you don't. You
So
can.
you did that off a saved one right there, you just
Yes.
do that one more time, I'm sorry.
Do you want me just to open
You're not
these?
creating a purchase order, you're never gonna.
So what I did was I created
That's
this.
correct, we wouldn't turn it into an order yet.
I got to this point and I said, oh no, I don't want to turn this into an order, so I just did a save and close. Got out of
Because
there.
that's like, you know what, there's not enough there to order
Yeah.
from that supplier, we'll wait till tomorrow,
Yeah.
right?
Yes,
It doesn't put on order, it doesn't do anything, it's just.
that's right. That's right.
Because until you generate that order up top there, then it's not.
That's right. So I can, if I'm not sure what's in this suggested order and I want to see all those screens, I can double click on it and it will walk me through all the screens. If I know what's on the,
Then big
sorry?
deal, right? I mean, it's ready to go.
If I know what's in the suggested, well, I know what the setup is and I don't need to go through the screens, I can just right click on it and go to create suggestions. And it will take me right to that last screen. Does that make sense, Myron?
Yeah, it
Okay.
does. That's definitely better than what we've been doing.
So if I have one that I really like and that I run all the time, I can also right-click and I can schedule it. And it can be done as part of the night tasks on whatever day I say I want this to happen. So every Monday, for example, so the suggested order batch will be run at the end of the nightly maintenance routine starting on the following days. Every Monday I want that to run. So when I come in here Tuesday morning, I can just open it up and look at the suggestions that
That's
it,
still for that very first one that you have clicked.
it's
there.
only for, yes, for the one I've got highlighted there.
And if you wanted one run every day, you could do it. couldn't
I
you?
could. I just have to tick the boxes.
So where does it go? Is it a message? or
No, it just stays here. It just stays here so I can come back in here and I can look at what it suggested I wanted to order.
But you don't get a message or anything anywhere?
I don't know if that's a message rule or not. And if I want to see what it suggested, I can right-click and I can view or edit the suggestions. So I'd come in here on Tuesday morning, I'd right-click and see what it has suggested I wanted to order.
Save some trees, we're putting stuff out right now.
That sounds like it's going to save some work. Or at least it's worth a try.
We just got started with, pick one group of stuff that you buy always from somebody, just try it. And it kind of, it seemed to work pretty well to do it that way.
Okay.
And then we just kind of, it's grown into more.
You have to have mins loaded, maxes loaded, you don't,
Nope.
when you just do by usage,
Nope.
right?
You can use this to set your mins and maxes.
Don't do
But
that.
no, you don't have to have them loaded at all.
Just use your sales history.
Yeah.
So which is the better way to go? Mins and maxes or set by usage?
It's up to you. I don't think there's one that's better than the other, but I think by usage is more common than by mins and maxes.
We used to do it. Do you do by
So-
usage and min-max?
No.
So
No,
if you do
you're-
by usage, can you set it to, like on lumber, could you set it to like full units of 2x4s, like
No.
294,
No,
580?
no, you can't say, yeah, no, you're not saying full units
See, that's why I
there.
do on min-max is I'd set it where I'm down to a certain amount and then I order up to a full unit, or.
If you have a Tyler lock set, you may only, a passage lock set, you might sell 8 at a time, you're selling the whole house, but by usage, you
Yeah.
may average 2 at a time. That's why when
Right.
we were in the old
Yeah.
system, we had mins and
Min-max,
maxes.
yeah.
And we
Actually-
set that max to job lock quantities, so when you're selling a house full of Tyler locks, you'd have them, rather than letting it average it down to 2.
Do you have inner, outer, and pallet set on your items?
Do,
You do? I'm seeing a nod behind you. It will round to inner, outer pallet. So if you've got your full units set on your inner, outer pallet, it'll round to that.
I think that's a different setup on the product page. That's what Matt does.
I'm seeing Robin nod though.
I think, Matt, what do you
Yeah,
think?
it's on there.
Yeah, it's on there.
I don't know if it's,
Wouldn't be real hard to run, but maybe
Paint.
Oops.
By usage, that's just something you have to walk around and say, hey, I got two passage locks, and I did 6.
Another thing that you can do,
You sell 6 of those a week.
I don't know, it's not right there.
6 is
it would be, I think, on
Is it in general or information?
try the information as stock options. Try the stock options tab. There. Yeah, quantity per inner, outer, and pallet. Right there.
I've seen that, but it didn't make tons of sense. So the inner, okay, like that 248 is almost, it's always gonna be 294.
Okay.
So would you do the inner as 294 and the outer as the more you'd order? I mean, like the,
Yeah, generally they're multiples of each other, so 6, 24, 48 kind of thing. So I get 6 of these in a package, and I get 24 in a case, and 48 in a pallet
so that
kind of
may
thing.
not
So it
work
may
on
not
that.
work for you. But you could certainly experiment with it in training.
Because I've got, what did I do on that? Yeah, see, I've got my 2-4-8 set at 294 minimum, 588 maximum. So basically, I get down to a unit or less, and it tells me to reorder another unit of 2-4, 8-foot. Then I can decide from there what I want to do, but I will not get below a 294.
It'll tell you to order it.
It tells me to order, yep. And I can set that number or anything. Like on studs, I've got it higher. OSB, I've got it higher.
So you got those set up by themselves as mins maxes. You can
Yes.
set your bush
And
up
then-
for usage.
And then I come over here and I've got my vendors, and I've got, well, I don't know why, I think I screwed around and put Oracle in there, but you can put, you could put,
Coming back, brother.
you could put 2 or 3 places, wherever you buy 2-4-8, you could put them in there as your default, and then you could run that suggested order for, that's right.
So lots of food for thought here, huh? If I can just show you one more thing, particularly, Myron, if you're going to start experimenting with the suggested orders, and when you're in a suggested order and you're looking at the suggestions, so this is just one suggestion on a suggested order that I have. If you right-click on the suggestion itself, there's a buy price history, some stock information, and there's a why this quantity. So it'll tell you under why this quantity, why it's come up with that you should buy this number.
But that's only if you're pulling it by usage,
Only if you which?
pulling it by usage, not min-max.
I'm not sure whether it'll show in min-max as well. Yep. But many people, when they get into this, when they get into the suggested ordering, aren't understanding why the number's coming up, why the system's coming up with the number it is.
Right.
So this why this quantity, when you right-click, will show you exactly how it calculated that. And I can guarantee that every single time it works. Might not be obvious to you, but I know from working on the support desk, it works. It can be proven that the numbers are what you asked for.
Right.
They're based on what you tried to pull out. So that was in, I right-clicked on the item, and why this quantity. I can also add a product here, it looks like.
Yeah, you've
It's a
oversold that. You need to
good
get some
thing
of
you
that
told her
order.
about that.
I'm adding a product to my suggested order. Maybe I want to meet a minimum of the vendor, or I know that I'm going to need this product next week anyway, so I can right-click and add a product to a suggested order. That's right, yes. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just, I don't work here.
I've heard that before.
But I like that product.
You sold a lot of it today.
So I can add products to it too. And that was with a right click here. Some buy price history as well. And some product. So there's lots of information and suggested orders there. But it looks like it's a tool that people are interested in testing
Yeah, I
and
think
cutting down the
Trav
work.
was one of your smaller suppliers.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, where you get a dozen items, continually reorder.
And the training system, because it's it's a copy of production, so if it's updated on a fairly regular basis, then you'll be able to see almost a real-time picture. And you can't hurt the training system. You can't break it. There's nothing that you can do to mess anything up in training. You can try anything you want. You can do anything you want. You're not going to break it. You're not going to hurt it.
So how do you, okay, Matt, I heard the question asked from Gary, but say we switch our hardware to a brand new vendor, can you, I mean, if you, and you wanna go min-maxes, can you generate those by the computer?
Yes.
So is it gonna be, it's gonna be based on the hit, well, I mean, what's your history of those items, because you wouldn't have any of that.
Well, you'd have sales history with that, of the item, but just not with that
If
vendor,
they're the
right?
same, if they're the same item, I
Yeah,
guess.
yes, that's right, yeah.
Okay.
Good point. Yep.
Barcodes or whatever you start
Yeah.
with.
Because that was one of the questions we had with Orgle, was that since our inventory is shared and we start buying it from them, you know, like if we print a bin label in Pratt of something that we buy from Orgle, that's the same item as Gary buys from Blish, what bin label is gonna, or bin number is gonna come out on that item?
What bin number?
Or the SKU number.
Okay.
You know, if it's the exact same
Which one are
item,
you going to use? Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying.
can it
Yeah.
be different in one branch than another branch on the same item?
You're gonna have
No.
a different default supplier.
I'd have a different default,
And you're printing bin
but I don't
label.
want the Blish, I wouldn't want the Blish number SKU to come out on my bin label if I buy it from Orgle, because it's a different number. Same item, that 622-9777 would have a different Orgle number, same barcode,
Okay.
and it'd be in our system shared.
Mm-hmm.
And and we print all our labels for our bin tags in our store.
Okay.
So I would want it to not have,
You'd want the Orgle number.
I'd want the Orgle number on it to make it straight. I mean, it'd be, if we
Okay.
do that, I mean, I'm
So
not
Okay.
what are
saying.
you printing the bin label off of? Are you printing it off an Orgle PO? Or an Orgle receipt?
Well,
No,
What are you
not-
printing it off?
not necessarily. I order by the barcode, so to me, I guess it really doesn't matter if it's got the Blish number or the Oregon number on the bin label. Because I'm getting that, I'm scanning that, and it's ordering strictly from the barcode.
so then the label is printed just off the item. You just go into that item
Yeah.
and print it.
Right,
But it's gonna have the Blish price number whether you order it from Orgill.
I know, that's because it's
That's what
default.
that's what he's
Oh, okay,
getting at.
yeah.
Because that's what we use as our product code is.
And
Yeah.
is there
So-
a way in our system to have,
Separates that.
make it different in one particular branch
And
on the same item to come out on that bin tag? Different.
you can't have the same item, so it's a toothbrush. Whatever item it is, it's got one product code, but you can have alternative keywords.
So can you tell somehow tell the printer to take that as the,
You can use any piece of information from the product that you want to produce a label. Now, whether it's, I'd have to check to see if that's already written in the system. If it's not, you could certainly get it produced.
I was trying to think of something just definite that we used.
But it would have the same bin, the same barcode, right?
Yes.
Okay, so one barcode.
So there's
So
no
you
way
put
we'd set it up
barcode.
separate in our system because we'd have duplicate barcodes. So it's
Go
gotta
to
be.
print a bin label, there's one in there that's just for.
So is that what you think it would go to the Orgle number then?
That's
You've already set that up that way?
long-
Yeah, there's a bin that
Long
there's-
time ago.
Why do you do it?
Yeah, I've seen that.
We've talked about it, because we talked about it, didn't we, Joan, with, what's her name? What's her, Patty or whatever?
Wasn't any problem.
She said it wasn't a problem, she never did show me how they could do it.
Because
You
go
need
like
to
you're
get,
gonna print
you need to
any
get in
bin
there and do a
label.
label and look at that, 'cause it's in there. No kidding it is, 'cause I see it all the time.
All right, well, then, it's great, awesome.
Print out something different.
Now I'm gonna go to LQ 50, which is something I know.
So I think we're kind of done for today. We've made it through our agenda, and everybody looks a little tired, to be honest with you. Okay, they look a little full.
That's good. That's a good day. That's a good day of
Yeah,
training.
Send them home tired. So
Anybody have anything that,
anything from what you saw today? We're going to cover some more topics tomorrow. Tomorrow we're kind of, we're doing more general question type things. Like we're going to talk about smart views and dashboards and if there's other smart views and dashboards that we need to have created. And we're going to talk about some customer accounts. Robin, you'll be here?
Yes.
Okay. And some products setup. And some point of sale review. We actually had our will call versus delivery set for that. The sales order cycle, and then some notes. Notes on sales orders was another question. And then we have our EDI session with Joe at 2 o'clock. So it's more a day, like I say, to answer some of those general questions that were on your list of this is what people are struggling with. Okay. So one of the things that we can do with products, I open up this product here. In the product definition, come on, is to add related products. So paint's a good example, I think, where we could add to the paint product some brushes and rollers and tarps and paint thinner and paint trays maybe, all the things that a customer might want to purchase when he purchases paint. So all items related to his purchase. So I can apply it. I'm sorry, what was that?
I said, we need that, because we need some prompting on the add-on sales.
Okay.
See, the discussion
So,
even 4 years ago.
so Weathered
was this a
Wood,
great deal.
Heritage 30 could be Gift Ridge.
Who takes the time to put it in?
Okay.
Right?
Okay, so the problem seems to be, so Jeff and Myron, is this something that you would use?
Maybe.
Maybe? Okay,
We're talking about it, we're not lost.
okay.
It's kind of like a upsell.
Exactly,
Items that-
exactly,
Just
yes,
talking
yes,
about,
yes.
okay, Heritage 30 shingles, weathered wood, maybe you could put in the Hip and Ridge weathered wood to come up right with it.
Perfect, yes, yeah, exactly.
Or 30-pound felt right with it.
And Gary just said, or somebody just said,
And
the
a quarter coil, man.
the problem 4 years ago was that nobody actually had time to do this, right?
Somebody getting them in so they.
So somebody can get them in. So I don't know how we work that out, whether we
Oh, we'd have
give
Matt
it
do
to
all
Matt.
of it.
Sorry? You don't know how to do anything?
No, I'm just messing with you. You guys thought I was kidding. No.
But do you have access to the product record? Can you change products?
We can't
Okay.
change.
They have access to certain parts of it, not every tab, and I don't know where that
Okay,
falls in.
okay, all right. But it probably could help. It's just, after 4 years, we're just getting a little bit more information than we had originally with the system, right? So
So where does that?
when I
show
set up a related product, sorry,
I'm sorry, but where does that show up? I mean, okay, say.
we're getting there.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mrs. Ahead again. So we can apply it to one branch or to all branches. So if I say to all branches for this product, I can add a product here. And the product I can add is a roller. I don't know. A roller cover. And I can add another product. A roller frame, perhaps. And I can add another product, and it can be a pourer. Paint pourer. And then I can add another product, and it can be thinner. Some paint thinner. And say OK to that. So now this product, this 6001416, when I save and close that, and I put it on an order, $6001416, and he wants 1 gallon of that. It'll pop up right here. Say, what about all the rest of these? Do you want some of these? And then all I need to do is put in the quantity. So this is my chance to say, do you need some rollers with that? Do you need some thinner with that? Do you need some tarps or a pourer with that? And I can say I want 1 of these, and I want 2 of these, and say OK. And it will add those items to the order for me.
That's pretty nice.
show up after you enter the item.
After which?
When you type the item in and you hit on the first line,
Yes.
hit one, then that
Yes.
screen drops.
It showed up after I typed in the item and said how many of this I wanted to sell him. Then it showed up and gave me the list of related products. And then I just choose. If I don't want any of them, I just hit OK, and I don't choose anything. Because when it comes up, you'll notice it automatically suggests that you want 0 of each one. So if you just hit OK, you're putting 0 of each one on the order. So here it's saying I want 2 of these, and I can just F12 that, getting my stock messages. And then I've got those 2 items on here, the cover and the paint pour, and complete the sales order.
So just an upsell tool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Well,
No,
not
that's
only
right.
even upsell, it's just helping you grab items that you normally always get.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I mean, not only an upsell, it's helping you grab items that you'd normally need with that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Mine didn't work. Yeah, mine didn't work.
Yep.
I don't know, I did.
Something you guys use, everybody?
I refreshed it. I just tried to set one up and it didn't work.
Okay. So to set them up, you need to go into the product that you want to set up. Hold on, it's just, I'll use a different one. Go into the product you want to set up, and there's this little icon at the top that looks like a bunch of tools. And click on that icon at the top, which will open a window. Do you have that icon at the top? Are you in a sales order?
Well, I was just testing what
Okay.
it did.
I made a short one there, and I was just testing it.
Okay.
It worked.
Yours worked and mine didn't. So I've got it right there.
So
I
there
have
you
that.
go.
So what did I not do? Did I not set them? Is that, what do you have to do?
Say that again?
Well, which branch are you going with? All branches?
Got all branches.
You've already got some related items set up on that. So if you choose one that doesn't have anything set up, then you'll have the option to set it up for all branches or just your branch. It might be a little bit more clear for you. Boy, I just about did that on video.
Yeah, but you changed it to Pratt branch. You were in all branches.
I know, but I thought you said Pratt branch.
Yeah, but it didn't
So,
carry them over.
so choose an item that,
all branches.
and go to your related related. There you go.
All right.
Okay.
So I didn't have the branch right.
Yeah. So that was,
So- You leave it, if you don't want it, then you just push OK.
that's right, because it suggests that you want 0 of them.
So 1, 2. Yeah, if we can do that, that's pretty cool. Oh, don't you do that.
I don't think we have any product sets set up.
I saw it through.
You also can set up your products, and I don't have any set up, to do some homework there. But you can set up a set of products, so you can list a set of products. So if you're always selling the same 5 or 6 related items, so you always want to suggest a paint roller and some thinner and a tarp with any paint that you sell, you can put those 3 items into a set. And then when you're doing your related products, you can use add product set. And then it will add all those products at a time. So you don't have to go individually and select them. You look confused.
So you're saying you don't get the opportunity to to put the quantity in at that point? Is
Yes,
that
you
what you're
do.
saying?
I'm just saying when you set it up, instead of choosing individual items,
Uh-huh.
you can put them together in a group and then just choose a group.
You know, with paint, you're always gonna need these 2 things, so instead
Yes.
of looking up each individual thing. you
Brush,
just said-
roller,
Right.
Yes, exactly.
and you do that the same way you did it before.
Yeah, I just have to set up some, I have to,
Right, but that's
So some sets.
same steps.
yes,
But
exactly.
the other 3 now in a group? I mean, the individual ones?
No, okay.
What I'm,
Like I did felt, I did hip and ridge, and I did roof edge.
okay, so are those,
Individually.
yeah,
So aren't they, I mean, isn't that a group now, since it's saved in there?
no. Those are 3 individual items that you attach to shingles, to one product,
Okay.
one
if you
shingle
look up a
product.
different
So
color
if
of
you want that
shingles,
to
it's
come
not
up
gonna
with
tell you.
another product shingle, you have to do the same thing. You have to define related products for that other shingle. You just defined all those 3 attached to one item. When you sell that one item, it'll suggest those other 3. So you have to do that. If you want to use that for your shingles, you have to do that for every single type of shingle you have in the system.
So what you're saying on the group one,
So you can put those 3 in a group.
attach it to a group of shingles is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying put those 3 items in a group,
You're gonna have to,
and instead of choosing 3 items every time you set up a related products,
You just click.
you would choose the group, yes.
Puts all three.
So let's say you have gray shingles and blue shingles. Is that how you have them set up? So we've got gray shingles and blue shingles. So if you want to do related products to gray shingles, you do exactly what you just did. And you choose 3 items to attach to gray shingles. If you want to attach those items to the blue shingles, you have to do it to the blue shingles again. You have to find those 3 items and attach them to the blue shingles. So if you have 50 different colors of shingles and you want to suggest those 3 items for every shingle, you have to do that 50 times. You have to do your setup 50 times.
Then it's done.
And then it's done.
So initially, it's a little time consuming.
Same way with paint, you'd have to do it for
Yes.
every SKU of paint.
Yes,
that-
exactly. Every SKU of paint.
To add those same.
So
type.
if I'm selling a roller and some thinner and a tarp over and over and over, and I want to suggest that with my paint, I have to set it up for every paint SKU I have. But I could put roller, thinner, and a tarp into a group, and then when I set up each one of my SKUs, I can just say, this group. Instead of defining 3 separate items, I can define a group.
so it's gonna ask you for each different type of paint that you would attach it to.
Yes. You
So
have to
each
set up
different
each
type.
different type of paint. You'd have to set it up.
Instead of having to go in, if you're doing on that first ad product, you just have to keep pulling up the
That's
items
right.
each time.
That's right.
Okay.
And the other thing is that with my paint example, where I've got paint and I'm suggesting a tarp, a roller, and some thinner, when I sell thinner, it's not going to suggest a tarp, a roller, and paint. It doesn't work in the reverse. I only have those 3 items that are suggested for one SKU. It doesn't work the other way around. I can't say I'm going to buy some thinner and it's going to suggest paint, a roller, and a tarp. It's only for the paint it's going to suggest what I've set up there.
Product sets are in System Manager, and right now they don't have access to set those up.
Okay.
We can do individuals like we are now.
So that was just a question that came up about related products that might help. Kim, do we know what time we're going to break for lunch?
At 11:30.
Okay, that's 11:27.
I
Are
know.
we going over there?
This
We're gonna
might be a
go
good
over
up.
to
Okay.
Cook's to eat, so-
Okay, this might be a good opportunity because then we've got Joe at 2.
Right.
So we can come back and finish up just a little bit more.
I'd like to go over, for sure, dashboards and smart views, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So is that where we're at?
We are at sales, a point of sale, where we're going to talk about will call versus delivery and the sales order cycle. We did the notes. And then we're going to talk about smart views and dashboards and if there's others that people need. So, yesterday we talked about whether we wanted to use the delivered type of sales order. And so to give us something to work with, maybe you could each do a sales order with a couple of items on it and make it a delivered sale type and make the required by date, sometime at some point in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So pick your favorite customer. Pick your favorite item to deliver to that customer. Set the required by date out a week or 2 and make it a delivered sale type. quick.
We're doing a delivery.
A delivered sale type with some lines on it. And make sure when you do this, everybody's in training. Should have pointed that out earlier. Make sure you're in training when you're doing this.
Okay, then you wanna go in there to notes.
Sure, you can go into notes and put some notes on it if you like.
Smash. That's cool.
So we're gonna complete this transaction?
Yes, please. Some pretty good volume there.
Tyler Zimmerman didn't even work for us.
Delivered by fence. Date required.
That's making me verify the facts. Make you do that?
Which is great, I wish we could.
Well, that's on a delivery.
Yeah, I know.
See, Robin,
Yeah, I know.
get into delivery. Just trying to teach you something here. Okay. Done. So I wonder how that looks in my order monitors. That's next. That's
I made mine a cash order, so I was able to collect all the cash up front.
Why'd you do that?
How'd you do that?
Charge is fine. Just making the point that if it's cash, I can get all the cash without having given him the materials, without delivering the materials.
What if you wanna change the delivery?
Where can you change which?
If he has
I
job
assume-
set, if he
I
has job
assume-
sets, click right there.
I assume
That
that's
one I
his
think.
home address.
If he
This
has a
one?
job set,
Here?
no, the arrow.
The arrow down.
Jobs.
Find a job.
Oh, okay, last time. But what if I wanna write a whole new one?
Type it in right there.
Type it in here?
Zero that out. Type it in right there.
Who's the instructor here, you or her?
Hey, I don't mind if he takes over because that means he knows what he's doing.
Quit looking at me when you ask some questions. Look at Lynn. Save you a day vacation.
I was just kind of looking at my order monitor.
Perfect, that's exactly where I wanted you to be. Okay, so I don't want you to do anything there. I just wanted you to create the order and then we'll talk about where we're going, what it does. But that's perfect, Robin, what you just did.
Okay, so this is where you do the date requested?
The date requested is fine, it's a date required that I wanted you
Oh,
to
it was
change.
a date required,
Yeah.
but it changed. I didn't change that.
Is this a new one? Okay. It's defaulting there to that then. Huh. Did you change it? Is this your order? Okay, because you made it a pickup instead of a delivery, right?
Oh, I did too, yeah.
You did too, okay. So your other one, you made it a delivered order?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so what we end up with is the order in Order Monitor, and I think you're familiar with Order Monitor, is that true? So Order Monitor is where your pickup orders all go and sit and you mark them as having been picked up. You'll find your order in Order Monitor, and I'm at the Greensburg branch here. I'm just going to load up what's in Order Monitor. Probably got a few of them. Order Monitor is the one place where we can load everything. And I'm going to load mine up. and I'm going to sort by status. So that order that I just created and the order that you just created should be an order monitor with a status of picking. Did you find that?
He's not quite there yet.
Okay.
Mine quit.
Yours quit.
Yours quit on you, did it?
Hit that right there.
I got an invalid
Here, Cassie.
sales order. Shit broke.
You have to verify the tax area. So click OK on that. Go up to your tax area.
Tax verified right there.
At the very top where it says Great Bend. Looks like a little house to the right. There you go. Click that. And click that box that says taxes verified. Talk about tax in a minute, but there you go. Okay, and then you can complete it. Okay. So in Order Monitor, if you look at your orders in Order Monitor, you should find that order in there with a status of picking. Are you there yet, Janet? Okay. So the idea with this is that typically somebody goes and gathers all those goods that are ready to be delivered to the customer and puts them in an area or on a delivery truck. So we say they've been picked. They've been picked out of our inventory and put in an area ready to be loaded onto a truck. So once they're picked, we could go in here and we could say, these goods have been picked. Then the status of the sales order would move to delivery, so it's ready for delivery. Once the goods have been delivered, we could go back into Order Monitor and say, this order has been delivered, and that will issue the stock and create the invoice for you. There's a possible third step where the system auto invoices, but we're not going to go there. So I think those are the steps that probably you were taken through 4 years ago, that you thought this was too many steps to go through for a delivered order. Was to mark it picked, and then to mark it delivered, and then to invoice it. And you could still go through those steps, or you could go into your order and you could right click on your order and you could mark the order as, I think it was maybe this one, as delivered. So I'm skipping the picking part altogether. I'm just saying it's been delivered. And when I do that, it tells me it hasn't been picked yet. Do you want to mark it picked at the same time? And I can say yes to that. And then my delivery date information comes up. I can click OK. Oops, cancel out of there. 2580. And that order, that 50, 42, 2580. Sorry. 580, I think it was. There you go. Oh, shoot. I don't think I did that right. Let me do this one. Mark order. Let me start again here. I'm for 50, 42, 595. Let me just go this again. 595. There we go. This is the one I wanted. Mark it delivered. I'll mark it picked at the same time. I'll say yes to marking it. Yes, they have been. And then it's an opportunity to print the document if I want to. Cancel out of here. And here's where it comes up with the invoice. It's going to be automatically invoiced for me. So I did all three of those steps in one step.
So you're saying right there, if you print the final document, then it's invoiced?
Yes, that's what it's doing. It's releasing the invoice. It's releasing the invoice here. So I didn't mark it picked and then mark it delivered and then invoiced it. I went right to marking it delivered, and when I did that, it gave me an opportunity to also mark it picked at the same time, which I did. I marked it delivered, and the invoice was released immediately. And I can email the invoice from here. I can print it.
So what does it do to our inventory when it's in pickup or picking stage, how does it?
It's allocated.
How's it different?
It's allocated.
Because they're both allocated.
Both of what?
If I do a pickup order, it's allocated to the customer. If I have it in delivered and picking, it's allocated to the
That's right,
customer.
it is.
So what's the difference?
Yes.
Nothing?
The difference is, one big difference is the taxes. If the customer is going to come and get it, if he's going to pick it up, then the taxes on the ticket are going to be the taxes at the branch. If you're delivering to the customer, then the taxes on the order need to be the taxes in effect where you're delivering.
And it made us verify it when we.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. But
Okay.
that's correct, right, Kim?
See,
So if I'm delivering to a customer,
not necessarily yet.
if I'm delivering to a customer, I'm doing a delivered order, the tax I need to use is out of state. Is that true?
Out of town. Or
Out of
it depends on where
Depends
the
on where it's
delivery's
going.
going.
In
It
county.
could be the county versus the city.
Okay, so we'll talk about taxes more thoroughly in a minute then. Okay, so yes, you're right, they're both allocated. The advantage that I can see here, I'm just going to release that invoice and go back into the order monitor and look at the orders again. The advantage that I can see
So you just
to marking them
invoiced it right
delivered,
there without.
my order's invoiced, it's done. As soon as I mark it delivered, it's left my inventory. And the system's automatically going to invoice it immediately after that. The advantage I can see here is that the ones that are picking here have different date required by. So I can sort them by date required. So for my ones that are in picking status, those are the ones I'm going to deliver, I can see the items that I've got ready for each day or that are required. So I can see that on the 28th, I have one order that should be loaded on the truck and ready to be sent.
See, we use the pickup. Say a customer comes in today. I want 50 sheets of OSB tomorrow and I want 22 by 4s. We could create a pickup, automatically print that pickup, walk it over and put it on our board, our delivery board, so the yard has a visual, and sometimes they'll go ahead and load that today, so it's ready
Okay.
first thing in the morning.
Okay.
So the yard never sees any of this kind
Okay.
of information.
Okay. So if I want a visual for my orders here, I can print a printing document. A picking document.
Let's take a look at that. That's what I wanted to see if it looked.
So this picking document says this is the product the customer's purchased.
Okay.
This is how many pieces he wants. What did I have for lunch? What was in that ham? This is the quantity he wants, and then over here, the person who's actually pulled that inventory and got it ready for the truck or put it on the truck writes exactly what they loaded.
Basically verifying it.
You're verifying, yes. So if the customer wanted 10 and I only had 9, this is my opportunity to go into the sales order, change the quantity, and back order 1.
Or substitute it for something.
Yes.
To get the order filled.
Exactly.
See, because our yard guys work off of a pickup ticket, and then we go out and check the load,
Okay.
make sure everything's correct.
There's not a clean place to put the quantity change other than right beside the quantity or notes, and
Right.
that's a little different right there. I mean, I haven't seen that like
But
that.
but it allows us one more opportunity before we invoice that and send it with the yard man to make any alterations on that order
Okay, and this would too.
and stuff, so.
You can have any documents print out when you create these orders that
So
you
what
want to.
are,
So if you wanted to have this automatically print when you create a delivered order and stick it on the board, you could do that.
Picking order notes, where do those come? I mean, I know we've seen where the,
Those are the internal notes that we could put on the order this morning.
okay, the internal.
Yes,
So those are the ones that just show up on the order and not
yes, on the picking slip, not on the order. They
Special
don't show up.
instructions would be the, not the line instructions.
That's
but
right.
The
The
overall
order.
instructions.
Yes. So,
Put in garage or put beside garage.
yes, exactly. So this is the one in here, the picking and order notes, where you could say, this customer's kind of fussy, be sure to pick straight boards. And
It's something,
so this is a picking note. This is not a customer document, it's an internal document, and it's meant for your yard people to take a piece of paper out and check off, yep, got that, it's on the truck, or it's in a spot, it's beside the truck, yep, got that, nope, don't have that. So when they come back and say, don't have that, you can go into the sales order, change the quantity, and create your back order.
so if you had an address, it wouldn't, yeah, delivery address is on there, so it would be.
She's just using that as the cash customer.
Yeah, I just, yeah.
Because a regular,
A regular customer would have all of his information on there. And you can print anything you want on these picking tickets.
So would you still, like if it was a special order and it was gonna be delivered, would you keep that special order item in picking, I mean, in delivered mode too?
Yes, you'd make a delivered order, put the special on it, it'll create a purchase order for you. When the goods come in, then the delivered order changes a status to a status of picking,
after it's received.
just like this, this one did.
So picking and invoicing would be basically the same thing? Because that's how we tell it's in stock now in a special order.
Okay.
So what's that gonna say, so what would the status be if it wasn't received yet on that special order?
Waiting for stock.
So just like the pickup orders that we have that are not received?
That's right. It would be waiting for stock.
More for like a call-in or
Or deliveries, it'd be more for deliveries.
I know, but when you're,
See, the other thing I can see that this would prevent is inventory leaving your yard that isn't recorded as having left the yard. So I think somebody said yesterday they'll put 2 items on a ticket. Guy took one, he's going to come back and get the other one. So we circle the one he took and wait for the second one.
So you probably can't
The
go
system,
and
as far as the
sell.
system knows, he didn't take that first one.
So if you're in delivered mode, can you change one item to sell?
Yes, you can.
And the rest of them will stay as picking state.
Exactly.
I don't know, so it's a different way of doing it.
It's a absolutely typical way that lumber yards handle their deliveries.
We're not typical.
You're special.
19
special.
old
That's what you are. You're
five.
special.
We've been, I'm sure this is the way they did it.
I'm sure it
Special.
is. Exactly the same way.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know how they did it.
Exactly like this.
How would they do it?
Other they did it on pen and paper instead of the computer, but same thing. Which you kids would do it on paper too, if you could.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
So if you want your visual, like Robin said, they've got a visual on the board. They know what they have to put on a truck today. They have to pull off, put on a truck today. You can use your picking notes to give them that visual, put it on the board. You can use your sales orders. But you've also got an order monitor. If that piece of paper fell off the board and nobody knows about it, you've got an order monitor. Hey, wasn't there an order for Bob today that was supposed to be
I mean,
on
it
the
would
truck?
let you tell the difference between something that's supposed to be delivered and something that's just ordered in for that customer that they're picking up. That would be the thing I can see. Because right now, all of them are mixed together when we,
That's right, because you're calling everything a pickup.
that's right.
Yes.
So if this is supposed to be delivered, we don't know by looking at the screen what's a delivery and what's, we do
Well,
not know that.
We
Unless you did the
actually
order.
could tell that.
See what I mean? That would be the advantage.
If you really wanted to know that, you could see by sale type,
If you made them different.
what's delivered, what's a pickup, and then under your delivered, what's ready for picking, what's waiting for stock, and then under your picking, what date you have to put that on the truck.
So would you put the required date, the day it's supposed to be delivered, or is that what you normally do?
That's what, yeah.
I can see a huge advantage if you had somebody in your yard that was in charge of dispatching deliveries. But unfortunately, we don't, you know,
Yeah.
it's just such a hit
Yep.
and miss type of
Okay.
thing that nobody's really reviewing order monitor all
Okay.
day, every day.
Okay.
You know.
But everybody's in order monitor every day because you're
Not the
invoicing.
front.
But some branches must be.
Greensburg is.
Greensburg.
There's just two of us.
Okay.
We're in.
Some branches must be because they're going to order monitor and saying the customer got his goods and I want to invoice this.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe for you guys, but there are some branches that
We
would
look
do.
at
I
it
use order
weekly.
monitor all the time.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I'm in order monitor every day.
But we're talking to, I mean, we're trying to get all of our salespeople actually to check their orders every day, you know, to look at the, you know, so they're
Okay.
looking at, I mean, that's, we're supposed to.
Okay.
I mean, when we're going over
Yeah,
orders,
but
that's what we tell them to do, is look
Right.
at them, see
Okay.
if there's something they know is going on.
So let's change tack a little bit.
Okay.
4 years ago, you didn't like using deliveries because there were too many steps. How do you feel about it now?
The way you showed it, it looks like it's, boom, it's done. I don't know, I'm interested in
Gary.
trying it, I don't know if everybody else will use it.
What's your opinion?
I don't know. I'm not overly concerned about having a 100% accurate inventory on 2x4/8s at any point in time.
Okay.
And when I type in an order, I want to be done with it and move on to something else. I got
Okay.
X amount of hours in a day to do X
Okay.
amount of work, so anytime I can save 5 minutes, I'm gonna save 5
Well,
minutes.
Okay.
And it's still, my feeling's still the same, is key that invoice in, key to sales it, invoice it, and you're done.
Okay, but for pickup orders or delivered orders, do you ever deliver to a customer?
All day, every day.
Okay, and you're calling
15
those,
deliveries a day.
you're calling those pickups now, right?
Or an invoice.
I'm talking
Or
about
an
you call.
invoice. I may invoice as soon as I type them in, we might not deliver them for 3 days.
Okay, so you're not calling them pickups. You're calling them sale.
If we have an order that is fairly detailed and we're selling like random length casing and we can't get to exactly 400 feet, I'll hang up a
Okay.
pickup sales order.
Okay.
We'll pull it, mark it, and then invoice it.
Okay, so can we get together here for a second? So you guys are marking your orders pickup. Why are you marking them pickup instead of delivery?
I've used delivery before.
Oh, have you? Okay.
And when I've done it, I just went to there and I've approved it and invoiced it after. I don't ever mark it. I've never marked the order. I just automatically went to approve and invoice.
Okay,
I give the
Okay.
guy outside the stuff that he needs to load. It's delivered. He comes
Okay.
in, we invoice it. He's on his way. I
Okay.
don't do the picking
So
notes.
see right here.
okay. So do you have an objection to changing to delivery?
It don't matter to me.
Myron, do you have an objection to changing to delivery?
I'm open to try.
You're undecided? Okay.
I'm open to try.
Gary feels that it's not just, it's so busy in his shop that he doesn't, even though he delivers, he's not, you know, it's not an issue because you just invoice it immediately. You want to get done with the ticket. It throws inventory off, obviously, some, but you just want to get the ticket over with. Okay. Unfortunately,
Signature on site, Myron?
It's not.
Yes, we do.
Because there's a different document.
That's what it goes to after it's marked delivered. It goes to invoice.
unfortunately,
I didn't do
If I did delivery, I'd do it just like he did. I'd mark the delivery, I'd approve it, I'd invoice it.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Just show us
Like
that
I
all
do a sales order, he did invoice.
Okay.
Approve it, invoice, hang it up. It say delivery on it, but I treat it the same as.
okay. So Kim, what's your
I
feeling?
didn't see the step that you did.
What's your feeling with it?
Kim?
Mine.
You don't care.
It really
Kim?
doesn't matter.
Are you Kim?
because
Okay.
I just want the end results.
Okay,
So
okay.
if you
So-
mess with tax or you mess with something like that, then it causes me more work. This
Okay.
doesn't.
So I thought
The
you
delivery
went,
one
when
makes
it was
it
in picking
verified that
stage,
it's
I thought
Yeah.
you went
It doesn't do that on
and
the pickup.
mark order delivered.
I did. I marked it delivered and it asked me if I wanted to pick it at the same time and I said yes, and then it created an invoice immediately.
See, mine didn't do that. Mine went to invoicing.
So you go right here
So were you picking your delivered order?
and you go right here.
I
And
wanted
see
to,
it.
Okay, but that's not a delivered order.
Oh, no, that's one you did. How come you did that?
So
I
when we're
already- I already
training new
invoiced the
people
one
that
I
come
did.
aboard, who's training? The person that's been doing it the last, or is that how you usually do it? Is it hard to train new people? How do you do it?
So what was the answer?
Whoever,
Okay, okay.
a group effort.
Just trying to see if, try to get it done, the steps you didn't in one step. That's what I'm looking at.
That's what I used. I had one step, Myron.
I didn't get it to do that, is what I'm getting at, so then it slows me down.
Can you create one on screen?
So I'm
with
just-
the
Sure. So what I did was, I created an order. I chose my customer, and I'm just going to choose cash so we can see I can get paid off. I changed it to delivered. I put my lines on here. He wants 18 sheets.
Okay, try to work.
And I'll complete this. I'll verify my tax.
That's an advantage, Robin.
I know tax is wrong on this. And I'll complete it. I'll pay it all off. Wow, that's a big order.
Raise the price of
26.
that event tag.
26.45. So in order monitor. Sorry. 5042 645.
Still.
That's a delivered order in a picking status, and it's due
Gary tells me all the time.
today. So that's what I did, Robin. Was it you who asked me to walk through that?
Yes.
Yep.
Did I go too fast?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay,
so
we're
let's,
there.
so let's, it's picked,
Okay.
it's ready to roll.
So one step.
So what I did in my one step, I right-clicked, I marked it as delivered.
I did that. Okay, go for
It said, do you want to pick it at the same time? I said yes.
it.
What,
What?
it says there's other orders on there, isn't that what that says?
No, it says one or more of the selected orders have not been marked as picked yet. Do you want them marked to be marked picked at the same
I'm
time?
talking about specifically that order. you have
Yes,
highlighted.
I've only got one order because I punched in my order at the top, so it only pulls up one order. So I'm going to say yes, I want to mark them picked at the same time. And then I need to put in my delivery information. So I can say, for example, this went out on truck 6. And I can say OK there. It has been marked as delivered. I have an opportunity to print a delivery note if I want to. I canceled out of that. And here's my invoice.
I don't think they've seen the delivery note.
So what you might have not have done, Myron, you might have
Because mine
said,
was still an invoicing is what I'm getting at. It's not
Yes, it
in-
is.
It's not invoiced.
no, it's not.
So when does it get to that point? Right there?
This is what we're doing right here. We're invoicing it right now.
I must have skipped that step. So if you go for it there, print final document,
So I can print it or email it.
or just push OK and it doesn't print, or, and
That's right.
then it's invoiced.
That's right. And when I say OK to that, it's been invoiced,
There you
and
go.
it's invoiced,
Okay.
duh. So it's still one step in order monitor.
It's not bad.
So what I see as the advantage, I see a couple of advantages, I guess,
Tax code pops up automatically, that's one.
which it does, yeah. Does it not for pickups as well?
I don't
No?
think
Okay.
so, nope.
Okay.
So that verifies that. I think
Okay.
That's a
You say
good thing.
the tax code doesn't pop up automatically pick up?
I don't think so. Does it?
Because it's a pickup order.
But it
is
does on
leaving
this one.
Your store.
So it
That's
makes
right,
you
yes,
change
good
it
point,
to
yep.
the next one.
It probably doesn't because the pickup order is not leaving the store.
You gotta verify this delivered one to what the tax code would be. So it makes them, so it makes you figure, oh, yeah, it's going to Stafford County or whatever. So that's,
What, 0.2% different? Yeah.
yeah, but you're supposed to do destination, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you're supposed,
Okay, so, exactly. So let's just take it a step
We got
further.
audited, yes.
Let's find a customer who has orders delivered out of Greensburg. Who's your biggest customer here, Jeff? That might have things delivered.
Your Mullenville.
Probably Brian Guttenberger or Hassabin would be.
Hassan?
Yeah. Probably don't have any in there. I mean, there's some orders. in
So when
there.
I look at his customer record and his addresses,
Mhm.
he's got a few jobs on the go here. Would Haviland be a different tax rate?
Yeah, it's county.
Okay.
not City.
So if I open up this address and I look at, I think it's his options, his tax area, it's using whatever's set on the customer record.
And that was pulled over from Dimensions.
Okay.
If
So
he came
you
in
would
and
wanna-
bought from you,
Right.
you would do that.
Right.
But if you're gonna be delivered, you'd have to change the
Right.
destination
To
town.
so we sometimes.
That's right, but just a second, just to back up a second. So that's what I'm doing for this address. So
But-
what would be the tax for this particular address?
Kiowa County.
You gotta figure out, does he come in and pick up most of his stuff in the store for that job?
Caldwell?
Or
that what
do
you
you
said?
deliver most of it?
Kiowa.
Is the way I'd say.
This guy?
See what I mean?
Okay.
Because we use
Okay.
the scrap and then change it.
Too many
Unless-
people talking at
because
the same time.
You know, the guy comes in in the morning and picks up stuff for that job and, you know, wherever.
Most of the time, he's gonna pick it up. He's first thing.
Kiowa County?
Yep, there you go.
Does that work? Or Kiowa?
That's it.
So it's.
Okay, thank you.
Kind of like which way you're gonna change it for, which way. But I can-
So what I did there, Kim, was I set just that one job address, Ron Seller, to Kiowa County tax, which is going to be different than Greensburg, right?
And we can do that every time we set up a new job. We can set
Yes,
up
you
a
could.
different
Yes. So if I say okay to that, and save and close it, and I'm going to refresh, and I'm going to do a new order.
Now, if you could get that to do that only when you did it in delivered mode.
Just a minute, just a minute, just a minute, just a
And
minute.
not when it's
That's where she's
so.
going, that's where she's going.
Hush!
Make him stop.
Just saying,
where
because
she's
otherwise you gotta turn it back. He's
That's
gonna
where
get
she's going.
Just saying.
Okay, so here he is. And his job is this guy.
Yep,
Okay.
changed it up.
His tax is Kiowa County
Okay.
because of that job. If it's not going to that job, his tax goes back to Greensburg. But if I go with this and I say it's a delivered order, the tax is going to be Kiowa County.
Unless you change it before you verify it.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Guess what I was getting at is there a way to have that job account default to Kiowa, you know, to Greensburg, unless it's in delivered mode?
Should be, yes,
See what I'm
actually,
talking about?
yep.
Because if the guy comes in the store and wants stuff for
Yeah.
that job, you gotta have the store sitting
Yep.
sales tax.
Yep, exactly.
And so you'd have to
That-
decide what he does.
That can be set up, so it'll flip, depending on the type of order you're doing.
Now, if we can figure that out, that'd be a good deal. We're talking about the tax code, like on, this one's in Haviland. And if it's in sale mode, if we could figure out how to have it in Greensburg tax, and if it was in delivered mode, have it in Kiowa County. See what I mean? Because you know you'd be delivered
But do you always deliver to Kiowa County, even though?
on that job you would.
Oh, you're just tying.
If it's a
that
delivery,
code to the
and
job.
for this job, if we're doing a delivery,
otherwise, I don't know
then we
that
want it to be
that
Kiowa
helps us
County,
Correct.
right?
that much,
Right.
because they might be in all the time picking
But don't
stuff
you,
up.
okay, because when I set up a job, I make it default to Pratt,
Matt,
So
are
how do
you
we do that?
in, can you go to system options
See
for a
what
minute?
I'm talking about?
And look
Because-
for tax, calculate tax, where's the branch tax, sorry, collect and manual credits. So what's the other one?
You know, like-
What if you say yes to that?
Always?
No, just say, okay.
Job, and jobs in Kiowa County, set your tax code for Kiowa
See,
County.
we
It should be
know what
collect.
to do.
I think
You
it's,
We always set our
see, it should for
tax code
pick up.
in every jurisdiction, always.
Oh, no, for pick up. For pick up, it should be branch tax, right? Okay, I'm just trying to figure out why it's not switching. But I know it can be set.
What I was trying to say
Just
is if it was
set up
in
to switch.
sell mode, you know, you have it one tax and delivered mode. Yes, we normally don't. Ours is crap.
And if you didn't change your tax, if it stayed at Greensburg, then you know that you can verify the tax before you close it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we do have to do that all the time, but it just doesn't get done all the time. That's why.
That's why I wish there was that pop-up,
Yeah.
somehow.
It's there.
And it's popping up for delivered because it knows it could be a different tax for delivered sale.
Get it straightened out.
The thing is that if we change it, we're changing it system-wide, but that doesn't mean that you have to use it. You can still continue to use pickup sales. If you're more comfortable using pickup sales, you can go ahead and use pickup sales.
We had the tax pop up on every single ticket, and it forced us to pick.
Yes, you don't want that.
I know, but that's the other way you could do it. And it forced you to pick every, you wouldn't have to remember, because it'd tell you you had to pick.
So it'd be nice.
And we got rid of that, 'cause that was.
When it's in a sell mode, they're in the store, right? It should be. If it's sell mode, then it should default to your
Your store.
Pratt or whatever, your store.
You mean on every order it made you verify? Oh.
We've had some different,
Even a sell mode, it made you verify?
Yeah, it did.
Because, I mean, we invoice a ticket, it's gone.
Okay.
We talked to the office, pain in the ass, but it was there for a while.
Wow.
I think
But that has
everybody had
stopped
that.
now,
I
right?
think you guys-
I didn't get it.
Everybody did.
yeah, you wouldn't want it all on
But
different,
it
there's
forced you to pick.
yeah.
So this might be something for you to, we can leave those system options on, and this might be something for you to experiment with if you think it would help. If you think it would help you to sort out your deliveries, that when you're supposed to deliver stuff, and keep your inventory cleaner so that you know that what's actually left the building has been issued from inventory, and what has not left the building is still in your inventory valuation. Because if you have inventory that's not left your building, but the computer thinks it has, and any disaster strikes, what are there legal issues involved? Are there insurance issues involved?
Yes, it will.
I don't see that as really any more steps than your guys' pickup orders.
No, I don't think so either, the way she
We had a
showed
guy
it that
run
way.
down one of our
I'm game to try. What I'd like to figure out is that tax question.
Yeah, I just haven't, I
I'd like to
haven't
figure that out.
played with it. I'd
If we
have
could
to
do
sit
it-
down
We could
and,
do it if it was, job count, if it was in sell mode, it would default to Pratt,
Yeah.
and if it was in delivered mode, it would,
you can make it do that. Yeah, you can make it do that. We just haven't, I have
I'm
to
just
wrap my
saying,
head around
then-
it.
Then you'd set that job count up, because you know it'd be the delivered one.
Exactly.
And you'd probably leave sale and pickup alone as default Pratt, because.
Yes.
And then the delivered one would be the job account, and then you know you could get that right.
Right.
You'd probably you'd be
Yeah.
pretty accurate.
Exactly.
Sometimes, when we have pickup orders.
Let's look at this real quick. I bet you can. I bet you can change it.
I know it can. I know it can be changed. It's just I haven't had a chance to
No,
wrap
I'm
my head
talking
around how to do it.
Saved pickup, but the customer comes, call
You
back
can,
in.
you can change that to a delivered.
Say that again.
Okay, so I have a customer that ordered a bunch of lumber, and then he calls the next day and he said, oh, by the way, I want you to deliver all of that. Can you go in and change it from a pickup to a deliver?
There's a system permission to change those types. But that one,
Just did it, Robin.
probably you can. If I go to order monitor and I look for an order that's pickup,
Right there, Robin. Just did it.
and it's in picking status,
Yeah.
and it's due today,
Save, close.
changed it to deliver it and verify the tax. Oh, better change my tax because it's not.
Say pay for stock. So then when we receive that.
So yes. Did you see, Robin, that I did that? Okay. So yes, you can. The other advantage I see is that if you're going through these stages and somebody's gone out and loaded up the truck with a picking ticket or a piece of paper and you didn't get everything, you have an opportunity to go into the order before you mark it delivered or invoiced or anything else and change the quantity on the line and create your back order like you've been doing.
Which we have been doing that off the picking, because that's what we load off the
Okay.
picking,
Yep.
the picking order, or
Okay.
the pickup
Exactly.
order,
Yep.
excuse me. That's one of the reasons we don't invoice it
Okay.
until we go out.
Until it's checked and
Yep.
ready to leave.
So I guess I
we'll
guess
try
I
it.
would suggest that you experiment with it. You set up some deliveries, test it all out, set up your customers, test it out, run your tax reports, make sure that they're going to come out correctly, and test it thoroughly in training. And if you like it, then you can turn on system options in production. And the only two system options I changed, Matt, were to confirm picking and confirm delivery.
Are we down to smart views and dashboards?
We are, yes. Yep. Because I think we've, unless you have any other questions or anything like that.
Anybody?
No, we're good? Okay. We're all good. So we're down to, go ahead, Kim.
Well, we really want to talk about the dashboards because a lot of times we forget everything on the dashboard that tells us that we need to be doing stuff. And so I think we need to go over it, like who all uses the dashboard. I wish Vince was back in here, but Gary, do you look at your dashboard every day? Do you see over there where it says incomplete sales orders, incomplete purchase orders? Do you guys pay attention to those?
Very little.
Okay, that's the wrong answer. So,
So why do you pay very little attention to them?
Because incomplete sales orders, I look at my order monitor all day long, every day. I got a pretty good idea what's on there. Which if I look on that dashboard, it's gonna tell me the same thing.
Okay.
What's the
So,
other one on there, incomplete purchase orders? I do all the purchasing and receiving, so I pretty much know what's coming across my desk and what's not.
okay.
If we got a purchase order, it's late, I go look at the PO file, see if it's there or not. So I'm looking at that information somewhere else.
okay, so I
can
know
see some-
Karen
I
helped
know
with
you're not
all,
quite-
Karen helped a lot
I've seen
with
it. I
purchase
can see
orders.
some advantages.
And the ones that were real old, let's say they're 2
Enough
years
for me to
old, what are
try
we
it.
supposed to do with those? What do you guys, what do we do with the old purchase orders?
They're not, it should be deleted, they're not coming, if they're 2 years old, they're not coming, or if they have come, we've already received them somewhere else. So, they're trash as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, yeah.
Some
So-
of them still have sales orders attached to them, but they probably weren't canceled either.
So the sales order needs to be canceled too?
I mean, if it's 2 years old and it's not coming, if it did come, somebody received it some other way,
Or it could be a duplicate,
could be a duplicate.
yeah.
Yep.
So we decide to cancel, didn't cancel, didn't delete, whatever.
Just be gone.
That's why we gave you those smart views and things, is because
Right.
you're gonna have to make that call.
Right.
So can they delete a sales ticket?
Yeah.
Okay. So, you guys gonna start cleaning up your own then? Are there smart views now?
Is this the dashboard, Kim, that you're looking at, the store manager dashboard?
Yeah. I was looking at outstanding issues.
I don't, where's my outstanding issues? I don't, unless I'm missing it.
You're gonna have to be given permission.
You need to go to views. You need to go to views.
You don't have outstanding.
And then, I don't know,
You got it on your dashboard?
Yeah, see, I don't think I have that.
That's kind of odd. You're the teacher.
Does everybody on their dashboard have outstanding issues?
Yeah, see, I don't think I have an outstanding issues. Could you give me permission to it? Is it a dashboard? I don't seem to have it.
Gary, Vince, do you have?
Do I have permission?
So find out which dashboard's on.
Just did, so you may have to refresh to see.
Okay.
If that's you.
I'm still not seeing it. You're in training, right?
I think it's under views. I really do.
It's not in one of these.
I tell you, when John does come out.
Yeah, see, I don't have it.
Once a year.
I don't have it in my views. I don't have permission to it. I don't have access to it. I
He's
don't
really
think.
gonna start paying attention to these dashboards. And he's gonna make sure that these outstanding issues, that you guys are paying attention to them and doing them. And he can get on to anybody's dashboard during the day and see, so. Start making a practice,
So-
and if there's something on that that you need help with, then let Matt know or I know, so we can make a smart view for you and maybe work it out to where you can fix it easier or know them.
So is there other stuff available on this, like the branch sales, you know, it shows it by the month, but does it, I mean, I know you can go into a cube report, but what about, Gary asked about like year-to-date, you know, sales or anything that would show right there, some more information.
Oh,
on
I got
the
it.
screen.
Okay. Is there anything available? Anything that's available on a dashboard is custom to your company. So any data that's available in the system, and yeah, we can gather any sales data that you want, year to date or month to date or 3 days,
Put on
past
the
3 days.
dashboard,
And
not
and
the
that's
smart view, I'm talking,
that's exactly what Matt does. He's the one who designs all the dashboards and the smart views.
that was something,
Negative stock.
that was something
So-
Gary asked
Yeah,
about was,
then
he
that's
said he'd like
something
to
I need to
see,
bring it back.
you know, like
I'll print
a
it.
year-to-date
I'll walk it.
total.
Should we go just to a dash? Can you bring up?
I did get access finally to outstanding
Matt finally gave you permission?
outstanding issues. Sorry?
Matt finally gave you
You
permission?
found one.
His shows.
Hey, that's the same screen.
I'm not sure it shows the branch.
Okay, let's,
Mine never
Who
shows
has
mine individually, his does.
It's a different dashboard that you're looking at than he is entirely. And they look similar. They're different.
We're going to get the big whistle out. Go ahead, Kim.
well, let's all get on the same page here. We're looking at outstanding issues. Everybody find that on their dashboard?
Did you find a dashboard called Outstanding Issues?
Just like
Did you find it, Vince?
on her.
Yep, you're there.
Is there anything on here that you don't know how to find something, or you don't even know what it means? Okay.
Products with quantities and no value, and then products with quantities but not stocked.
So are you saying those are two things you don't understand, Robin?
Correct.
Okay,
I don't know how to correct them
okay.
Products,
with quantities.
no value, John said put in opinion. We get it off that report.
Not necessarily. You need to figure out how they came in there. It's probably something that you guys stock counted in when there was no average cost at all. You never received it, maybe. So you put quantities in, but no value.
So why don't you zero it out and then check it?
Like
Well,
something
you probably
free.
need to go back and recount it, make sure that it's not a duplicate product in our system, but you didn't count it under a different number also.
Right.
Or just try to find how it got in there to begin with.
So if you double click on that and
You go to
should
like-
show the related documents of that item, right?
You go to product price history, you go back
Oh,
and find
I did the wrong one.
how that quantity came in there.
I'm going to close out of there. So I think if you just click on it, you should find the quantity, or you find the list. So we've got some goof off spray. It's a good thing we didn't use this week, eh?
I think we've been doing it.
You've got 3 of them. There's no value to them.
So should they stay on there, or should we put opinion on them so they don't show up on
It was last counted in November of 2014.
I don't have a whole bunch.
So do you have any items with stock and no value?
It does, 4.
If you do, you can just click on it and it'll show you a list like that. That'll show you what the product is. So like Matt says, you need to figure out how that came to be and how to correct it. Do you really have in Greensburg 3 12-ounce cans of Goof Off spray? And if you don't have it, then I think you have to adjust your actual down to 0. And if you do have it, then you have to adjust your average cost up to accommodate those 3. Otherwise, you're selling it for 100% margin.
Yeah, we got some free Milwaukee tools. You know, we receive them at 0.
Put a penny in it, it'll go away.
So you put a penny in that, if it's a
If
free
they
tool
were
or
free,
free
so
something?
It really
so
was
these-
free. Some of that Milwaukee stuff wasn't free.
You know.
Right.
You're actually trading the Irwin for it, and you need to put some kind of value
Yeah.
equal to the Irwin stuff in that Milwaukee stuff.
I can take yes to most of those.
So Robin, do you understand now what items with stock and no value are?
Well, I know they need to be researched, but
Okay.
I do understand why some of them might be in there, because sometimes the vendor does give us free product.
Sure. Okay.
and everything.
But if it's something that's in your inventory, it's as far as the computer knows, it's a sellable SKU. So
Okay.
it's thinking when you sell it, you're going to sell it for 100% margin. And then you've got some products with
But not stocked.
quantities but not stocked.
That one throws me.
What's that?
So these are items that typically in this branch you don't stock. And somehow we've ended up with some of them.
So I just need to research that. Okay.
Right. So this first item, if we went and looked at that product in our product find, and we went to branch stock options, there's a checkbox for each one of your branch to say, do you stock it, do you not stock it, do you stock it? So this product, if we went and looked at the checkbox for Greensburg, it's not checked.
Okay.
So we're not stocking it, but how did we end up with some of them then?
Okay.
And are they valid? Are they here?
Okay.
And do we stock this, or are they just, something we have to transfer out to another branch because they're the ones that normally stock it? And it's been sitting here for 6 months and not moving.
Okay. Perfect sense.
And then specials with stock that are not on an order. So are these ZZ items that have come back? It looks like it, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
For whether we might have credited the customer back, that we haven't returned it.
Okay.
Might be stuck with it.
Or they're non-returnable.
Okay.
See, I'm looking like this, right?
What do you do?
So some of these were created in 2010 and 2011.
Well, I know they probably should put
So what do you do with them?
See what I mean?
Do you really have them?
If you're gonna receive them, because then
We can't, because we count those.
So then I think you have to adjust them out.
You do?
Yeah, if you don't have them, adjust them out. And
So you really still have that door that's,
Part of it, we've sold part of it for part of it.
oh,
So that's why the value's decreased.
Need to order them, or
where you at?
stop them in your branch?
you went to
Some of the
specials
deals like,
with stock not on order, is that what you did?
2x6 20-seater. I don't stock it. Put their item number there so I can keep track of it. I'd rather do a special at that time.
More than that was to unstock what you can before inventory, so you're not.
Right. Trying to find stuff that's
Expense, so it's on a
Oh,
supplier
Supplier
return.
return.
We stock one by four county right now, so I don't care about
I can tell you these.
so Greensburg has 112 of those specials that are in stock that are not on an order.
And I've counted every one of them.
It's legit.
Can you find every one of them?
I
Can-
had to
yeah.
for John.
You probably can. Yeah, I think you have pretty good control of your inventory there.
I
Yeah.
had to find them all for John.
Okay.
Every one of them.
And they do exist?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, we cleaned them as far as.
So did you guys look at your specials with stock but not on an order?
Yeah, most of that stuff he says it's like his display, vanities and stuff like that.
Okay.
That's good, that's okay.
When it's there, he can sell it.
So then maybe it's valid. But if it's not, 472 margin exceptions this
You
month.
almost have to.
Yeah,
And I don't,
yeah.
how do you deal with those? I mean, I know what they are.
All that was on.
They're probably below the threshold that John has set.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's where we're at.
And they're in red in order monitor, right?
No,
They're not? Really? Typically they are in red in order monitor. If they're below the minimum that's they're supposed to be out.
See, purchase order items, see if they're going on special, that's crazy. That's 5.
So if you look at something that has a real low margin over there, if you scroll to the right, you should be able to see the margin, I think. There's a green one because it's 100%.
That's the way we roll in
It's in
Greensboro.
green.
Get
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Minus 225 is not in red. I would have thought it would be.
That's one that we did today.
Thank
But
you,
I
Kim.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Should've been
I think
But
there's
it-
a
but
system
if-
setting maybe to
But if you
highlight
go,
those.
But if you go here, then they're gonna be, then, let's see.
Okay, yeah. A lot of them are 100. So you're hitting a lot of 100% because maybe the stock's not received yet or something before they're selling it? Is that what they're doing? But that means there's no cost on the stock when it goes out the door.
Well, that's one we had to do.
Because I forgot to check since I do everything with the SO Bush, it automatically populates Bush as the vendor.
So do you guys have some incomplete sales orders too? I'm sorry. Did I? Do you have some incomplete sales orders on your dashboard? And are any of them old? Okay. So I think you need to figure out what to do with those, right? If they're old and they're not cash, you're going to have to delete them, maybe. If they're cash and they've been paid, you're going to have to figure out what to do with the money, because you can't delete them if they've been paid. There's money on them.
Those old sales orders and purchase orders can affect their suggested.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. No, for sure. Good point.
Your old sales orders and your old purchase orders can affect your suggested orders.
True, that would be correct, because it would show something waiting.
And we usually, if we see something, I usually look at that, like on lumber and stuff like that, to see if it's on order or whatever. I don't know, I don't like to rebuild it. I'm not sure why it would have mattered.
And there's some selling price rules. If you got selling price rules about to expire, that's exactly what we talked about yesterday. These are the old ones, so you need to go into your selling price rules and get rid of those or change the dates or something.
Winfield, we really need to work on your purchase orders. I think Karen worked on Pratt, Great Bend, and Greensburg, and then she never did get to you guys before she left, so. Because you do have some pretty old ones.
What is it today? Next couple weeks, I'll get all the 180s down.
I do see what you mean.
I just have,
The purchase orders?
oh,
I think that's recorded, Kim.
Yeah, I think so too.
Is this everybody's default dashboard?
Everybody here has it, not necessarily
Okay.
everyone in the company.
Okay. Are there other dashboards you'd like to look at, Kim? No, this is the big one, right?
Yeah,
This is
that's
the
the
big
one
one
I-
that shows us what has to be cleaned up.
Right.
That's what we have to go and clean up there. So we have just a few minutes, 18 minutes or something before we're supposed to meet with Joe via WebEx and telephone for the EDI portion. So do we have any questions about what we've seen today or?
You guys, on your smart views, did everybody know
Okay.
about that with the one that Matt set up, the customers with unapplied cash or credit? It's a smart view, and that, you can go right there and you can clean up your credits in that screen. I think Gary, Peggy will use that. Wasn't it Peggy that called the office and wanted to know something? That's a really good smart view for her.
What's it called?
It's called Customers with Unapplied Cash or Credit. It's a smart view. And I tell you, it would save you hours of having to go in and apply credits. Vince, do you know where that is? Are you in there?
I don't think I have access to it, so I can't show them.
Smart.
I don't see
Is that you? Must be Jill.
She gave it to me the other day.
Really?
Oh, way to go.
Somebody's on PSI 2 right now. So they're
Joe's on PSI too? Well, what happened to me? I don't think, unless I did it.
Is he not, there's been some.
I don't think I did.
Oh, that's right. Right there. Right there. Yeah, it does, except this is right there, you can work on it, you don't have to close it, open, close it. Well, then do them. Roy's the one that gets really hot about the credits, so you need to clean those up because of him.
I guess I must not have it now.
It's in a-
It's in the AR folder?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Direct postage?
No, it's in under smart views.
Gotcha.
You guys see it? Yeah. Hey, I do not do any of the big stores. I do all the small stores credits, but I do not do the POS stores. So this will be up to you guys to get them cleaned up.
So, Matt, are you getting people ready to WebEx? Okay.
He's taking away the funds.
And it's 2 o'clock
She's
when
checking
it
on a daily basis, or every couple of days, once a week. Yeah. Send that quick, yeah, from Gary or me, hey, you check credit, please. And I check every couple of days.
Cash. I said, how do we apply cash if we don't apply it the first time? We have to look for it.
Here's the phone.
Okay. You guys should put it down there. It's more important that you hear than I hear. So go ahead.
I'm wondering, are they gonna be better for them to come up
I think so.
to here?
So now I have to select install or allow in the message bar at the bottom of the window.
Saying roll the chairs around.
Yeah.
Would you suggest this one, Matt?
Behind Byron and Janet.
Or run a
and Robin.
temporary application?
Yeah, let's try
So you
that
can
one.
see the
I'll
screen.
prefer to be in front of Ron.
Well, you could.
You're hard to see around.
You probably could, but you need to be able to hear. As much as you guys talk, you probably couldn't hear.
Which is what, which way? Electronically send your PO. They have the information like you didn't buy it on a pack or the price is different, they send you back directly. So when the truck gets there, you already know the auto, you pretty much just receive it. It's also price change on the rebate, which is,
So she hasn't hosted yet.
What time does this start, 2 o'clock?
Yep.
Just perfect time for lunch, quick, smoke.
Should pay attention to
I did right before bed.
even it's the same way to
Friday, Saturday. Friday, Saturday. It should, yeah, it's a lot shorter than this, yeah. Friday, Saturday, I was there both days.
Some of these payments probably came in that day that we hadn't even had a chance to
I
block.
posted everything. No, I posted. I told Peggy I did her Friday, Saturday posted.
Jeff does.
Enjoy.
And then, this is the part we're not entirely sure on. Seems to work for Jeff. Make that full screen. And then see the blue links in the middle, let that run temporary application.
Do what?
Run at the very bottom.
Janet, did you call Debbie, see if she's getting on this deal?
No, with them two by themselves, she
No.
probably won't.
She will.
She will? All right, you wanna
I'll
call
call
her? She'll have to get onto your computer real
That's
quick.
correct. What's she
Okay.
know about that?
Well, she knew she was supposed to.
Did we get her on the line yet?
Have not tried calling yet.
So we
You want
can
me to
probably
run your temporary out?
call her?
Yes, Roach.
Can't, I don't want to dial upside down. I don't think I'd be very good at it.
Oh, come on.
Go ahead.
Oh, my goodness. On. 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 It's not on. Have to do something. Oh, shoot.
That's probably why it's not.
Whoops.
Go over there and fix it.
Why, Kim?
Because you're smaller than me.
What are you saying?
You're younger than me.
Where'd it go in?
Oh,
Uh-oh. Which one?
oh, just right there.
Is there only one hole?
Yep.
I thought there was two. Okay.
Hey, we got power.
Oh, no, it's not staying. I
Almost.
think we're gonna have to be real gentle with it.
Still don't have power.
I have volume, but I don't have power. Had it for a minute.
Our tech guys in the break room.
Yeah.
Didn't have a clip on it, it's not gonna stay in there.
It doesn't. No, it does not have a clip on it. So
Oh, well, that's not cool. I already broke that.
You did.
something's happening there.
Here we go. Well, as soon as you turn it upside down, it quits.
We should get Grant to,
Or Mike.
it was Mike who brought it out to us.
Okay, if I hold it, I got it. No, it goes off as soon as I.
Oh, there we go. 866-228-4110.
If I hold it.
Sorry about that. I noticed
Enter
that
your
clip got
conference
broken
code,
out.
followed by the pound or hash sign.
411-7366
You're gonna get tired of sitting there holding
in
on.
the pound key.
If you are the leader,
It's
press
built
star
in,
now.
power cord and stuff. So.
Am I the leader?
No, you're not the leader.
Good. Think I could set it down?
Good afternoon, this is Joe.
Hi, Joe. Uh-oh. Did you hear us?
Yep, sure can.
Okay. It's everybody at Greensburg.
Can we tape it to?
I'm gonna try to set this thing down. I hope I don't lose you.
Okay.
Okay. It's going down, down. Yay!
There you go.
Okay. You still there?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Is everybody, where did Roy and them guys go?
So, hi Joe, it's Lynn. We have a few people logged in on their own PCs.
I've got a couple more into the WebEx, so hopefully they'll join the conference call shortly.
I don't know what that was. So we have a few people watching on their screens, and we've got you on the big screen so we can see, and we've got a speakerphone in here for us.
Are you on?
Come on.
Sure. Try to push. Roman, you did.
Do we still have her on the line?
Yep. I hope. Anybody else from Home Lumber on the line?
Oh. And who just joined us?
John Humphreys.
Hi, John.
Hi, everybody.
Hello.
How's the training going?
Very good.
All right. Great.
Looks like we have Jeff and, ooh, I'm gonna clobber this name. Myron?
Yes.
You got it right.
Also on the WebEx, but not on the conference call yet, so we'll give them a couple minutes to get dialed in.
Okay.
I'm waiting for her to respond. She hasn't said anything yet.
So far, we don't have anybody at the other store. Where did Vince go? Like from Grape. Been gonna be on it, or? Oh, we're down to-
See if maybe I put it here.
Huh? You're not working?
I don't know. Oh, except that didn't come across right. Maybe get him to join in if I put it on the screen.
Her name is Joe. Right now, John's on there and us here. That's it, I think.
And who just joined the conference call?
Hello?
Hello?
And this is?
This is Terry, Home Lumber, Great Bend.
Okay, Karen. Are you connected to the WebEx also? So that you can see this
I am going right now.
Fabulous. So we still got Jeff. We've still got two on the WebEx that aren't on the conference call yet.
I just got done with the customer I was working with. I said, oh, shoot, I got to go.
Funny how the middle of the day sneaks up on you, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, I'm on Cisco WebEx. Where do I go from here? I got a thing that says join.
Yep.
She's in your office now, Gary.
It says sign up for free.
She's in there now.
If you follow the link that's in the email or the calendar appointment, it'll take you right into it. If you try and go to it manually, you've got to put in the meeting code that's in the meeting
Okay.
appointment.
I mean, you see that line?
Yeah, scroll down a little bit. It's in the body.
WebEx.
Matt, I'd say if we can only get on one, that's just all, or two.
Yeah, we got two of them.
There's another browser on here, I'm gonna try it.
Just to avoid the dreaded dead air while we're getting everybody logged in, let me introduce myself. I'm Joe Fonin. Worked with
Hello.
Equicore for a handful of years now. I work with both the implementation and the support team for BizTrack. I focus on all the add-on modules that BizTrack has available to it, whether it be WebTrack, integrated credit cards, or in this case, that what we're going to be talking about today is our e-business module for EDI communications that you use with Blishmize.
Okay, I typed in that and I got an invalid.
Uh-oh.
I typed in that epicor.webex.com/epicor/j.php ? MT.
You're not just clicking the link. You're trying to type it all in manually.
Uh-huh. I don't have a link here, ma'am, huh?
Uh-oh. If you go to just epicor.webex.com, instead of trying to enter in all the cryptic information, it should ask you should be allowed to select join meeting, and I'll ask you for a meeting number.
It brings me to this one. Meetings are just begin. We go. Just sign up for free, or meetings. Meetings.
Can we send him another email right quick?
Okay. I join.
Oh, maybe just
Okay. And
Yeah,
meeting
when you go to it,
meeting
there
number
should
is
be a box that says meeting number.
925.
Yeah,
108036.
and then select join.
Do I need to put in a name and email, or?
At least a name.
Meeting password.
Did Debbie get on? She's trying. Debbie, are you on? She said no.
It's on or Bliss, Chris. Yeah, you can still go through Bliss. I guess I had to put it in an email. Do I need the spaces in there for meeting number? Because it took me back to where I was at.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, she's on the screen.
She sends you a call.
It takes it without it.
Did she call that 1-800 number? It's 866-228-4110. Two 228-4110.
Okay.
Which will need a code, they'll say for code, and it's at 411-7366.
Okay, get something says about your meeting, connecting.
Good.
Getting
There you
closer.
are. Okay, let's just make sure we've got everybody on the conference line who's on the WebEx. So I know I can hear Terry. We talked to Lynn. Debbie, are you on the conference line?
I think she's calling in right now.
Jeff, are you on the conference call?
Yes.
John, are you on the conference call?
I am.
Kim?
Yes.
Myron?
Yes.
And Robin?
Yes.
Sounds like we've got everybody. So, what we're going to look at this afternoon is the functionality that comes into BizTrack using the eBusiness module and how it's going to help you with your purchasing and receiving of products and some of the additional features that we have with that. If at any time you have a question, please just ask, because if we try and hold them all till the end, we're either going to forget them or we're not going to get through them all. So if you have a question, just ask. Got it?
Got it. Got it.
First thing I want to review is the mapping between your BizTrack products and your Blishmine SKU. You may or may not have them set up currently with the same stock numbers. Within BizTrack, on your stock options, you identify who your default supplier is. Blishmine does not necessarily have to be your default supplier for eBusiness to work, but they do have to be listed as a supplier. So on others and prices, we have the ability to add multiple suppliers for a specific product. So if you're buying a product from Blishmine, you need to make sure that Blishmine is set up as a supplier here. If they're not, you can simply select add and add them. And then we have to make sure that the Blishmine SKU is listed as the product code for your BizTrack product. And that's the magic that takes place in the background so that Blishmine can send us their data and we can turn it around and make it BizTrack data at a product level. So if a SKU changes or you're adding a new product, once you've got Blishmine selected, you simply pick product and put in the Blishmine product SKU right here. If you want to identify description information or enter an outer specific to this supplier, maybe you buy the same product from multiple vendors and they ship it to you in different packaging, you may have a need to identify how Blish sends it to you. You can do that also. It will always prompt you to confirm and enter a price group if one's not set. I believe you guys only have one, so that's very simple, but it is a required field, so the system will prompt you for it if you don't enter it. Another really nice function of this product supplier fee section is the ability to lock in the by unit of measure. Within BizTrack, you set up your unit of measure rules. In a UOM rule, you can have that the product can be purchased as a roll or by the foot, and then you turn around and sell it by the foot. Well, Blishmine only sells that product to you as the roll, so you order one from them, receive 250 feet, and sell 250 feet. You can lock in here, specific to Blishmine, which unit of measure from the available rule for that product is to be used for purchasing. Reduces those weird quantity receiving buying things. So it's great. Because we've all done it. I want one roll of a product, and out of habit I ordered 250 feet and they, oops, sent me 250 rolls instead. Uh-oh, that's going to be an expensive mistake. You don't want to have that mistake. So you can come in, if you've got a product that has multiple buying unit of measures in its rule, because you buy it from different suppliers possibly, you can lock it in right here. And then every time a new PO is started to Blishmine and this product's added to that PO, it'll set the unit of measure correctly. Okay, close that. When you are writing a new PO, even had the right staff number today. I never get it right. I had the right staff number. I had a moment there where I was like, uh-oh, do I remember what my staff number is? When you're writing a purchase order, as soon as you identify that the supplier is Blish Mize, BizTrack knows that that supplier is set up for e-business. So, regardless of how you're creating that PO, whether you're using suggested ordering, whether you click new PO and type all the lines in, or one of our other processes, as soon as it's set to Blish Mize, we're going to treat this as an e-business document so that we can electronically transmit it up to Blish Mize. They can fill that order and send you an electronic return so you know when the products are coming and how many are coming. So when you're doing your weekly order, or even if you have a special order to do, just get that PO set up, Blish Mize as the supplier, and complete it as you normally would. With special order products, always a question. I know I've got a special order list for the customer, and I know it's going to come from Blish Mize. Oh, I got to set a customer before I can grab a new special. How do I make sure why can I not add a special line? Oh, I bet you I don't have that set correctly. There we go. Ah, everything works better when you pick the right line. You have on the special order line the manufacturer code field, okay? If you enter in the Blish Mize SKU right there when the sales order is being created, the linked PO will have the correct information, and even your specials will come in and out via e-business correctly. Okay? So on the sales side, you can work on getting them to do that and help out on the purchasing side. Or when you've gotten the PO that's linked to the sales order, you can go in and add that field right into the manufacturer code of the product, and then everything works perfectly. Does Blish Mize, and just because I only have 2 clients that work with Blish Mize, I'm going to ask this question so I don't give the wrong information. Does Blish Mize charge per purchase order for delivery, or do they charge per truckload?
Per truck.
We're not sure.
Per stop.
If they do put additional delivery charges on if you submit multiple purchase orders during the week, you may want to merge them together before you send, and that works just fine. Just open your stock PO and merge in all the specials, and you'll be ready to go. When you are ready to send, you'll come into the e-business browser here on the tools menu and change your type to outgoing. As soon as you hit complete on your PO for Blish Mize, there'll be a document started here for you. All you have to do to get that document to them and get the order started is either on the right click or using the button, select export. That then BizTrack steps in, packages that order up, and transmits it to Blish Mize electronically. We have this set up on a 30-minute schedule, so it'll hang out in BizTrack for about half an hour in exported status, and then it'll go up to a sent status. Once it goes to sent, you know they've got the order and it's going to get taken care of on their side. If at any time you see outgoing failed on an outgoing document, means that there was a communication failure between the BizTrack server and the Blish Mize server. The first step to handle those is just to re-export it and let the process run a second time. We actually attempt that transmission multiple times before we put it in a failed status. By the time you get to it, see that it's failed, rerun it. Normally the communication issue is fixed. If not, then you can always put in a support item or reach out to Blishmize and make sure that their servers are up and receiving orders. Once that document's done to send, you're done with it. The next step will be when the order gets fulfilled by Blishmize, you'll get an incoming document. When you first open it up, the type is always incoming by default. For your weekly orders, the document type will be supplier invoice in. Now we're not writing BizTrack invoice documents, we're updating the PO, but the way that they format their data, that's how we tag it in eBusiness. We have several statuses for incoming documents. A received document is one that BizTrack's gotten, we were able to read, but we haven't done anything with it. No POs have been updated, no stock receipts have been touched, no prices, no quantities, nothing. It's just sitting here waiting to go. If a document's in failed status, we got it, but we couldn't finish the BizTrack process. There wasn't a valid PO. There's a problem with one of the product mappings. A unit of med, something is stopping the process. Once that's fixed, you can come back into failed, hit apply, and continue the process. A failed conversion document is one we got, but we couldn't read. And with Blishmize, we shouldn't have any of these. So if you do get documents in failed conversion status, please submit a support ticket. We'll go talk to Blishmize and figure out what's going on weird with the documents. Document created is your end status. That means the eBusiness process has done everything in BizTrack it can do. And then the normal BizTrack process, whether that's receiving or pricing, is ready to be completed. Your document created will sit here historically, so you can always come back if there's a dispute on an order and you want to look at the original document they sent. You can come back in here, look through created documents, and find exactly what they did send. So you've got these for historical purposes too in the future. In process is a unique status that will only be applied to price or product maintenance documents if not all of the information was applied to BizTrack. There's situations where you'll get a price maintenance file, for example, where you don't have all the products in BizTrack that they're sending price updates for, so you're not going to apply them. So it's just there so that you can continue using them if you need to. And then we also give you a branch filter, which is handy for cleaning it up. And then, of course, the magic go button within almost all screens in BizTrack are your magic to refresh. So what I've got here is just a handful of documents from Blishmize. Some of them are tied to actual POs and training, some of them aren't. And the great thing about being in training is you can do anything you want. You can come in and practice with these, and you're not going to hurt anything. If you double click on the supplier invoice, it's going to give you a preview. Please note the word view. This isn't a crystal report. This isn't a document you can print out. It's not something that needs to be attached and scanned back into ScanTrack or anything like that. These are here for historical purposes and just for the ones that don't have a valid BizTrack PO and you got to go figure out where the PO is, you can get an idea of what's coming in on that order. Once you've identified that it's your document, it is the PO you want to use, you just select apply. Whether off of a right click or the button, either one works just fine. These documents download automatically. We've got a schedule set up, so we're constantly going out to their server and pulling in the documents. So they should always be here, hopefully, before you get your shipment. If everything's perfect, every product matches, the PO hasn't already been received, the unit of measures are all right, you'll get documents successfully applied. But if there's any problems, you'll get our validation prompts so we can fix them. We're then going to break up where the problems are. In the header tab, it'll be supplier and, in this case, PO. I don't have PO 50790 in BizTrack training. Okay. Could have been a show order. Could have been an order somebody faxed in or called in and never set up in BizTrack. But we give you the ability to fix these problems. Each action is going to be tied directly to the air. So if it's a PO level, we'll give you options to create or select a purchase order. If it's product, we'll give you the options to select a product. I'm going to tell it to automatically create one for me. Now you'll notice my apply button went from gray to black. Without even looking, I know there's no more problems with this. But I'm going to show you the lines tab also. Because if there was a product that didn't have a SKU, or if there was a unit of measure that didn't line up, they're selling it to you as piece and you're stocking it as each, we're going to check all those items here also. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have a filter, so that it'll filter out all the lines that are good and just show you the ones that need to be fixed. Makes it really quick to find the one product that they did a replacement on and you need to map. Instead of digging through 500 lines, it can save you a lot of time just by changing that filter. So I'm going to hit apply and tell this to finish so that I can show you exactly what it does in BizTrack.
I still wait.
And of course, I picked the biggest order possible. There you go. So now, when I look in related documents, I've got this new PO. If I open it, I've got all the lines for all the products with all the quantity and all the costs based on what ListMy says that they're sending in this shipment. If the purchase order is already in BizTrack, we're going to do the same validation. We're going to check the quantities and we're going to check the cost on every product line and update them. So if you ordered 10 of a product and they were out and they only are shipping you 4, we're going to update that quantity to 4 so you know when you do your next order, hey, I only got 4, I'm still short, I need to order a few more of these. And you're not going to have lines left outstanding, incomplete. You're not going to have to do back orders, things like that. By updating the cost, it's going to eliminate variances when the invoice is being paid because your stock receipt is going to match, as long as they don't change their numbers. And it's also going to make sure that when received, your last cost and your last cost with additionals all update correctly. We're also going to bring in those line charges for freight and their miscellaneous charges that they send. So you don't have to try and do the math or, oops, I forgot to put that line charge on that PO, so the invoice is $40 short. Sorry, we're going to put all that stuff on there for you to help make sure they're all right. Anytime eBusiness updates a product line, it's also going to make a note. So if there is a change that you're trying to figure out why later on in the future, you can come back and look, oh, eBusiness changed my quantity. That's why it's only 6. I thought I ordered 20 of those. We're going to note what we did. Okay. Then it's just a simple process of your normal receiving. Do your stock receipt, receive the products, send it off for invoicing. How long would it normally take to write a 116-line PO?
15 minutes.
10, 20 minutes?
No, 15.
Bet you this is quicker. Questions on the incoming supplier documents for PO level.
Hey, Joe, this is Terry Great Bend. We lost our
Mhm.
phone lines, and I am like totally lost now because
Uh-oh.
I probably missed about 10 minutes of this.
Okay, I'll walk through all the keys again.
I don't even know how do you get your order in there? Because we do ours with the carry in. Like I said, John wanted to know. He goes, I can see what she's doing, but I can't hear what she's doing because I have no clue.
Oh no! Thank you for telling me that you had to reconnect to the phone line. Thank you. I heard a beep come in, so thank you very much. When you say you do your order via the carry-in, explain that a little more to me.
I have a computerized thing that I go through and I scan the store.
Okay.
And then I send it. And then I send that to Blish.
So when your orders come into eBusiness, they're going to look like this. They're going to be a line with no valid PO because there's no PO in BizTrack at all. You never go into BizTrack and create your PO until your products show up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah.
So in the eBusiness browser, they're going to come in, they're going to look just like this. And you're going to look at it and go, yep, that's my order for this week. And then all you have to do is right-click Apply or select the Apply button. It's going to tell you there's an error because there's no PO number match, okay? So it wants to know what you want it to do. You want it to create the purchase order for you. You don't want to have to type the PO. You want it to type it for you. Oh, this one's got an error. And this one's got a bad map on a product. So I'm going to select a product. If it's a new product, you can create one. If it's one that you're going to modify the SKU of, you can do that too. And then you apply that document, and eBusiness is going to do all of that typing for you. So you run around your store and you scanned all your products and you faxed in your Blishmize order. Currently, you're then, when the truck comes in, you're sitting down at BizTrack and you're writing a PO and you're adding all those lines and quantities and cost and everything. If you click Apply, the system will do all that typing for you, and you will have a brand new, ready-to-receive PO with all the right quantities, all the right products, and all the right cost.
Okay.
It's not so bad when it's only 3 or 4 products, but when it's 150, you're looking at some time hand jamming that stuff in when the system can do it for you.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you just
know how you got the system, how the system recognized what you just sent in.
Yep.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
And these should be in your eBusiness browser. Hopefully either the afternoon before your truck shows up or the morning your truck shows up. And it kind of depends on timing when Blishmize triggers it and how close you are to your actual delivery warehouse. Most of the time it's in the afternoon before. As you can see, we pull them in at different times during the day, and that's based on when they publish. So you can continue using their scan gun. That's fine. Just know that you'll always get prompted to select to create a PO for it.
All right, that's what I was needing to know, how that transferred across.
And that little select action box is probably the hardest thing to find, because when you first open the window, there's no pull down. But as soon as you click on it, then the pull down pops up. And this exact scenario where the pull down isn't visible right away is in a couple of different windows in BizTrack. The other thing we get from them are price changes. Now, Blishmize fruit. Of course, and this is a bad one because this was a special order item, I'm sure. I told myself, only use crap. There we go. When they send you an order, we're going to take from that data the information to update your sales and buy information in BizTrack. So based on their SKU and the mapping in the products, we're going to look and see BizTrack has one cost, their actual cost is different, and then they recommend you sell it at one price, and in BizTrack currently it's different. So if you're in a pricing agreement with them, I'm always going to sell my products at your recommended price. You probably spend a lot of time trying to keep your prices in line as they're changing them. Well, by applying the e-business price change notice, every time you order the product, you're getting a clean, fresh information on your price information. Now, I only opened this window to show you what's in it. You don't have to actually go into every single product line and open them. You can look at them in the grid. Okay, new cost, and then new retails over here. The only thing is the grid doesn't show you what's currently in BizTrack, but the next window does. We do give you a cool little select all button, which is very handy also. When you merge these, we're not actually changing product prices. Uh-oh, somebody else just beeped. Maybe not? Okay, maybe not. We're not changing any product prices at that point yet. All e-business did, and I'm actually going to just jump over to a second window, just that way I can have both screens in the same window. But all we're doing is writing your buy and sell price changes. And they're treated just like an absolute normal one. If you'd normally come in and added the product and typed in the new price you wanted. We're, again, just doing typing for you. And you can see here the exact same values. Make the decision if you want to apply it or remove them. I'm going to pull both of these just so I'm not fussing at your training data. And as everybody knows, in the selling price, you've got your label option here if you're not using their provided labels. Okay. Now, one thing, because you have a lot of these historically, I wouldn't go back in time and apply them. If you're going to start using their price changes in production, I'd set a new date and say the 1st of June and only start applying them after that, because if there's been any change and you apply the e-business documents out of order, you will bring in old prices, because BizTrack will create whichever price you apply when you apply it. So if a product changed last week and then changed again this week, and you apply this week's first and then go back and apply last week's, you'll have last week's prices. So if you guys are going to work on bringing price changes in through e-business, pick a date and start with new downloads after that date. Don't try and go back through old files and clean up. And they do not send, nope, I don't think so. Now, you have a bunch of files still in training that you guys can come in and practice with. Because you're in training, it's not going to hurt anything. You can do whatever you need to with them. And in the original meeting request are some documents on how this process within BizTrack works. And we can make sure that those get out to everybody too. Okay? Any more questions?
Joe, is it hard to clean up that e-business incoming documents browser with the
Nope.
old documents?
You can multi-select, and we have this fabulous little delete button. The delete option here does not delete anything in BizTrack. You're not deleting products, you're not deleting POs. All you're doing is setting a flag on the electronic documents so that they cannot be applied and then we hide them in the status of deleted. You'll notice apply stays grayed out. I cannot apply this document to those drafts. So if you find some historical stuff that you don't want anybody going back and creating extra POs for, highlight them, select delete. And if you get a little overzealous and delete some and then go, oh, I wanted that one, I can undelete them too. It's no big deal. Now, if you guys go through all of these documents that are here and go, Joe, we want more, just let me know, I'll drop more in. I can recreate them. I can make more happen. Okay? And your connection to training is severed. You're not accidentally going to create an order in training and send it off to Blishmize for actual fulfillment either. Okay. That's severed, so you're safe. Right. Wonderful. As you start working these more and more, there's going to be hopefully very few, because you guys have got most of your products already set up, things are taken care of maintenance-wise. If you have any questions or any problems, let me know.